hills of Lexington, Ohio, where the track winds like a serpent through the heart of the Midwest. This is the legendary Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. 13 turns, 2.4 miles, and one of the most technically demanding battlegrounds in American road racing. With perfect weather on tap and full fields in both the TA and TA2 classes, today's racing promises edge-of-your-seat drama. Veterans and rising stars alike will trade paint and test their limits through the notorious carousel and the high-speed straights. Every corner offers a challenge. Every lap is a chance to rise or fall. And today, every driver aims to leave their mark in Ohio. This is the Trans Am Racing Series, presented by Pirelli. There's a breeze blowing, but it's a hot day here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in Lexington, Ohio, as the Trans Am Series, presented by Pirelli, gets ready to go racing live right now on SpeedTour 1. Great to have you with us, I should say, as we get set to go racing here. Ralph Shaheen and Andy Lally with you. Andy, this is a racetrack that you've spent a lot of time teaching at and racing at. It's extremely technically challenging.
I've been here in sports cars, prototypes, touring cars, GT cars, NASCAR, everything in between for the last 30 years. This is a great event, a great track, challenging in so many different ways, and these guys with a good, clean track and great temperatures today are going to have a ball out here, and we're going to see some good racing.
And we're going to make a little bit of history here today. Champion from 1985, Wally Dallenbach Jr., won here in that championship season, is now retiring, stepping out of the cockpit.
His final race, 65 Trans Am races, 13 wins. This is his final day, along with John Cloud, legendary team owner in the series. They're saying farewell here at Mid-Ohio. He's 8th on the grid. Going to be looking forward. Going to try to finish this one out with a trophy and get on that podium here today.
Yeah, in talking to Wally about it, he says, my back is bugging me a little bit, my hip a little bit. I got to get some things fixed by the doc. He said, yeah, it's my last race, but classic Wally Dallenbach style, never say never.
Absolutely.
Never know. He might find his way back.
He's
going to
be
body
charging
starts
to the
feeling
front,
better.
for sure. When you get one last shot, you want to give it your all there, and for sure, Wally's that type of spirit. The same with John Cloud. That they're going to want to close the door on this chapter with success.
Best spot to make a pass here.
Into turn 4, hands down. Maybe if you get a good run out of turn 1, but that's tricky with any aerodynamic, dependent cars in this day and age here. 1 is really fast, so your uphill brake zone into the keyhole is definitely probably your second best, but into turn 4 after that long downhill run, it's an extended brake zone down there. These cars with no ABS, it's tricky to modulate those, not locking up that right front tire in there, and that for sure will be where a lot of our action is today.
Paul Menard, as you take a look at Kaylee Bryson there signing some autographs. Paul Menard is not on the pole today, but he is the points leader coming into the round, and he is hot right now.
He is on our pole. Matty Brabs just short of Paul's last year's record, outside pole here. And with our normal contingent of front runners, Adam Andretti P3, Chris Dyson hot on their tails. The 4 of them were really bunched, with Tommy Dreesy not close behind in 5th place there too.
There you see Paul Menard on the outside of row number 1 next to Matt Brabham. We had a chance to sit down with Paul and catch up with the points leader coming into Mid-Ohio.
I don't really think about what other guys are doing, but I've got more laps in a race car than anybody else in the field. Just through the NASCAR stuff, I've been in so many different situations and thousands of miles driven. So, it's very rare that I see something that I haven't seen before. But our whole field's very experienced too. Chris, Adam, Tommy, Amy, they've been around a long time. They've been doing this a long time. They know. They know when to push, when not to push, and I'm much newer to this style of racing than they are. But overall, I just have thousands more laps and miles than they do, and it kind of equals itself out. We can't be dumb. In order to race competitively, you can't let off the throttle. So obviously you have to do it in the right pick and choose your battles, right circumstances, be smart, but yeah, we're fully here to not run second, not run third. We want to win the race, and no reason why we can't.
Andy, what do you really like about the way Paul's driving right now?
It's just championship form. You know, it's eye on the prize. They've had one little hiccup at Road Atlanta where they had a left front flat going into turn 6 there. Other than that, he's been on point, no mistakes. A little bit of a bobble maybe at Laguna Seca. I forgot about that one, but it's focused forward, and he's doing well and opening up a good gap for this championship.
Well, he's got 100 miles to stretch that points lead out here today as well, right? Speed Sport 1 is going to be coming back live to Mid-Ohio right after these messages as we get ready to go green.
Up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Well, earlier in the weekend, it was wet and a little chilly around here. Very wet on Friday. Today and tomorrow is going to be in the 90s and bone dry, Andy.
This is definitely going to be a little bit of a different track than what they've had. We've been warming up here. It's been a typical evolving Mid-Ohio track here for these guys.
Well, down in the midst of all those race fans is our Ben Sissel, who's going to give us a grid walk. Take it away, Ben.
I'm down here. This is kind of a historic moment here for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. I'm with the grid walk. So we all know Chaz Howe and his genius kind of invented the whole TA2 platform, which has absolutely taken off. Well, this offseason in the last couple years, he's told his son Charlie, hey, you should kind of invent something. So Charlie has worked with these drivers here to invent this new GT car, the HR6. So I'm going to ask you, Mr. Rinke, come in here. So Jack is driving it. Your son is driving this car. You're in this car over here. But just a quick explanation of what these beautiful HR6s are.
So the platform obviously is a proven platform that Howe is developed. They have many years experience with it. We work with the GM platform and the engine quite often, so we chose to use the LV1 V6, and it's a dry sump engine. There's some valve train modifications, camshaft, and forced air induction. This platform is about 400 horsepower. Car comes in about 2,700 pounds. In all of our testing, we've had extremely good results. It's a wonderful car to race. I will say this, between Chaz, Jack, Charlie, and I, we have had just a wonderful experience building this car, and comparing our notes, we all achieved our goal, and we're very happy with the outcome in the last couple test sessions.
Nice. Well, if it's anything like the Howes, this group is going to grow very quick. I believe there's 5 cars available. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's cars in what we call system fill. So we clearly anticipate that there will be a series, if not here, in some other locations. Very desirable car, very fun car for people to race, and we're just really looking forward to getting it up and running.
Nice. I love it. I love it. So Rich is in the white car. Jack Rinke is in this beautiful blue car, and then Todd Naparowski, who's also a long-timer with us. And it was funny because I was asking our former SGT champion Lee Saunders back there to corral you guys, so he's working as a producer. But Todd is actually up front here in this beautiful car. How would you describe this? Because I know you've raced just about anything.
Yeah, going from the Camaros to this has been a wonderful experience. A true tube chassis car with a sequential. It's a smaller chassis. It's really responsive. I like the way it handles, it turns in, and it's been a fabulous experience.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, watch out for that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Tim Gray here, long time with us. He's running SGT with Ryan. Tim was a big part of bringing Trans Am out to Brainerd a couple of years ago, which was always a fantastic event. Then here's Colin Cohen in GT. But Austin Hill, who's just done a few events with us in XGT in this red Corvette. Don't confuse him with Amy Ruman, but this beautiful number 0. Welcome back to Trans Am. How's it feel?
Feels good. Thank you guys for having us again here at Mid-Ohio. Home track for us, so we're really hoping to have a good showing today. Had a couple problems, I guess, in practice qualifying. You only got a lap or 2 in each one, but at the end of the day, I think we're ready for the race, so I think we'll be able to get through it.
Nice. Well, Austin Hill in this little red Corvette. We love it. Ray Mason is out here. Ray Mason has raced in absolutely everything. He's with Alliance Motorsports. John Mills has been with us all the time, but where's your driver, John?
He is, I'm not sure where he is right now.
Ray! Well, we've got to move on, but thank you guys so much for coming out. Like I said, he's been racing over 50 years. Then in GT, Chris Coffey, last year's champion. He's got a few more GTs than he's used to on track. And then we haven't Kaylee Bryson in a long time. She did move up this year to XGT. Your friend Josh Carlson was looking for you out west, but you're back here with us. How's it feeling to be back in Mid-Ohio with better weather than last year?
Yeah, I'm just really happy that the sun's out and we've got some warmer weather, ready to go race. It's been 3 months since I've been in this car, so I'm feeling a little rusty, but ready to get back in and go for 45 laps.
Nice, nice. Well, love it. Kaylee Bryson out here. Now, somebody kind of new maybe. He's running the TA2 series with us. There isn't another driver on this track for this race that has more laps here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. A local, Aaron Quine, but a new car to you. You haven't run these monsters before.
Nope, first time, Ben. Very thankful to Pancho Weaver. Built an awesome car. We've got we got a lot of sponsors on board today, so without them, we wouldn't be able to do this. Been here for 35 years racing, but first time in this guy, so we're looking forward to try and move up a little bit.
Nice. Hey, I just hit your mirror, so make sure it's still where it needs to go. Sorry, Pancho. I'm out here beating up cars. John DeGainer is out here in this beautiful Ron Fellows car. We have two-time Trans Am champion Wally Dallenbach Jr. here, but at our home track, this is going to be the one, Amy. This is going to be the one. I know you've had some bad luck here. The Amy Army is here, but the weather is great. You're going to have a great weekend here. How's it feel to be back at your home in Mid-Ohio?
Oh, man, we're super excited. We have all the Valley Automotive Group people here today. Brian O'Donnell's out with us, and so we're excited. The sun's shining. We should have a better race than we did last year. We're looking to move forward. Got some things sorted out yesterday after qualifying, and we're looking to have a great race in this McNichols Valley Automotive Group Chevrolet Corvette.
I love it. I love it. Hey, and tell Valley Automotive I need a new truck, so I'm going to be coming to them to get a new truck. We got to move up here pretty quick. So we've got Tommy Dreese here with Trent Shoring. Awesome car. David Pinterick from Youngstown, Ohio, right here in the Captain America car. Love having David Pinterick in it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to just kind of pause a little bit. We've got a Dyson. We have an Andretti. We have a Menard of Paul Menard, and then Matthew Brabham. I mean, talk about some automotive just royalty here in the house. I'm looking for Matt Brabham right here. Here he is. He's over here talking to Andretti, which is the second time that's happened this season. So on pole, you took a picture with your dog. Yeah, sorry, just move you out of here, Andretti. Sorry about that. But how's it feel to be on pole here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, which you won in 2023?
Yeah, just elbow the Andretti out of the way there. Why not? But no, yeah, it feels great. I mean, obviously, I got a really good lap in there. It's super cool cool to have the track record here, but you know, it's all down to the Chris Dyson racing crew. The guys and girls of the team there gave me a great car. And yeah, it's going to be a long, hot day today. Chris is starting off P4. I think Chris's car is really good at the end of the race. My car should be quite good in the beginning. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I mean, and then obviously we got Adam and Paul Menard in between us that are going to cause all kinds of havoc. So I'm not sure what's going to happen. I'm just going to go out there and try and go as fast as I can, and hopefully I have something at the end.
Nice. I love it. Well, Matthew Brabham, we know he's really fast here. Ralph, Andy, I'm going to send it back up to you guys in the booth.
All right, Ben, thanks. Everybody getting ready to go. Yeah, Matt Brabham grabbing the pole, setting a track record, bettering Paul Menard's time from 2024. Adam Andretti up there in the front as well, Andy. He's going to be starting in that second row. 100th career start today.
That is something. That's 100 across the board between TA2 and TA. Victories in both of those classes, tons of podiums, obviously a ton of experience, and a great name to lend to our TA championship. And not just his 100th start, but you know he's iron. He wants to win that number 100 here. He's just 20 points out of the lead right here on Menard's tail, and that's the nice thing to reflect on a little bit maybe here on the 100th. But his I know inside Adam's head, all he's thinking about is that championship lead and trying to win this one.
Yeah, he's extremely hungry right now. The 21st driver to reach the 100 career start mark in Trans Am. Congratulations to Adam Andretti. We had a chance to discuss with Adam about the legacy of being an Andretti, but also a 100th career start.
TA2 was my first opportunity into the Trans Am Series with ECC Motorsports and the Hendrickson family, and it was a very exciting class to come into and help build and be a part of, and that was really super special. But the target's always been on the TA class. The cars are just amazing to drive, and again, with ECC, I was fortunate enough that they bought more TA cars and the whole bit, and I won my first TA race with ECC Motorsports, and that was super, super special in the Dodge out at Circuit of the Americas at the end of the 2019 season. So, and, you know, the TA cars have always been a target. It was from the time I was young. I wanted to drive TA cars because it was such a special car to drive. It was such a fantastically fun car to drive, and then you could see that. And for me personally, when I was young, IndyCar was of course a goal or a target, but I was a 6 foot tall Andretti, and my whole family was making fun of me. Like, if you want to drive race cars, you're better look at Trans Am. They're really the only thing you're going to fit in. So kind of inadvertently, I put it in my subconscious. But this is always a place I wanted to be too, because no Andretti has ever competed in Trans Am. And it's very hard in my family to go ahead and kind of lay your own groundwork for yourself in a series. And the opportunity presented itself in this series. And I've had an awesome career here. So I find myself really, really blessed, and like God put me right where he wanted me. I love the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This place will always have a special place in my heart. Early on in my karting career, ran a go-kart race here. And then I had the awesome opportunity around 2007, I came here and spent 4 years as an instructor at the Mid-Ohio School. I still say it's the best driving school you're going to find in the country. Not only because the track is so technical, the instructors, the quality of instructors that they get here are absolutely amazing, and their teen school is really the teen school that everyone models their teen schools after. It was definitely a highlight of my life to spend 4 years here and work with the people at the school. They are all still my close friends. Sonny G, the general manager of the school, is one of my closest friends. Tommy Byrne, one of their instructors. Brian Till. I mean, the names go on and on. Aaron Quine is going to be running with us this weekend, and he's an instructor there. It's a quality place to go learn how to drive. So yeah, spent a lot of time on these grounds. They're beautiful grounds. They're well maintained. There's an energy about this place, and then when you drive it, it kind of falls into the theme of, if you drive the country roads around here, it feels like you're on one of those old country roads, and you're the only one that knows the best place around it, and it's pretty special to be here. So yeah, we make our 100 start. I get to make my 100 start as a competitor in the Trans Am Series, and I would have never thought that I would have racked up 100 starts. I mean, that's a dream come true in a big way. And first and foremost, you think about all the people that got you here, and And that's countless amount of people to thank. But as far as inside this series and inside this accomplishment, first and foremost, my wife Tabitha, and the support that I get at home from her is second to none, and that's where it all starts. Like, if you don't have that support at home, it's really hard to come out here and even get any kind of longevity in something like this. So the Hendrickson family, ECC Motorsports, are the ones that brought me into Trans Am and gave me a lot of those starts. I would say I'm guessing I haven't looked at the breakdown. I have 50-60% of those starts have got to be with ECC Motorsports, but not just them. Dyson Racing, CD Racing has given me a couple of starts. Peterson Racing, I ran with them for a very long time. John Cloud, this is his last weekend as a team owner, and John Cloud gave me a lot of races as well to come out here. Ken Twaits, another guy. So I think about all these people, and then, obviously Claudio Burton and Burton Racing, and who I've been driving for the last 2 years. So the only thing I ever prayed for as a kid growing up is I just want to make my living driving a race car, and God has certainly provided that, and all those people played a role in that, and I am eternally thankful for each and every one of them, and for getting me to this point in my career, because I would have never thought I'd hit a century mark with any series. My personal Adam Andretti legacy is here in the Trans Am Series, and I'm 100% at peace with that. It's a wonderful place to leave a legacy. This is the oldest road racing series in the United States of America, founded in 1966. Anything that's got this kind of legs to it, you're blessed to be a part of that history. It was told to me today there's only 21 drivers in the history of Trans Am, and I got to think there's tens of thousands of drivers that have come through Trans Am over the history of it. Only 21 drivers have reached this milestone of 100 starts. So yeah, I'll just keep adding to that, and that'll continue to be my legacy. And as long as my phone keeps ringing to come drive these great race cars, I'm going to come drive these great race cars. But even after my time with the helmet is done in the Trans Am Series, I see myself being a part of this series for a long time. I love it. I believe in it. I think the people in it are very special, and I want to be a part of that no matter what. So I don't see me leaving anytime soon. The helmet may come off, but I'll still be here.
Well, as part of those 100 starts, Adam has 8 wins in the big TA cars. He also has a win here, Andy, in TA2 right here at Mid-Ohio.
He's obviously been very fast everywhere he goes, but obviously a special place, Mid-Ohio.
Well, let's go down for opening ceremonies. Down onto the grid, here's Ben Sissel.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here with my friend Marvin Gray, Road to Race Ministries, who got hooked onto Trans Am right here at his home track of Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in 1967. He's been hooked ever since, been a Mustang guy his whole life. To deliver our invocation, Marvin, take it away.
Let us pray. Oh, Lord, we thank you for the opportunity to be here in the beauty of your creation. I'm blessed to be back here again since 1967. And Lord, now we pray for your blessing and protection for each and every one who is a part of our event this weekend, for our drivers, our crew, the staff, the officials, the track workers, all that are a part of making this happen, and a special blessing on our fans. Thank you for being here. And Lord, now we are here because of the sacrifices of our troops and safety forces, emergency workers. So we pray your blessing and protection on them, both those that are here now and those that have served us in the past. And Lord, we pray for the end of the senseless violence around the world. In your name we pray, Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Marvin, thank you so much. I hope this is a great race. Nikki Dunford, I've heard a lot of great things about you to deliver the national anthem. Nikki, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly standing there gave proof through the night that I felt like was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, well done. Nice job getting closer to firing up the engines and getting this race underway. I want to show you a little bit of what Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course looks like, and nobody better to do that than Andy Lally. So let's get on board with him.
We are pulling on track to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, one of the longest running road courses in the nation. Very smooth exit out of pit lane here, not too dangerous. You blend offline, which is really nice, unlike a lot of tracks that we run on in North America here. Nice and easy out of pit lane here, up to the keyhole. A very late braking, uphill, early turn in, double apex corner, where we typically in the TA2 cars are going to be braking about the 250 marker. A slight early turn in, and typically with a corner this tight you're going to understeer a bit in these cars, so we're going to use some of that apex curb, let it out in the middle, pause just enough as we fall off like a 2-foot little cliff right in the middle of the corner, let the car point as we launch down the longest straightaway that we have here, which is coming down to turn 4. It's downhill the whole way, so your top speed is actually pretty decent here. TA2 cars are well over 150 miles an hour. TA cars are upwards of 175 miles an hour. Very, very friendly curbing at Mid-Ohio. Most of the curbs, except for turn 1 and turn 13, are extremely usable. You sacrifice a little bit of exit out of turn 5 to set yourself up back to the left side for the entrance to turn 6. Charging into Thunder Valley, all the weight's on the left side, and we're off camber, and we got to gently get on the brakes, turn it in a little bit early, use again a lot of that curbing coming up to turn 11 here. It's just a little bit of a brake, one downshift here. Our apex is right at the beginning of the curb, and we're looking to get right back on throttle, use up all the exit, and we're not going to get back over to the left for the carousel, which is our final corner coming just before the kink coming on the straightaway here. We'll actually brake at the inside, kind of cover our inside from attack, let it out a little bit in the middle, just maybe 3/4 of a car width. Be patient here. Let the car get through that slow, tight corner point and pull the trigger one time to come onto a very easy, flat, last little bend / kink before the start-finish line to take that checker flag and finish our lap at Mid-Ohio.
And a very technically demanding race circuit here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, as you just saw. And we'll get deeper into that once the racing gets underway. But before we can go green, we got to fire up those engines, Ben.
Thank you very much. I'm down here with Mike Cantrell. You can see Next Gen there. What is it, the most powerful
detailing products ever made?
Nice. I love it. And I know that you've been at a few of these events. I've seen Next Gen on some of these beautifully polished cars. Tell us how we can get some Next Gen stuff.
Listen, I tell you what, there is nothing better than a great race unless the cars look fantastic too. And we're glad to be along for the ride on every one of these Next Gen cars. And if you want to pick some up, all you have to do is go to getnextgen.com and you can get yours today.
Nice. I love it. We've had a great car show here this weekend. Were you out talking to some of those drivers like, hey man, if you want your car to look a little better, remove some of those swirl marks. How do we get some of these products?
Yeah, so we go out to the car shows at every one of these events. We give out free samples. If you're one of the SpeedTour car show folks, you're going to be able to grab a free sample while you're here. And obviously those samples are going to have a QR code that takes you to a special link where you can get 40% off as a SpeedTour family member.
Nice. And I know it's been a lot of hustle for you to stay here. So take the mic and deliver the most famous words in motorsports for me.
Drivers, start your engines.
Man, those big V8s pumping out 900 horsepower, roaring to life here in Mid-Ohio. We are moments away from rolling off the grid and going green. You will see it all live right here today on Speed Sport 1. So stay with us. We'll be right back.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance, priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Back here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, Ralph Shaheen and Andy Lally with you, and joining us now, the man who's second in the TA2 points, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Championship, also presented by Pirelli, Thomas Annunziata. Thomas, great to have you with us.
Yeah, thanks. I'm super excited for this race. It should be really fun.
So out of the three of us, you're the last one to be on the racetrack, so tell us what it's like out there.
Well, first of all, it's pretty close to 100 degrees this weekend, so track's super slick. Greasy. It's a one-line racetrack. The track itself is hard to pass on because there aren't long braking zones, but that could invite some door-to-door banging and some wheel-to-wheel racing.
We were talking off the air a little bit. You've got some Formula car experience. You've got some touring car experience. You raced here last year in the TA2 series. We were also talking about the difficulty of what you just mentioned. You kind of got one line from turn 4 to Thunder Valley there, so you've got a lot of back and forth, a lot of poor parts on this course that you're not even full throttle, just kind of managing there. Last year we saw a lot of action there. Where do you think our pressure points, our difficulty points, our points where these guys are going to have to watch out for the potential mayhem are?
Well, first off, turn 1 and this race is super important. All the drivers know that it's going to be tough to pass, so if they could gain any positions at all in turn 1, they're going to go for it. I think after that, it's going to settle down a little bit. They're going to try to save their stuff, but this track really invites what stock car racing is all about. You got to use the front bumper and move some guys out of the way if it gets to that point. So I think we're going to see some exciting racing here. Yeah, I think it should be really fun.
Well, Andy's already taken us for a lap, but now let's take you around graphically and show you what this place looks like, beginning as you come down out of the carousel across the start-finish line, headed towards Mission Foods, turn number 1. Very fast corner, Andy.
Uphill entry that sort of plateaus. It's a quick kind of 90-mile-an-hour minimum speed, but you're 110 miles an hour before you're even on the exit, and you're flying uphill to a pretty steep braking zone on entry. Turn 2, our Cube 3 turn 2 here, what we call the keyhole.
Yeah, and then Thomas, it's a very, very fast section from here. Downhill, quickly through the bend at 3. Great passing point here at 4.
Yes, that will be the second hard braking zone where you can make a lot of the moves happen, and then the rest of this stuff is very flowy. You have to nail the corners in order to nail the rest of the track to save tires. And yeah, in order to catch someone and make a move through that section, you got to hope the guy in front of you makes a mistake or pressures them into a mistake, and you could really get them all flying everywhere else.
And we are racing here, and off goes one car already. Is that Andretti? And then Paterick goes around. No, that was Menard.
Oh my gosh.
The green comes out on the back straightaway here. Paterick gets spun. That car back first time after the big crash at Sonoma.
Obviously, we've got Matty Brabs that was able to squeeze through that hole. Chris avoided most of that, and Tommy Dreese as well, but we definitely had some drama into turn 4 there with Menard. Made it through the gravel trap and safely back on. Who knows what's in his radiators right now. Obviously, with the grass fairly tall here and in abundance, you clog that radiator up and you're going to be worried about overheating here.
That's not the way Andretti wanted to start his 100th race. Unfortunately, I believe he is on the racetrack in 6th. He's making a move on Pancho Weaver's car right now. Let's see if he can make a comeback.
Amy Ruman. Look at the Corvette here. Flapping bodywork. We saw her hard on the brakes going into 4, and she's got some bodywork damage. Boy, this is her home track. Amy is so fast here, and she's had lots of bad luck here.
Yeah, it is. She's had so many championships and so many wins at other places, but like you said, never won at her home track. It's the kind of that home track jinx, unfortunately, where it involves Amy. And I'm sorry, I said Menard. It was Andretti that took that trip through the gravel right there. These guys sort themselves out now. Aaron Quine involved in the middle of that mix. He stayed clean through there, and our front 3 breaking away here.
And Amy just gets around Quine, and she's now moved up to 4th.
Andretti's fast, guys. He's already passed one of the drivers, and he's on Menard's tail. If we go back to what I said, turn 1 is exactly where you need to get those positions, and it looked like everyone was super aggressive, but luckily, again, Andretti is back on the racetrack. Looks like everyone got back on the racetrack, and he's fast. He just needs one caution. He'll be back in this thing.
Matty Brabs comfortably in control by a 2.5 seconds, but Tommy Dreese, again, this isn't teasing him. He's a great long-run driver. Usually doesn't fire off as quick, whether that's setup or whatnot, but he is on the tail of Chris Dyson.
Tommy Dreese in that trench showing more tool back black and gold car. Here's another replay of the start. See what happens here as they go deep into the corner. You can see Amy Ruman locking up the Corvette, and Menard just slid off. Looks like there might have been a little bit of contact with Andretti. Then Andretti gets together with Paterick, which is crazy since they were the two that got together at Sonoma.
Exactly. That's repeating our Sonoma drama right there. Hard to tell from that POV if Andretti got into the back of Menard to shove him off in turn 4, or if he was just with Menard going too deep and they both took a trip there. But obviously, cold tires Cold Tires getting the best of a decent portion of our TA field here. Again, Tommy Dreese with pressure on Chris Dyson.
And we see Brabham really starting to open up a gap here, almost 3 seconds between him and Dyson already as they go through Thunder Valley. And then you've got Dreese right behind him. And remember, Dyson is back after a huge hit, his 2nd one of the year at Lime Rock at our last race. And he was telling me on Friday that he feels like he's better prepared to come back from that Lime Rock crash to race here than he was coming back after Sebring to race at Sonoma.
Speaking to the team, they were cautiously optimistic about how they were able to get this car together. I don't think Chris is really enjoying the front grip that he's got. Maybe that's tires coming up slowly, or maybe a bit of an imbalance, but Tommy is eating him up in the slower portion stuff. We can see him right here through that middle really gaining. Chris puts the power down pretty well coming off, but it looks like the 16 car, that Jim Weed sponsored Ford Mustang, is shoving the nose a little bit too much through the corner. Definitely has some ponies there though.
Yeah, you can see Dreese hitting 170 miles an hour before he gets on the binders here for 4. And Dyson was quicker than that, so he's pushing 175 easy.
I think Dyson's saving his stuff. I talked to him a lot about this. He gave me a lot of cool advice before I made my first TA start, and he's usually very chill in the beginning, saves his stuff. Brabham's driving away at the moment. I can't tell if that's because his car's faster or he's driving harder, but Dyson's a veteran at this stuff, and I think he knows what he's doing here. And then on top of that, you got Dreese at Dark Horse, usually you don't really talk much about him, and then he's always in the conversation there at the end. So I think we got a long race ahead, and it should be very interesting here.
And happy birthday to Rob Dyson, Chris's dad, longtime racer, team owner.
Another legend in the sport there.
Oh, yeah. And you can see Dreesy right up on the curbing there coming through the carousel.
Definitely able to move that car around a little better. Chris had to miss the test day here on Thursday, so he's a little bit, a step off of what these guys are as far as time in the car this weekend. Running second is not a bad spot behind your teammate here. That's Dyson Racing 1-2, and like Thomas was saying, he could very well understand that with 100 miles, probably about 92 left in this race right now, he's got time to take care of his equipment, take care of his tires. Knows these tires are going to get greasy and slipping and sliding coming off here, and may just be in the catbird seat when it comes time to trying to make a pass here for the win.
Yeah, for sure. I don't see Brabham really driving away from Dyson too much anymore. I think he's starting to pick it up, or Brabham's starting to save his stuff. But if you see Dreesy is starting to move around the racetrack, as we saw, changing lines, that is because of the dirty air. The dirty air in these cars are quite significant with the downforce and the high-speed nature of these race cars, and moving your car around could get some air in the front end of the car.
Catch a glimpse of Pinteric here, who's running 10th overall. He is 8th in class in the Trans Am category.
Our points leader, Paul Menard, has fallen back
to 13th.
Andretti is now P4. There was a battle ensuing there. Normally we're not seeing our first and second in the points battling it out for 4th and 5th. Maybe something's happened there. We'll see if Ben can find out some information for us here. On board here now, legendary Wally Dallenbach here making his final start in the Trans Am Series, with team owner John Cloud also making his final start, choosing the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course to end an incredible career here.
Not sure if he made it, but Wally was telling me yesterday Jack Roush was trying to come here today, be present for Wally's last race in Trans Am. Of course, Wally won that championship in 1985, racing for Jack Roush. Oh, and around goes Dreesy, right into the S's.
Oh, man. Get that
He was
thing
running
refired. There he goes.
third.
There he goes. He's still third.
Yep.
Is he
Here
still
comes
third?
Amy.
He's still third. That's going to be Amy Ruman now closing
Then
in.
Andretti's
Andretti's dropped
closing
a spot.
in here.
But there's so much going on here. We haven't caught it up with it all. A second ago, Andretti was running in a very comfortable 4th. Dropped back a couple spots. This is Amy Ruman now. Finally, maybe this is one of these chances for her to get up on the podium at her home track.
You can see Tommy looks like he's really fighting the front end of the car here.
Well, for sure. I think when he spun, he overheated those rear tires. He's got to give it a few laps to cool those tires down. And I wonder if Andretti had an off-track excursion as well, which caused him to fall back, because he should theoretically be ahead of Dreesy after that spin. I wonder if Menard had overheating issues after going through grass, having grass and dirt in that grill. Could have overheated that car. So
no problems for that guy. Matt Brabham out front, belching flames as he goes through the Cube 3 architecture keyhole. He's got just inside of 4 seconds between him and his teammate, Chris Dyson.
See, he's stretching the gap out a little bit more. Again, still very early in this race.
There's Dreesy slipping back into the clutches of Amy Ruman in her bright red Corvette C7 bodied car. Looks like Tommy's got a little more speed than she does down that long straightaway.
He does, and it looks like she's got a bit of a parachute off that left rear, with if that's an inner fender liner or if that's the bumper torn up there, but definitely a little bit of aerodynamic drag. She does close up quite a bit. She knows these tight, twisty portions of this Mid-Ohio sports car course here is obviously her home track. I am taking a look at Paul Menard coming back up through timing here. He's closing back up behind David Pinteric here.
Yeah, Paul has climbed back up to 9th overall and 9th in class.
Andretti has an issue here for sure. He's had a few issues this whole season. If anyone could drag a car here that has an issue to the end of this race and get the points he needs, it's Andretti. He's the best at it, and one of the best I know at it. But he has fallen back multiple seconds from Amy Ruman and Dreesy that last lap, and including this one.
Looking at Gray in the 60 as their groups at the front start working their way through traffic. Gray is running 18th overall, 4th in class.
Oh
boy,
trip through the
problems
grass.
there.
Amy Ruman trying to keep the exit speed to make up some time. Exiting one, keeps her foot in it for a couple hundred yards here. We're going to take a quick look at Tommy. Just coming into turn one, gets a little bit too much rear brake there and just can't hold the back end.
He's trying to keep pace with Dyson, and at 4 there, you got to be a lot smoother on the brakes and getting back onto the gas there, right?
Yeah.
I think that was it.
I think it's rolling. I think he either wheel hopped or he carried too much speed through the center of the corner, and the tires were not going to hold. So unfortunate, but he's kept the position. But if we look here at Andretti's times, he's fallen 3 seconds off the times he was running at the beginning of this race. And as we're speaking, Paul Menard runs the fastest lap of the race by 2 seconds over the guys in front of him, so he's on a charge.
He's found his rhythm, hasn't he?
Our leader might have chilled it out a little bit, and he's taking care of the cushion that he's got, thinking that he's got 80 plus miles to go here at a 24.2, but Paul Menard at a 22 flat last time by. Chris Dyson also closing in on the leader now that he doesn't have any pressure from behind of Tommy Dreese here.
Watching Milton Grant here in the 55, who is running 3rd overall in SGT. Driver out of Germantown, Tennessee. The Century Self-Store Spring Hill Suites Porsche 991. And there goes your race leader, Matty Brabham.
Yep, as we see here, Dyson's caught the leader, Matty Brabham, by a second that last lap. It looks like he's starting to charge a little more. Actually, he's catching a lot here.
He almost missed that corner, though, didn't he,
Yes,
Dyson?
but if you look, Brabham's in sight now. It looks like he's stuck in lap traffic at the very moment, and Dyson's taking advantage of it.
Lapping through some of the GT cars here.
That hurt him.
And a lot of these corners, Andy, blind when you come down here through Thunder Valley and all of that.
Definitely tricky as you come up over the rise through 6 and 7 there. The front end gets light. You're landing off camber to turn into Thunder Valley there, turn 9. Very, very tricky. Was definitely one of the trickiest portions of this course here.
The track itself gives you false confidence going in. A lot of these braking zones are up a hill, but then the rest of the corner falls off a cliff. So you go into these corners with a ton of speed and believing that it'll stick, and then when you get to the other side of the corner, you drop 50 feet, and the whole balance of the race car changes.
Jim Weed adorning the doors of both of the Dyson Racing cars. I tell you, the blue can, I think it's tropical fruit. That's my favorite. Can't say that I don't go steal a case from him every weekend and stick it in the Trans Am trailer. Menard has made up 2 spots since we've been talking to get himself within 1 spot of Andretti and our points battle here. Menard still flying with some quick times here, 4 seconds a lap quicker than Andretti that he's gaining on, and he's right to his bumper now.
There you see Menard right on the backside of Adam Andretti and closing, coming out of the keyhole here and going right by him down this long back straightaway.
Adam is obviously down a cylinder here, and Tommy, you know how it is when you're just out and off on your engine like that. This turns into a very long day for Adam.
Very long day. You know, the adrenaline's not pumping anymore. You're not fighting for much other than just trying to stay motivated to finish and take those points home. But you know the other guy's going to gain more points on you, especially when it happens this early in the race. He's got a whole hour and a minute left of this race to just cruise around the racetrack, and he knows what's going on up front. He knows those guys are taking points away from him or gaining more points on him. So it's unfortunate, but I hope he could at least get it home. Finish that 100th race.
Exactly. Yep.
And here's Wally Dallenbach. You know, I was talking with Wally on Friday, and I said, of all the stuff you've driven, what's your favorite race car? He goes, this one this weekend. He goes, I absolutely love this car, love the series. And he said, even though the cars have progressed from where they were in 1985 when he won his first championship, he said it's still basically the same beast. Yes, it's got more horsepower and better grip and all that, but he said you still have to drive it the same way. You have to attack.
And you'll hear me say it over and over and over again. One of the best things about Trans Am racing is that we keep it simple.
Adam on pit lane.
Popping the hood here. Obviously, they're worried about the motor blowing, and this isn't just the time to do the laps. They've got to take a look at what's wrong and see if there's a fix. I think they were probably staying out hoping for a full course yellow so that they could do these repairs and take a look without leading a lap here. Wally Dallenbach, who was up to 5th from 8th, having a great run, now under big pressure from our points leader, Paul Menard.
Yep, Menard working the backside of Dallenbach here, trying to find a way around as they come through the S's.
Got one of the new Howe HR6 GT cars right there as we go. Wally wastes no time with a dive into turn 9 there.
If you want my honest opinion, I think Menard is truly in this race again. He's currently a second a lap quicker than the leaders and the rest of the field. And if you do the math, it's going to be no time before he gets to the front of that field. So hopefully Menard's saving his stuff and he's not hurting his stuff at the very moment. But if he can keep that pace, it's going to be a strong fight up front.
It is hard in this heat to go that fast and expect to get to the leader and have much left of your tire, especially if that leader is understanding of what your process is and is saving his stuff at the same time. But one yellow bunches this field up. We've got all 9 TA cars still in the lead lap until Adam goes down a lap here. All these guys are still in it if we can get a yellow here and bunch this field up. But Paul Menard definitely on a tear with that Pittsburgh Paints number 3. Boy, that's a bit of a tongue twister that doesn't need to be.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Paints and Stains number 3. Certainly the quickest car on the course right now as Andretti continues to just sit in his car. They're buttoning it back up. Maybe they're going to release him here shortly. Top liner Chevy.
They don't look like they're in much of a rush, and Adam's door is up there, so this doesn't.
Maybe he's getting ready to crawl out.
This doesn't look good.
That's so unfortunate for that
Yep,
group
here
of
he
guys.
comes.
They're such a hard-working group of people. Those are the guys who gave me my first break in TA. So I hate to see this. I wish Andretti could have finished that race, his 100th race, but I guess there's always the next one.
Claudio Burton, the inventor, the mad scientist, the chemist, the brains behind Topliner, had a competing brand similar to that in years past, sold that off, and is now back with the newest, latest, greatest, improved creation that is Topliner, an amazing bedliner spray. Unfortunately today, having a little bit of bad luck. And here we go. I've been waiting for this. Our drone footage is back, chasing Matty Brabs in that number 21 Jim Weed Chevrolet Mustang, sorry.
Yeah. And,
sorry,
that's
guys.
a big challenge, chasing Matty Brabham around here today.
It is.
That drone is such a cool camera. It almost makes you feel like you're in third person in a video game.
Right?
It is so cool.
This is definitely unique to our series. We've got one of the braver drone pilots out there, and he does an amazing job getting really close to these cars, even through the turbulence that they have to deal with the downforce and the wind that these cars are kicking up.
Well, we got a pretty good commercial pilot as well working with us here in our Speed Sport 1 broadcast. So we're going to step away for a moment from the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, still being led by Matt Brabham. Be right back. Here's Brabham down that long back straightaway, headed towards turn number 4 through the bend. And he's going to catch up to one of the Maseratis here.
That is Chris Coffey, the leader of our GT class, but he's also, honestly, he's leading the SGT class and the XGT class, doing an amazing job. Coffey always on the point with our GT class here, leading the points championship, leading this 5-car class that he's got here this weekend, and doing a great job running in the top 10 overall. Is Brabs, obviously with almost double the amount of horsepower, making his way by Adam 8, 9, 10 there.
Coffey out of Murphy, Texas. Norwood Auto Italia Traffic Graphics Maserati MC GT4.
Just observing what's going on at the very moment, it looks like Dyson closes the gap a little bit on his teammate Brabham, but he keeps getting caught in lap traffic in the worst spots. So Dyson is hitting lap traffic and losing all the time he's just gained, and Brabham's doing just a better job at getting around that lap traffic at the very moment. So let's see what he can do here, and let's see how fast he can get around Coffey, but he's going to need a bit of luck here, Dyson.
He's going to catch Coffey right at the Cube 3 Architecture keyhole, and he clears him easily.
Yeah, no, Coffey, Chris knows is very aware that he's got to drive in his mirrors a lot with these 900 horsepower TA cars around here, but he's also got quite a comfortable lead over his teammate Colin, who's running P2, doing a great job here, holding off the Howe HR6 cars here. So in their debut, the 3 Howe HR6 cars trying to make a run at Cohen here, but Cohen holding off for second place in our podium position.
At that. Back live here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course here on SpeedTour 1. And guys, during the break there, I was watching as they went up through 5. There's some debris off to the far right. And maybe that yellow we're thinking about could come if that gets moved a little bit.
I know Tim Richter, our race director up in the booth, has been watching that since the first lap. That is leftovers of the Adam Andretti, David Pentarek touch there, and that might even be a little bit of leftover Amy Ruman bumper that we saw from that damage. And it's offline, so it's not much of a threat. But if somebody hits it, spreads it out, pushes it online, this is definitely something that Tim would have to consider for what we're doing here.
For sure. I think, so you can see Dyson starting to catch Brabham again. I think he is the faster package. I think there probably could or should be a yellow to clean up that debris, but if not...
right here on your right. Right there.
It wouldn't be a bad idea if you're on the inside of some guy to wash them out wide and put them in that stuff to hopefully give yourself a better chance at winning. But that's just tactics. But, you know, we'll see what happens here. Let's see if we can get to that point where these two Jim Weed cars are side-by-side racing for the win.
And, you know, tip of the visor to Chris Dyson's crew. They had to get the car back together after Sebring, do it again after Lime Rock. They've done a lot of work getting that machine ready to go racing again. And every time Chris has climbed behind the wheel, that number 16, it has been fast and very competitive. So they've done a nice job getting him race ready. Well, unfortunately, the 100th start came to an end early for Adam Andretti, but Ben is with him.
Well, thanks a lot, Ralph. I'm down here with a very disappointed Adam Andretti. Adam, your car looked so good all weekend. What happened out there at the start?
It's hard telling without seeing a replay or anything like that, but it was just chaos. It was chaotic at the start. I felt like I got shoved a little bit, and we were pitched pretty tight, and I didn't mean to get into Paul at all. And then when that happened, it spun the wheel in my hands, and I hit the pit limiter by accident. And that's what I ended up into David Pentarek. I guess the magnets in our cars are still there, and after Sonoma. But I feel bad about that. And the Kreider Racing group, I hate it that we got into them right there. And this is a home race for him and David. And yeah, I hate it most for this top liner Burton Racing group. We had a great race car all weekend long, and it's over that early. But we had an engine failure. We had something else going on that had nothing to do with the contact, and so we'll go back and we'll look at that, and hopefully we got something to come to Road America with.
Love it. Well, gentlemen, that's from Adam Andretti. Back to you.
All right, Ben. Well, Road America's the next stop. That's next weekend over in Elkhart Lake. Let's take a look at the replay of the start once again here and show you how chaotic it was when Adam was talking about, headed down that long back straightaway. When they do a rolling start here, the starts are handled over there to give everybody plenty of room to get situated before coming up to turn 4, as opposed to trying to settle it all down before you get to turn 1. Here's a look at it now, guys. Take me through it.
We had Matty Brabs was clear. We've got, it looks like Pentarek got in the back of Dyson a little bit, but Paul might have squeezed down on Adam. I couldn't hear Adam's interview very well, but it looks like they got each other squeezed down. That let Adam push wide, probably got into Paul from what I'm guessing. We don't have the best of views right there. That sent Paul way deep into the woods there. And then Adam was left sides in the dirt, probably didn't have a whole lot of turning capability at that point. And then unfortunately was a little bit wide. That's some of the debris. You'll see that pop off. Everybody gets choked up right there. We're 4 wide coming through turn 5 right there.
And look at Menard sliding to get back up onto the racetrack. And also we saw Adam get all 4 wheels off into the dirt. And as he came back up, it's obviously not the smoothest transition in the world. It's going to upset the car and it might move around. And so accidentally you make contact with Pinteric that way.
Yes, and that's what I obviously I think what we're seeing there. Also, now I think that is Paul Menard up into 4th. And he's got his sights now set on Tommy Dreese.
Our MCO Gears total laps led has been Matt Brabham the entire distance, 14 laps. Out front since this one went green.
Paul is flying, and now Dreese. Paul in the first one into the 1:minute 21s here, and Dreese into the 1:minute 22s. Dyson has now closed that gap to 2 seconds. This is they're all coming together here. It's gonna be a dogfight to the end.
Dreese did set his fast lap just now on lap 17. I think someone told him Menard was coming and that if he wants to keep this podium, he's got to light a fire under there. So as strong as we saw him to kick it off, here we go. Tommy Dreese flying now.
There's Kaylee Bryson, who's leading class in her 02 Corvette. Now I was talking with Kaylee. She's been very, very busy since the last time we saw her, which I think was the Road Atlanta. She has been running in USAC Silver Crown. She's been running 360 sprint cars. She ran Knoxville Raceway for the very first time. And she was telling me she's getting ready to go back in August to run the 360 Nationals in Knoxville. That is quite an undertaking and nothing like what she's racing today.
That's what I was going to say. With a new sponsor on board this weekend with DSS out of Nashville there, she should be extremely proud of that. Any driver that's capable of jumping into a road racing car like her Corvette and then to jump back over to a 360 winged sprint car that she's flying around Knoxville of all places with, that's quite a varied talent of driving right there. And
a Silver Crown car on pavement and dirt.
Massively, massively different types of machines, all with gigantic horsepower, but a whole different way that you drive that. That's an amazing way for a young driver to get better and better and better and be able to adapt to different experiences like that. That's going to make her one of the most well-rounded drivers in the field.
I mean, the 360 car with the big wing on it, totally different than a non-wing Silver Crown car. And that Silver Crown car on pavement and dirt. So very impressed with Kaylee Bryson as she's working her way past Gray here in the 60. And hot on her heels, that hill, I believe right there. In
that's Amy Ruman.
No, that's Amy's Corvette.
For lapping there. Amy's
Hill is
running
behind her in the 0 Corvette, giving chase as well. And here's Tommy Dreese, that trench shoring Motul back machine. And David Pinteric gave Dreese's guys a lot of credit for helping to get his car back together and ready to go racing here at Mid-Ohio. And Pinteric's car turned its first laps since the crash Thursday.
Yeah, Gary Seelix and the guys over at Dreese's team here, big series proponents, want to help the other drivers and the other teams get back in it. Kreider Racing needed some help there and went to Dreese and the squad over there, and they jumped right in, helped them out with some of the big stuff, delivered the car here back to Kreider Racing. They stayed up all night long putting that back together, and they made that first session, so pretty impressive here.
Yeah, a great group of guys, and obviously a very fast car. I think Dreese was probably just practicing his victory donuts early on just to get that out of the way. And
Thomas, you mentioned a minute ago of Chris closing that gap. Last lap, Matty Brabs, lap 19, he sets his fastest lap, so when he needs to turn up the wick, Chris was getting a little close. Brabs maybe saving a little something, maybe saving that tire a little bit, is good to go here and cranked up that lap time. But Chris answered with another lap. They're both within 0.02 of a second of each other on that last lap.
Yeah, this is keeping me on the edge of my seat. I mean, there is no consistent driver that's gaining or losing. All four of these guys are out of nowhere picking up seconds on others or losing. So any of these four drivers are going to have a chance at winning. If we look at Menard here, Menard was 40 seconds back on lap 1. He's now closed the gap to under 20 seconds here with less than halfway through the race. So, I mean, everyone's flying.
I know all these drivers are in good physical shape, and many of them are veterans, have had lots of racing experience. But it is also the first very hot day of the year that we've gone racing with Trans Am, and the driest of the year.
The hottest, the driest, and with no yellows. This is one of our longer green flag runs as we see Paul Menard now with the big answer. That is a podium in sight, and with Adam Andretti going to receive minimum points here because of the engine issues that they're having, this could be a huge day for Paul Menard to capitalize on extending that points lead here. If he can get, we're seeing a replay. If you guys, if our viewers here remember the 2 races ago, Laguna Seca, last lap, last corner, Paul Menard giving the chrome horn to Tommy Dreese for that final podium spot. We're in the same exact position again here.
Menard has just grabbed that Mustang around the neck and is just ringing it around this racetrack, isn't he? He is just flinging it.
Yeah, and this is a track for sure that you're going to probably have to use that front bumper. I mean, a lot of these corners are a lot like ovals. It's a long corner with almost 2 parts to it, and the entry's closed off and the exit's closed off, so you're going to have to use that bumper to get the guy offline for sure.
Tommy Dreese with a little bobble. Little bobble right through there, and it's going to get Tommy being defensive, and Paul going to the outside into the keyhole.
Boy, that's a tough place to make a pass on the outside at the Cube 3 Architecture keyhole. But he's going to have to tuck back in line and now see if the horsepower can get him set up for turn 4.
He didn't get a good enough run out of there. He's going to have to wait. Good racing.
It's a lot of work to have to wait again, isn't it?
Boy, man, you know, you see that door open. You see Tommy bobble at the apex of 1, but was smart to defend, put himself in a position where Paul was going to have to go around the outside. Paul, brave enough, though, took a look, but with a little bit of the marbles on the outside, didn't get that run off the keyhole, and now he's got to start all over again. And like Tommy and I were chatting before this race, this part right through here, this is so tough to make a pass on. So Paul, obviously championship in the back of his mind, has to wait for the right spot to get to that bumper and make that move. And there's only a couple of spots here if you want to be wide for Tommy Dreese to give him a shot at doing so.
The reigning champ all over Dreese here.
See if he gets a good exit out of here. He might have a chance into turn 1.
And headed back towards Mission Foods, turn number 1. Here they come again. Traffic in front of them just coming out of Mission Foods 1. Menard sniffing to the inside. He's going to settle him back behind him as they go through the corner. But that might all set him up for Cube 3 Architecture keyhole, which is coming up.
Decent exit for Menard. We have lap traffic coming up as well, so let's see if Menard could use him as a pick.
Couldn't get him on entry. Does he get a better drive off? Dreese with a good drive out of there.
A good turn 1 and a good keyhole. It's going to make that a tough bid for Paul Menard to make that pass. But did we have a little contact right there? It looks like our leaders got slowed up a bit.
Well, Dyson is definitely catching our race leader. And we're on board with Tommy Dreese in that trench showing Motul-backed Camaro.
Yeah, this is one of the most exciting races I've seen in a long time. And while we're talking about this fight for the final spot at the podium, Chris Dyson has now got the gap to Matt Brabham under 2 seconds. We're now within the second range.
Look how tight this is. I mean, there's not even a car length between those two.
Tommy is driving the heck out of that car. He does not want to give up the final trophy, the final spot on the podium here, as we see Brabs working through some lap traffic.
Battle for the lead here. You can see Dyson right behind him as they go back into Mission Foods turn number 1. And the engines are not the same.
Oh,
no!
Oh.
Paul Menard has stuffed it into the tires.
This is the carousel, the final corner just before the kick coming on the front straightaway. That Pittsburgh Paints car, he's going to have to do this all over again. Hopefully we don't have any grass in the grill here. He's up and going clear. That gives Tommy Dreese a lot of breathing room now after all that pressure.
And incredibly, it doesn't look like there's any damage at all to the front of that Mustang.
Now I wonder, that's either a driving error, or I wonder, did he get in front of Dreese and Dreese repaid the favor from Laguna Seca?
Oh.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, either one of those is a strong possibility. Well, I like the way you're thinking.
There's a lot going on over here. Where did he get up?
Well, let's take a look at it and see what we can see. Here they come. He got to the outside of him.
Too late.
Too much.
Yeah, he just took a big lunge at it. There's not a lot of rubber down there. You see the lockup right before then, and just a little nudge. But we did see that grass is filled up in the front of that radiator right there. We've got to, when you get a hot day like this, it's unbelievable what a clump full of grass can do on the front of that radiator to send those engine temperatures. Now remember, we're talking 900 plus horsepower out of these things. They need a lot of water and a lot of air to cool these things down. You fill that radiator up with grass, and that's a lot of potential trouble, especially with this much time left in the race.
For sure. I mean, it's so hot out that in general with the perfect cooling systems, it doesn't fully cool the car down. I mean, specifically in the TA2 series, a lot of us drivers are struggling with brake fade and brake failure. I've had 2 brake failures this weekend, and a bunch of other drivers have as well. So they got to make sure to save their stuff, but when that stuff happens, it's going to be tough to cool the engine or tires down after that.
It's going to be in the back of their minds the whole way.
Be tough to cool the driver down too, right? Because his blood pressure just went sky high. Well, here's a look at it. Is there still grass? Looks like the grass is gone.
Okay.
Looked like a lot of it, at least, has fallen off the front of that Pittsburgh Paints and Stains number 3.
With as much NASCAR experience as Paul Menard has, he knows that the thing to do when you fill that radiator up with grass is to tuck yourself right on the bumper of the next car you can find, because there's a low pressure area right there, and that grass will literally just suck up and off and over the front of the car or around the sides to the high pressure area, and it'll basically just pull it right off the radiator. Maybe he's smart enough to find a lapped car that he can run close enough to, but literally just has to be a couple of seconds, and that's all gone.
At this very moment, Paul Menard is around 15 seconds off from where Dreesy was before. I believe he did make up that whole gap within around 35 minutes. I think it is possible for Paul Menard to gain those positions back and then get within distance of Dreesy here at the end of this race. So Dreesy's not all quite done yet. He's got to get through this lap traffic very quickly, and he's got to be consistent and save his stuff, because Menard's probably disappointed, upset, and he's going to be pushing hard here.
Here's the other thing for Tommy Dreesy. He has been nosing around this championship fight all season long, on the podium quite often this year, and he's going to possibly do it again today. Came into this race here in Mid-Ohio 3rd in the championship, and with Menard now struggling behind him, Dyson not really running for points, and Matt Brabham not running for points, Dreesy can make up a ton of markers here today.
He's a net winner in the championship today for sure. If he can gain any more positions up front, it'll only help that situation. But yeah, let's see. If Menard continues the race here and only finishes a few points behind, he won't gain too much on him, but he's for sure going to gain a decent amount on Andretti.
Dreesy was on the podium here in Mid-Ohio just last year, finishing 3rd. Looking to do the same here today. He's got 3 poles here as well from 2013 through 2015 consecutively. And he had one in 2021.
Dyson's in traffic here.
And he's a former winner here in American Le Mans Series competition, so in an LMPC car. So Tommy knows his way around Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, he's got a ton of experience for sure. A ton of experience. Great race car driver too, and just picking up the points when he needs to, aggressive when he needs to be, and conservative when he needs to be as well. So that's what we need to do to be in a championship.
Now check this out.
The Ron Fellows car.
I love that car. Love the look of that car. That's one of our GT1 entrants. Next week at Road America, be sure to tune in for that. John DeGainer will be there, and he's going to have the most amount of competition that he'll have had all season long, as we've got a bunch of GT1 entrants there. That is the generation older Trans Am cars, but still tons of horsepower and a lot of speed in those cars. I know he likes Mid-Ohio, but he's really looking forward to Road America.
Yeah, he was telling me he was hoping a bunch of those GT1 guys were going to come here. They just couldn't get ready in time, but they will be at Elkhart Lake next week. And that is a real Ron Fellows car. He said Ron has come over and taken a look at it and said, yep, that's it.
He keeps the paint job on it because it's such an iconic car. It's been doing really...
Oh, and he went off.
Commentator's curse.
Oh, the commentator's curse, just as we were done.
Sorry.
It obviously looked like he was starting to pass the Porsche down the back straightaway, and it looked like he gave a lift. I wasn't sure if
could
he was
be our yellow.
This could be our yellow.
Be the yellow.
I was going to say, I don't want to make you guys too excited, but Menard caught Dreesy that last lap by 4 seconds.
Wow.
And he's on a charge at the moment. This is going to make everything interesting here.
Here's the thing for Paul Menard, it's all about minimizing your damage on your bad days, right? And he is doing that today.
Sure. He's had quite an active day here with a trip through the grass twice, almost a tire wall once. Man, I'm sorry, John DeGainer. That is, he had just won his race on the SVRA side. At SpeedTour here, we have both SVRA, we have IGT, we have Trans Am, we have a bunch of different events going on when we go track to track to track, and he just won in a really cool older car that he's got here, but was looking forward to the Trans Am race, and looking forward to him now next week at Road America with the rest of the GT1 crowd that we've got showing up there.
Well, that full course caution hasn't come out yet. We're still green and racing. Tim Richter has not said we're going full course yellow. It's just a local yellow for now, so
it's all right.
Maybe it's not going to help out Paul Menard the way we thought.
I think it's going to be okay. I think it will come out because you can't get that car fired and it's not a safe spot. But there's still 35 minutes left of this race, so regardless of what happens, I think if we do get a yellow, we should have enough time to have some good wheel-to-wheel racing. But honestly, I'm very surprised with Dyson and how he hasn't fallen off and how he's been gaining on Matt. And I'm excited that this is happening. You know? Oh, here we go.
There's the caution.
Full
yellow
course
flag.
Caution in our Trans Am presented by Pirelli. Field is going to get a chance to re-rack them and go with about
34 minutes.
About 34 minutes. That's our, I think we're going to hit our mileage before we hit our minutes here. So there's even less time than that to go. So this is going to be a barn burner here at the end. Paul is going to get the chance that he's been looking for to try to go after this and get that podium shot. Amy Ruman, the same. I'm sure she's been chomping at the bit to close that gap back up. And Tommy Dreese, who looked, honestly, like the pressure came off and maybe his guys called him and said, hey, you've got this podium. You're clear by 8 seconds. Save the tires in case we get that yellow. You pushing hard here. You're too far behind to catch Chris, and you're far enough ahead to stay ahead of Amy and Paul. You can manage that tire if we get a yellow and then go for it and use it up at the end.
Well, we're going to see that all here momentarily. The Ginetta safety car is out. The field is lining up back behind it. So while they take care of all that, these drivers get ready to go sprint racing to the finish. We'll take a quick break so we can come back and show it all to you live. The finish in Mid-Ohio coming up on Speed Sport 1.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said. One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out. Miller, look out.
Back here on a hot and sunny day at Mid-Ohio in Lexington, Ohio. About an hour outside of Columbus. It tends to be where the majority of people fly into when they come here.
Yeah, for sure. No, I'm really happy with what I saw with Dreese, though. Like I said, the dark horse in this situation where he's always there at the end. He forced Paul Menard into a mistake. He didn't make the mistake himself. He was off pace a bit, and he's got a hard-charging Paul Menard, NASCAR driver, Brickyard 400 winner. Up
Pretty
that,
good shoe.
up his rear end, and so like that was awesome to see.
Well, let's get an update on Paul Menard's car. Here's Ben Sissel.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm down here with Tony Gentilozzi, and man, they have thrown everything at you today, but this full course caution kind of comes in your favor, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it does. Looks like we got turned around at the start. Paul drove some really quick laps. We've got a great car, so we'll see what happens here at the end.
And you came into a quick pit stop early just to get the grass off so it doesn't overheat. Is that what you were doing?
Yes, absolutely. Unfortunately, when he went off, he took a bunch of grass, and better than blowing it up, we stopped and cleared it off.
All right, well, back to you guys with a little information here from pit lane.
Okay, so they got the grass off, and it sounds like they're confident in the speed in the car, but he's got a ways to go. There you see him back behind Amy Ruman.
So
and it looked like another car before he would get to Dreesy again.
Yeah, so this is going to be a challenge. I think he's going to be able to make short work of the GT, XGT, and SGT cars that are in our field, but then once he gets to Trans Am cars, it's going to be a battle again. But I don't think it'll be too much. Oh, boy, and as we're looking at that, man, it's only going to be he only dropped back a couple of cars, I guess because of the gap while we were under the code 60. And the code 60, for those at home that haven't understood it, the Trans Am does this with the intent of additional safety. So instead of when we go full course yellow and these guys staying flat out and catching straight up to the pace car, when we go code 60, there's a screen inside of every single race car that explains you need to slow down to 60 miles per hour right now. What that lets Trans Am do is confidently put safety cars on course to go address the needs of whatever driver is whatever ailing car, whatever driver's in need or whatever, and we could do that right away. So when other cars are still on track doing 150, 170, whatever miles an hour, we can't send safety out. What we do is the cars stay at 60 miles an hour, basically like they're on a pit speed limiter, and then once safety is addressed and everything's good, we take that code 60 off. We're still under full course yellow, but those cars can now speed up to catch the pace car and get back in line like we see here.
See, Matt Brabham has led every lap here today.
So educate me here. Is Menard going to start? Is Menard and Dreesy going to start behind Brabham and Dyson, or are those lap cars going to be cars that they still have to get around on the restart?
We can say so. I guess Dreesy. So we are just wave back, I believe, and that's where we're going to have a handful of the lap cars that are between the leaders. They're going to back off and come through either the pit lane or the other cars are going to do. And what that basically does is, instead of us again, for safety reasons, instead of us doing a wave around when we have safety cars on track and those cars going Mach 8 trying to catch the back of the field so that they can get to the back of the field and ensure they do a restart, we literally have them do a pass through, and then electronically we add that lap back. So there's a little bit of a fuel optimization to get that, but then for us, really, it's just eyes on safety to do it electronically instead of physically sending the cars around while we still have safety on.
And I'm being told we're going to go green next time by.
Okay.
I'm going to go grab a bag of popcorn.
Yeah, man. It's going to be a good one.
It's time to brawl.
I'm excited.
Don't get a big bag because we don't have a lot of time left.
Oh, well, I mean, unless all three of us share.
This is going to set the stage. This is going to put Menard and Dreesy closer to Dyson and Brabham. Amy Ruman still in the mix there very much. Our lineup as we go, we've got Matty Brabham leading the TA class, Chris Dyson, Tommy Dreesy in third, Amy Ruman in fourth, Paul Menard in fifth.
We haven't talked about Amy Ruman too much this race, but she is in the perfect spot for chaos.
Exactly, watching the chaos.
She's stalking a podium finish here for sure.
For sure. She just needs one spot for that, but let's see what happens up front.
Remember, Menard is the points leader coming into the round, the reigning series champion. And then you've got Dreesy, who is third in the points, but in front of Menard on the racetrack. And the top two, Brabham and Dyson. Chris has said to me this weekend that I'm not really running for points anymore. I don't figure I'm in the championship fight. I'm just going to run for wins. And then Brabham not running all the events is definitely not a points championship contender.
You get enough wins, and all of a sudden you're a championship contender.
Especially
here, so
if
never
Menard
know.
stubs his toe,
exactly. Right? When like you said, if they stub their toe, they get out of here. Coming back to the green here now, just 2 more corners away.
All right, here we go. Headed towards the finish here in Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Back in green here on Speed Sport 1.
Dreesy makes a quick move up to third. There he is.
Yep.
He's on them.
Dreesy right behind Dyson as they sweep through Mission Foods turn number 1 and head to Cube 3 Architecture turn
Menard.
2. Menard looking inside of Ruman. Amy trying to hold the line, hold the spot. That's a fight for fourth.
Dyson's putting the pressure on him right here.
And they're still side by side in that fight for fourth, and Dyson trying to hang on to his teammate Brabham. Now Menard has cleared Ruman. He's going to try to catch up to Dreesy, and the fight for the final spot on the podium will be on again.
This is a wild top four. Already no separation. This is going to be a dogfight to the end.
And Amy's not done. She lost the spot to Menard, but she's still in the fight.
Aaron Quine there restarted in a good position, but told me before the race, he's like, man, we get a late restart like this. I'm going to respect these guys. I know they're going for a championship. A local guy, Mid-Ohio's his own home track, but obviously giving way to these guys and letting them go battle. And he's got the best view in the house here to watch these guys go at it for these last few laps here.
And he's done a lot of instruction here, too.
He does. As one of the main guys in Mid-Ohio School over the years, his picture's hanging up in race control, and he's happy to be back in the car. A TA2 runner in the past, first time in a TA car, obviously having a lot of fun.
Honestly, there's still a good amount of time left, and it looks like, again, Matt Brabham is starting to drive away and is pushing his equipment harder than Dyson is in the beginning. Let's see.
I was trying to bring this up earlier, but things got crazy on the racetrack again. Even though the cars come out of the same stable, there is some differences between Dyson's car and Matt Brabham's car. They're not running the same engine. Dyson has the newer, evolved FR9, and that is not the engine that is inside of Brabham's car.
And the chassis is a little bit different there, too.
Yeah.
So, but, I mean, obviously in practice, Matty Brabham's got to run both. He said they were both quick, so they're both on par with each other, relatively on par. They'll have their strengths and weaknesses against each other, as we see Paul and Tommy Dreesy.
Again.
I don't know how many times.
Here he comes. There he is, right there.
He just hit him again.
Did he shove him through?
I think he did. I could be wrong.
I can't tell.
I think he got by clean.
I don't know. Well, it's still clean regardless, but it's part of racing, but wow.
That puts Paul Menard back into podium contention here, and having run the fastest lap of this race by a good chunk, now set sail for Dyson, and then
look at all the grass off there.
One of our leaders has gone through the grass and taken something back. Maybe that was from a lap car prior, but that's a lot of grass here.
Dreesy's got to be confused here a bit. I mean, not even 15 minutes ago, he watched Menard drive off the racetrack around him, and now he's back in front of him. So
look at all that. Looks like somebody mowed some grass in there for sure.
Yep.
And you can see there's grass still on the front of Menard's car. Let's take a look at the pass between Menard and Dreesy, see if there's any contact here.
Good
he comes right up on him. He had good drive off the corner.
Cool drone shot again. I think this is a case of Tommy just drove in a little bit hot, didn't have the tires up to temp yet.
Yep.
The front
He
end
didn't touch
shoved.
him.
Menard stayed online and was able to make the pass. That's a very unlikely place to make a pass. It's very tricky, very tight, usually just 1.5 grooves wide. But when you make a mistake up front, then it's a little easier to get that nose in there and get the power down.
That was interesting. If you saw that, I mean, Menard, like a rocket ship, pulled away from Dreesy like 10, 15 cars after that. I wonder if he had something cut out.
Look at this. He is on Dyson now.
Or oh, really?
Fight for second. Right here.
Yep. Wow. What are these lap times here? Brabham's flying right now, but let's see if Menard can pick up the pace after he gets around Dyson. Good exit. Really good exit. Here he comes.
Here he comes, looking as they head to Mission Foods, turn number 1.
Not quite yet.
Tucks back in. Cube 3 Architecture Keyhole is up next.
Boy, that's just enough of a run to be enough of a teaser to maybe not be the best place. Dyson defends a little bit into the keyhole here. I think he knows that Paul's been strong and on. Brabham with a 22.2 on that last lap. Dyson 23.5. Menard 22.2. So Brabham and Menard equalizing the track lap time here. Dyson struggling a little bit. Always the long run car, getting those fronts up to temp. You can see him holding the brake a little further into the corner here, trying to get that front to cut, shoving off the bottom there.
You know what that's also doing, Andy? It's slowing down Menard, and it's keeping Menard from getting around Chris fast. And while that's taking place, Brabham is inching away.
I wonder if that's part of the strategy here.
I was wondering if he was doing that on purpose,
Good
too,
exit
just to
again.
slow him down as a teammate.
I'm going to tell you one thing. No. Chris Dyson wants to go forward and go get Brabham himself. So I think he's just having trouble getting up the temperature. Dyson wants to go past Brabham as much as Menard wants to go past Brabham here. So for sure. But I tell you, it's just having so much struggle mid-corner. Like the front just is not hooking up for him here. We're seeing the same thing, too. Watch him overslow the middle of one here.
And you can see it coming through the carousel. There is a fair amount of grass built back up on the front grille of Menard's car, which is power sapping for sure. You can see it there.
Yep. There's definitely.
And that is going to slow him down a little bit and make it hard to catch Brabham.
When Menard gets past Dyson, if he does, because he's got to get through that dirty air part, and the defending, if he gets past Dyson, there is no saving tires from here on out. He will be pushing 100% to try to catch Brabham.
And we are inside of 10 laps, working 8.5 to go.
Another tricky portion here, a variable that's never consistent here, is working through lap traffic, especially with these new HR cars, the Howe Racing cars. This is their first time racing them, so they're not exactly sure where those cars are strong or weak or whatever. We see Paul Menard dropping a wheel left and right, trying to put that pressure on Dyson, trying to get close enough to his bumper to pull that grass off there, too, so he can get that engine temperature low. Also, when you're that close to him, if you can't get close enough, you're actually still eating a lot of that exhaust, and that's also heating that engine up here. So Menard wants by, and he wants by in a hurry. He wants to go get Brabham, but he also needs some clean air so that he can get that engine cooled down.
Feverishly trying to get past him here.
Such a run out of that corner every time. If only the straightaway is just a little bit longer, he'd have a better shot going into turn one. But again, turn one is not a hard braking zone, so it's going to be tough to stick his nose. Oh, here we go.
There he goes, looking outside.
Really
Dyson moves over to block, and then Menard back to the inside, which will be the outside at the keyhole. Now he goes back inside.
Not quite. Good defense from Dyson.
Good job by our buddy Ray Mason there, making his first start of the Trans Am season to see those leaders coming and pull out of the way for us.
Looked like Menard dipped a wheel just a hair there.
I don't see how this will be doable unless he gets around him right now. There's 8 laps to go, and the gap out in front is 5 seconds. So if you do the math there, that's over a second a lap, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but he's going to need a lot of time.
Look how close he is through there.
Yeah, he's struggling with the dirty air. This track is very, very difficult to pass on. But,
he's eating them up in the slow stuff where his car's cutting and Chris is fighting that front end. While we're watching this battle, I just want to make a quick mention here. We didn't get a chance to talk about Grant, Mason, and Grant. That's 1, 2, 3 in SGT right now. Grant leading over Mason, leading over Grant. We've got a Mason sandwich there. Those guys have been putting on a battle this whole time. They haven't gotten a lot of screen time, but I wanted to give them some love and a mention here as our SGT class has been very strong today, and these guys are running nose to tail putting on this race here. Paul Menard still putting on pressure, dropping a wheel again, as he wants by desperately.
And Cohn leading in GT with Nate Peralski running second in GT. And then you got the Rinks back there in third and fourth. And look at the battle here as Menard continues to push on Dyson.
Yeah, it looks like here that Brabham's probably got this race won right now. I mean, I think it's going to be a battle between second. This would be huge for Menard in the point standings if he could get P2 as well. So this is our fight right here.
Well, and it's important for Menard because of the points that he could gain by getting around Chris Dyson here and finishing at least second on the podium today. And I would think after everything he's been through, second place points day would be very welcomed by Paul Menard.
After the yo-yo effect from literally the drop of the green flag, you think, hey, big picture, you're the championship points leader, take it easy, but we've seen him drop a wheel here 3 or 4 times in the last 3 or 4 laps as he's charging, wanting to get by. I mean, the Dyson-Menard rivalry in the last couple of years has been great. You know, Paul won this race last year. Dyson won it the year before. There's a fight for who, and it looks like it's going to be Brabham in 2025, but these guys still don't like losing to each other, and they're going to be pushing hard. whether they're racing for first, second, or 25th here. Paul again using up every inch of that road here. Dyson being a little bit protective in case Paul feels like taking the dive bomb.
Remember, at one point in this race at the beginning, Paul Menard, who started on the outside of the front row, had fallen all the way back to 13th, and now here he is fighting for second with 6 laps to go. That's one Mustang that's going to be looking for a bale of hay and a bucket of water at the end of this day.
For sure, and there's still tons of passion within this battle. I mean, as a race car driver, especially in the final laps, fighting for second, to get that position could be a win. You're in the spot to take advantage.
Caught a glimpse of Kaylee Bryson back there. She had moved way over to the right. I wasn't sure if they were just passing her, she was getting out of the way, or she was having some sort of issue with her 02 Corvette. I don't see her back there.
That was a bit excessive on the slow side. She'd been quick all day and running very well. Still a quick lap, actually really close to what her qualifying time was on her last lap. But this lap looks like she's in a little bit of trouble there, hoping she can bring this thing home.
Yeah, hopefully not a caution here at the end of this race. But again, Menard, if he could get past this, he's thinking in his mind, if he could get past Dyson here, he will be in the hot seat if anything happens up front to grab him.
5 laps to go. Just 5 laps remaining here in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli of Mid-Ohio. There's your race leader, and here comes that great fight for second place.
Quite yet. He's setting him up for this next straightaway here. Let's see what kind of run he gets.
Chris has looked like the fronts either come in or the rears have gone off enough to give him a little bit more balance back here. Trying to break the draft a bit on the way down to our best braking zone here, our best passing zone here coming into turn 4. Tommy Dreesy and Amy Ruben still holding on, fighting for that 4th and 5th place spot.
It's one of those difficult situations where Menard gains on the entry, but Dyson pulls away on the exit. So it makes it very difficult for Menard to pass Dyson because he's better than Menard in the most important spots of the racetrack.
Well, and you're not going to rattle Chris Dyson's cage, right? I mean, he's too much of a veteran to just be messed with by filling up his mirrors.
And he's doing the right thing. When you've got an understeer like that, whatever that problem is, that car's not turning through the tight stuff in the middle, this is what you've got to worry about. You've got to worry about the lap car. We've been doing a great job. The 12 there, recognizing what's going on, backing off, more than he normally would, let those guys go through on the outside. But Chris, with this kind of issue that he's got here, you see the car turn in and then lose the front, and then he's got to wait on it. He waits to get Menard to his bumper, and then he pulls the trigger one time. This isn't one of those things where you go searching for the throttle and mess yourself up off the corner and give that just that perfect gap for Paul to get there. Dyson's waiting, slowing down more. Once he's got the apex secure, you can sit there, coast, let the rotation go that you need, and then pull the trigger one time so you get that car length jump off the corner. And Paul's reacting to Chris getting the power instead of anticipating it with a gap. And that's what we're seeing right now. That's the masterful job of backing up your corner for the purpose of staying in position rather than the lap time that you're trying to achieve.
For sure, and he's driving wonderfully. I mean, the defense by Dyson is fantastic, being able to get those runs off the corner, but the difficult part for him is he can't have a single wiggle. He can't have a bad exit at all, or else Menard is going to be on his chops. It's going to be very important here for Dyson to not make a single mistake, because all it takes is one, and Dyson and Menard's going to be there.
Coming to 4 laps to go here.
Even just a little bit of luck in traffic, you get the wrong guy at the wrong time. Chris has made some bold moves, making sure he puts his nose in. We saw that not pay off at Lime Rock a little bit, but here he's got the pressure, wants to make this happen, but he's got to put himself. There are some dangerous positions you're going to put yourself in sometimes when you're trying to go through here. And just as we say that, we're going to see these guys Chris is probably going to catch these guys right in the middle of the beginning of the twistiest parts, which is turn 4 to turn 9 here. If he can make up a decent amount of time down the back straight, boy, no, he's going to catch them right in a really tricky part
at
here,
the breaking
which is
point.
Just going in the 4.
This
Here
is
he
not
goes.
over yet.
But Menard's got to clear them as well. He's got to stay right in step with Dyson to have any shot here.
We're going to get one more factor, one more variable of that lap traffic. 2 of them probably just as we're coming through turn 9.
Oh, man. Menard's going to get a really good exit, though. Can't tell, not quite.
I think Chris has done enough to hold on to get by all 3 of those cars this lap.
That was impressive by both drivers.
Again, very tricky situations when you've got a 900 horsepower car. Your other GT cars are 400 or 500 horsepower, which is a lot of horsepower, but you plant 900 horsepower under the hood of these Trans Am cars, and not only are they stretching those Pirellis out, but boy, they're really they're putting every part of that car under major stress loads, including the driver, and as well as the other drivers that they're passing throughout the race.
Absolutely, and with 2 to go here, I can't even fully say the win's completely out of contention. Even though Menard and Dyson have been battling for the last 10 laps, they have caught Brabham 3 seconds within the last 3 laps. Lap traffic's part of this. We're going to have more here with the Dyson and Paul Menard battle, but this is not over yet.
Hey, it's racing. Anything's a possibility, right?
Yes, and so
yeah, they have caught Brabham. Look at that.
Yeah. In sight there, a little more lap traffic to go. There's going to be one more Porsche between Brabs, and maybe Brabs is just being super conservative. We've got another Porsche off in turn on the outside of turn 7 there. I think Tim, with just 4 laps to go, our race director
Full course caution.
Oh, no. Wow.
Full course caution.
That's going to be the race.
It could be the race, or we could be. Don't shut that TV off yet. We could be set up for a green-white checker here, depending on how quick the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course safety crew can get to these cars and pull them to safety. We're code 60 right now as these cars bunch up.
Slow that field down.
Unfortunately, I think that's the 82 of Ray Mason. He was running second in our SGT class. I don't have a number on that car yet, but that
looks like he's out of the car there.
That's unfortunate. 2 laps to go. Do all that work.
Oh, man. White flag has just come out.
So then this will be the final lap.
Yep. And it looks like that's how it's going to finish.
Dyson just caught traffic there, too. That was going to be such a close race.
Well, I would have liked to have seen it end under green, but we had enough action. We were action-packed for that full 90-something miles of our 100-mile race. That was a great event here, an incredible run by Paul Menard to go from the front to the back to the front to the back to the front again. He's going to end up on our podium here if he can just complete this last half a lap here. But Matty Brabs took the point from the start and was able to control this pace.
And credit to him, because he was running at a very quick clip. And he didn't wear that car out, hung it in there, and he's going to lead every lap to take the win.
No, incredible race by Matt Brabham. I mean, he's super experienced across all of motorsports and has been in so many cars. And he was the guy to beat today, and no one could do that. So led all the laps and did his job, took pole position. That's a slam dunk win for him. But, I mean, what a race by Dyson after being injured this year and coming back and having such a great race with that team, 1-2 for that team. And Menard, I mean, he went from hero to zero like 5 different times that race. It still ends up on the podium. That's a huge victory for him within itself for the points and for that team. So awesome job by Dreesy as well, and Amy Ruman for finishing out the top 5. And unfortunate end to Andretti. I'm sure he wasn't happy to see where the rest of the field finished after that race ended, but he'll be back strong for Road America.
Yeah, and a shame for Wally Dallenbach Jr. too in his final race for now. Wally finishing 18th here today. Yeah. 18 laps down, something wrong.
Hopefully it's not his final race. He can't end it off like that.
Yeah, maybe we can talk John Cloud into holding on to that equipment and dragging Wally to Road America next week for one more shot at it. I wouldn't mind trying to talk him into that. Tommy Dreesy P5 as we cross the line here in the checkered flag. Matty Brabs is going to take the win. Chris Dyson second, Paul Menard third, Amy Ruman with a 4th place finish here. Tommy Dreesy rounding out that top 5, and David Pentarek, local, only lives about an hour and a half from this track here, going to come home P6, and another local, Aaron Quine, in 7th place in the Trans Am Series. Chris Coffey winning GT, Cary Grant winning SGT. And our XGT winner is going to be Kelly Bryson.
Yep, she was able to hang on for that. So congratulations to her.
John DeGainer, our winner in GT1, obviously had some problems about 3/4 of the way through the race there, but looking forward to that GT1 field being stronger next week at Road America, and I know John's looking forward to that as well.
So Kaylee gets a win here in Mid-Ohio. Can you imagine now if she goes off and gets a win at the 360 Nationals in Knoxville?
I'm still
what a
so
summer
impressed.
that would be, huh?
Yeah, I was chatting with her yesterday, and we were talking about the differences in those cars and adapting back. I mean, even just the way you sit in a Silver Crown car and the way you sit in a wing.
How the pedals work.
Everything. It's like a pendulum floor pedal on those sprint cars, and you get in this Corvette, and it's a totally different beast.
Yeah.
Honestly, really good run for David Paterick. I mean,
All
yeah, we
things
talked about
considered, right?
Menard driving off the track a few times, but he was completely backwards on lap 1.
Yeah.
Stopped for a while. He finished just under 20 seconds out of the top 5, I believe. So, and off the leader.
Right,
so
off
that's
the
still a
leader.
really good run for him.
Yeah, very good job.
Well, these guys will have to work on their cars quick because it's Road America very next week.
That is the tough part of a race team's job, is now this race from Monday to Wednesday, or in our case from Sunday to Wednesday. There's going to be a handful of teams, Trans Am teams, that are going to stay over at Mid-Ohio and start most of their prep tomorrow and a portion of Monday morning before they get on the road and drive from here straight to Road America, unload, finishing that prep. So you never want to have a back-to-back race where your first race is a lot of damage and causing a little bit. Most of these guys, this is mostly all cosmetic today. We fortunately had no big hits here, but these guys will be buttoning this thing up, taking some notes, seeing what they got to do better for next week, and heading on down the road to tune in and get ready for next week's race at Road America.
Of course, we'll have that one for you live right here on Speed Sport 1 as well. So the Jim Weed Mustang making its way to the Jim Weed Winner's Circle here at Mid-Ohio. He'll make the left right there.
We'll have Ben doing the interview here. Thomas, you're about to get ready for TA2 qualifying. We've got our TA2 race tomorrow. Don't forget to tune into that.
Yep.
Speed Sport 1, Amazon Prime, Roku, Apple TV, our YouTube page. Lots of places to come watch us. Wherever you're watching us now, do it again tomorrow. Thomas, you are just a couple points out of that championship lead here. All right, we got Matty Brabs jumping out of the car.
The door open. Here he comes. He's disconnected all the belts and the hoses.
This is the best feeling as a race car driver. I miss this.
He looks a little tired.
Yep.
I think he's trying to get his helmet blower and his radio disconnected here. Not moving that fast, though.
No.
Happy guy.
I'll sit right here, take some pictures for you guys.
Exactly.
Get all the pictures you need today.
Heck yeah, man. There's nothing like a 1-2 finish. Nothing like 1-2. That's when everything goes to plan. That's when you make the plans before the race and it actually goes to plan. You see his dog there. That's awesome.
And I'll tell you what, if these guys play this way, if we can get Matt to run the rest of the season and he and Dyson can team up like this and keep the rest of the field behind them, he just might find himself back in this championship, Chris Dyson.
Without a doubt.
Late charge for the championship for sure. We've seen that happen before.
Well, he's out of the car, so let's get right down to Ben Sissel and hear from the winner, Matt Brabham, here in Mid-Ohio.
Down here at the podium, the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. And first in is this beautiful Jim Weed car. I had to say hi to my friend Grumby, who joined us on the podium here a couple of years ago. But Matty, as you're getting the headgear off, that was quite a race. You get the pole, and then you go green flag all the way to checkered flag in the lead. You missed out on some of the battles happening behind you because it was a fantastic race. How was your race up there?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, obviously, a few things I got to say. Obviously, thank you to my family, my fiance Kim, Brumby, my dog, my dad, her dad for coming out. You know, we're not too far from Indy, so it's almost like a home race. And then obviously, shout out to Rob Dyson at home. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday, mate. And obviously, big thank you to Chris Dyson and Jim Weed for supporting our Dyson race cars. I mean, Chris and I were the 1-2 there. I mean, it was obviously couldn't see quite the battle going on behind me. I got a good start. I'm not sure what happened behind me on the start. I don't know if I was to blame for that, pushing Menard off a little bit off the beginning, but it was so slippery there. So obviously, I don't know. I have to look at the replay, but obviously,
I think Andretti took credit for that one.
Okay, so that's all right then. But yeah, no, thank you so much to the series, Trans Am, and the fans. I saw the fans sticking around there. Tried to lay down some 11s for them on the way in, and yeah, super happy, and thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Nice job. Well, Matty Brabham, top step at Jim Weed Winner's Circle, but first win since VIR 2022. Kerry Grant in the SGT car. Kerry, that's got to feel really good. How was your race?
It was great. It was a little warm out there. Gas trying to catch my breath. I had my family at home. I had to chase down Ray Mason in the car in front of us, and we just plugged away, and Porsche reliability finally led me to the front. And I passed Ray when he made a mistake coming out of Thunder Valley. So it's a good race.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Well,
I'm going to sit back down.
All right, he's going to sit back down. That's pretty wise. It is hot here for Mid-Ohio, so I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth, and we're going to start the Jim Weed Winter Celebration here.
All right, Ben, thank you very much. Good to hear from a couple of our winners right away. We're going to take a short break here while they get everything ready for the podium celebration. We'll get all of our winners up on the podium, top 3 finishers in each category, and we'll be back for all that right here on SpeedTour 1. So don't go anywhere. We're coming right back from Mid-Ohio.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Back here, you can see the podium celebration getting ready to go. Before we head down there, we're going to say goodbye to Thomas and Nunziata because you got to go get ready for qualifying, right?
Yeah, for sure. Watching this race helped me out a little bit. And yeah, wish me luck for qualifying. Hopefully we get this hot rod and on pole position.
All right, you got your sub sandwich taken care of. You're
Yeah,
good
I'm
to go.
hungry.
All right. We'll be calling your race tomorrow right here on SpeedTour 1. But for now, let's go right back down to Ben Sissel. Looks like the podium's ready to go, Ben.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the Mid-Ohio Speed Tour. Oh, Michelle jumped out of there. I scared her. The Mid-Ohio Speed Tour. We are here at Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Come on, let's hear you, Mid-Ohio. Come on now. Hey, if you got green hair, you got to be loud. There we go. We're going to start with the GT class, and in one of those beautiful new Howe HR6 GT cars. Come on, let's get loud for Todd Naborowski. Now listen, there is some free gym weed up here at the front. If anybody needs some energy, I think Mid-Ohio needs to pick up their energy a little bit. In second place, let's hear it in that beautiful Maserati, Colin Cohen. And then in first place in GT, last year's GT champion, all the way from the Dallas, Texas area. Let's hear it for Chris Coffey. Well, Todd, welcome back to the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli in a new car. I'm used to seeing you in those beautiful Camaros. How was your race out there?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it was fun. It was so much fun to be back in the car in the Howe Rinke turnkey chassis. I got to give thanks to Chaz Howe and Rich Rinke for letting me participate and drive in their program. It's a great car. It's a great entry level, sequential shifter tube chassis car for somebody wanting to move up. And it was, this old guy here, he had got a little hot at the end there. So, but it was fun. It's a great car. Look forward to doing more. Thanks.
Nice. I love it. Todd Naborowski third. Colin Cohen, man, that had to be hot out there. You were like running up here. Let's do this thing, right? How was your race?
The race was great. It was great to be able to finish, and it was great to run with such a good bunch of people. Great craftsmanship on track, great racemanship, and I want to thank my team, Chris in particular, without whom a lot of you know him, without whom we don't exist, and Alex and Xavier, and also the Trans Am people for putting this together. Thanks, Ben.
Nice. Colin Cohen, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Coffey, what a race out there. You're getting some GT cars to race with, too. That's got to be fun. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, that race was pretty incredible. I mean, it's great to have such great competitors to race with, and everybody out there in Trans Am and SGT, XGT, all the guys really ran clean and great, and it was an absolute blast. And I hope these guys bring those HR6 cars to some more of the races. And I just want to thank my wife, Morgan, my son, Sam, my team, Xavier and Alex. Colin here. Without Colin, I couldn't be here. So this is just an incredible moment, and I hope to keep building on it.
All right, Mid-Ohio, let's get loud. Come on now. Todd Naborowski, Colin Cohen, Chris Coffey up there on the top step in the GT class. Charlie Howe, all three finished, right? All three of the new HR6s finished. What a great show they provided us. Make sure you come down here and get some free gym weed here at Gym Weed Winner's Circle. But Mid-Ohio, I need you to get loud here. Come on now. Todd Naborowski, Colin Cohen, Chris Coffey on the top step in GT. Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. They're bringing out the champagne. Uh-oh, I don't know what they're doing. We are racing next weekend. Colin Cohen's walking off. He doesn't want to have to do his laundry before Road America. They got you anyway, though, Colin. How about that in GT? Nice job. Congratulations. Todd, what a show. I love those new cars. Nice job. SGT, and Milton Grant came up here and pointed this out because last race at Lime Rock, we had the lowest average age in TA2. This may be the highest average age ever in SGT. How cool is that? Racing for over 50 years, ladies and gentlemen, in the number 82 with Alliance Motorsports. Let's hear it. Ray Mason. Where is he? What's that? Okay, he's getting towed in. In second place, he has been racing for now over 50 years, all the way from Memphis, Tennessee. Let's hear it from Milton Grant, ladies and gentlemen. And this time, his son got the better of him. Let's hear it. First place, first time since VIR 2022. Let's hear it for Cary Grant, ladies and gentlemen. So, just a few years ago, we celebrated Rick Cary. I believe that had to be hectic.
It was good. It was good, yeah. I did have 50 years last year, I think. it's also a few weeks ago, I've been married for 55 years, so that was a good.
How about that?
And stay around and put up with what I do all the time is kind of deal. So, but then this was also my 71st Trans Am race, I think, something like that. So it was a great race, you know. Thank you to my wife and my crew. Mike Hoover does a lot to keep my car going, and had a great race. And so I just couldn't have enough for Kerry today.
Nice. And this is always kind of a friendly battle here, father and son. Kerry, you got out of that car worn out. That was a crazy, hectic race. Take the mic and tell us about it.
Yeah, great race today. I had to keep my head down to try and catch Ray Mason that was in front of me, and we had a restart. I had a really good restart, and he made a mistake. It's enough for me to get by, and then was able to stay in the lead from there on out. It was a great weekend. Thanks for Trans Am. Thanks for everybody for coming out, and all our sponsors. Thank my crew chief Larry Johnson and Mike Hoover as well. It's a great help on my car as well. So thanks a lot.
Nice.
And to God be the glory.
Nice, and to God be the glory. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? So, third place, the missing one, he's getting towed in, Ray Mason. Milton Grant, second place. Kerry Grant, first place. Nice job. All the way from Memphis, Tennessee. Kerry sporting a little bit of that Tennessee orange. His brother Keith is full orange this weekend. Mid-Ohio, come on now, let's get loud. Ray Mason, Milton Grant, and Kerry Grant here in Super GT Trans Am Series. All right, you guys aren't spraying, are you? No. Oh, he is. He goes. Kerry's trying to get his dad. His dad just walks away. Come on now. Nice job, Kerry. XGT, Extreme GT. And ladies and gentlemen, she won our SGT championship last year, moved up to Extreme GT. Unbelievable. But we're talking second place right here in that number 0. Another red Corvette out there. Where is Austin Hill? Here he is. Come on up here, Austin. Nice job. And then, like I said, last year's SGT champion, but now running XGT. Let's hear it for the 02 of Kaylee Bryson. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Oklahoma, Austin Hill. I know you ran with us in Trans Am. Was it last year or 2 years ago? 2 years ago, but how was your race out there?
The race is all right. First time in the car for, I guess, 2 years now. We completely rebuilt it, so obviously we knew we were going to have a little bit of bugs. Didn't really get any practice or qualifying truly, but throttle body went out during the race, so it ended our race. But overall, we were gaining some speed, so I think we're going to be good at Watkins Glen.
Going to be good at Watkins Glen. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Austin Hill. Kaylee, take the mic. I saw you had to come in and out of pit lane a few times. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, that was a bit of a trial and error, but, my guys, worked their butts off to get us back out there. We had a cam sensor that was melting, but it was just getting way too hot in that car, and it was just melting, but guys got it fixed up. We went back out there and made some solid laps. It's been a minute since I've been in the car, so really enjoyed being at the top step of this podium, really enjoy all the hard work my team puts in to give me a fast car to go out there and rip some laps.
All right, come on now. We got to get loud. We've got some engines behind us. Get loud. Austin Hill, Kaylee Bryson, Extreme GT. Josh Carlson, we miss you up here, buddy. But you're going to be with us next weekend? He'll be with us at Road America next weekend. Nice. All right, so hold those up. Let's get loud. Even you, Josh. Come on now. Get loud. Mid-Ohio, Austin Hill, Kaylee Bryson, Extreme GT. And Eric is getting some sparkling water and some champagne. Okay. Kaylee gets the champagne. Austin not quite old enough yet. But come on now, get loud. Kaylee Bryson on the top step. Austin Hill. Looks like they're not. Oh, she's just spraying it up in the air. That was very sportsmanlike. Very nice. Come on now, get loud. One more time. Kaylee Bryson, Austin Hill. There it goes, Austin. Nice job. All right. GT1, is he here? I don't see him. Looking for John DeGainer. Anybody see him? He might be on track here soon. Yeah, he's going on track. So in GT1, John DeGainer in that beautiful 04 navy blue Ron Fellows car. But now we go to TA, and this was quite a battle. I believe he won here last year in the rain. Is that correct? Where's his team? Yes, 3GT saying yes. And man, he had a crazy race. Had to come into pit lane, went off at the carousel, came back through, was the fastest car in the field pretty much. Let's hear it for the Pittsburgh Paints and Stains car of Paul Menard, 3rd place. Where is Paul? Yeah, you guys, the party's over there. You guys come on over here, Paula. Bring the party over here. Paul Menard, here you go. Yeah, we need some noise from the Menard family over here. 2nd place in Jim Weed Winner's Circle. He is back, ladies and gentlemen. He's been coming through with a tear. Let's hear it for Chris Dyson in that beautiful Jim Weed Ford Mustang. And then this happened a few years ago in 2023. I guess the Dyson crew haven't ever heard about like team orders or anything like that, because this man, unbelievable, from green flag to checkered flag. Let's hear it. Matt Brabham, ladies and gentlemen, 1st place here at Jim Weed Winner's Circle. Well, Paul, about 3/4 of the way through that race, I went and talked to Tony Gentilozzi, and I said, man, he's just throwing everything at you. You came in for that early pit stop because of the grass. You were trying to get around Dreesy, but, man, you were fast the whole race. How was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, I told Matthew earlier, I think I had more fun than he did just checking out. But, yeah, I mean, the car, we changed the car a lot overnight. Had a lot of unknowns coming in, and it was super fast. I mean, we could run minute 21s a lot throughout the race. Felt really good about the car. Hate that, you know, I guess had a little contact, went off turn 1. Then I screwed up turn 12. Had 2 offs in the pit stop, and we still finished up here on the podium battling for 2nd. So hats off to my guys. They never give up. Kept pushing all day long. You know, get set back, charge forward, set back, charge forward, and that's just what we do.
I love it. I love it. How about that? Paul Menard, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there's the party. I like that. I like that. Dyson, man, crazy race. Half the race you had a Menard in your mirror wondering what in the world's going on. Crazy start. How was your race?
Well, once again, Matt, once again, Ben, I'm just so proud of the team. You know, 1-2 for us. Excellent job for the guys. Great drive by Matt. I had a lot of fun battling it out with Paul there at the end. You know, to be honest, just for me to be up and stand up after Lime Rock, you know, be here and to complete the race distance. I mean, I'm really proud of myself for getting myself together and getting fit for this. We still got a ways to go, but I think that was about the best the car had in it today, and I'm glad that we had a faster car that Matt got to drive.
Yeah, this 2025 season has been rough on Chris Dyson's body, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'd love to talk about myself in the 3rd person, but I'm actually experiencing it, and I can tell you we've taken some licks, but we're bouncing back, and I'm really proud of the guys, and I appreciate everybody at home, my family especially, for all the support. It's a challenging year, but you know, you prove to yourself how much you love this sport by how much work you're willing to do to get back in it.
Now, is this a new flavor? This is a new can. I'm not familiar with this can here, so tell me about that.
Yeah, Ben, I mean, I think everybody needs a little brain candy in their life, so this is the latest of our Jim Weed line, and they're available everywhere. We've got Circle K with us this weekend as a partner, and we're proud of how we're growing with the drink, and I want to say hi to my partners, the Pickets at home.
Nice. The Pickets at home. Greg Pickett, everybody's hero.
Yeah, no, and this is my dad Rob's birthday, 79 years young today, and yeah, I'm proud to bring home the 1-2 for him.
Nice. How about that? Happy birthday, Rob. Are we able to bring Grumby up here? We got to keep the tradition alive. Grumby, will you come up here? Come on, how about a big round of applause for Grumby?
No, he said it was good, but we're not good here.
All right, so what's that? Oh, here we go. Come on up here, buddy. Come on, big round of applause. Grumby, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you want to hold it? Yeah, sure. Obviously, big thank you to my family, Kim, my fiance down there, and obviously my dad and Kim's dad for coming out and supporting me. Brumby here as well. Obviously, it's great to have family support. We're only a few hours from Indianapolis. And then obviously Chris Dyson, big thanks to you, obviously having me back in these cars, and then the team as well, the boys and girls at Dyson Racing gave me a fantastic car. I mean, we've really made this car fast this weekend, and it's been surprising how fast this car has been. So it's been an absolute joy to drive. Big thank you to Jim Weed. I love drinking Jim Weed before the start of the race. Keeps me nice and focused. Didn't make any mistakes out there, so appreciate that. And obviously, big thank you to all the fans. I tried to lay down some 11s. I tried to do some drifting at the end there, put on a show. And obviously, Menard was super fast there in the race and kept us all honest. So thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Cheers.
That's awesome. I got distracted by the dog. I love it. All right, Mid-Ohio, we need to get loud. Hold those trophies up, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Menard with Pittsburgh Paints and Stains. Then we are at Jim Weed Winter Circle with Jim Weed, Chris Dyson, Matt Brabham. What a celebration. What an honor it is just for me to be able to say these names like this. Brabham, Menard, Dyson, Andretti. We've got some big names here in the TA Series. This is the cool shirt, the cool box, cool move of the race. These are the certificates. Hold up those certificates. It got really hot out there, so Cool Box is definitely going to come in handy. The iceless cooling system. Hold those up. Matthew Brabham gets $500 for Cool Box. How about a round of applause for Cool Box on such a hot day? Tomorrow's going to be even hotter. We're almost there with some champagne. Matt Brabham needs a mention. He was our MCO lap leader, obviously. Thank you to MCO for the best gearboxes. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they're all racing next weekend, and Paul Menard's going to be racing in his home state next weekend at Road America, so nobody wants to do their laundry. Dyson, nice job, man. Thanks for coming back. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Paul Menard, come on now. Chris Dyson, Matthew Brabham, unbelievable. But we've got another celebration. Don't go too far, because Adam Andretti is celebrating his 100th start. We just witnessed Adam Andretti's 100th start. Our very own Lee Giannone is coming up here to present the 100th trophy. And let's hear it for Adam Andretti. Come on up here, Adam. Now, Lee, being a Porsche guy, I'm sure he liked that SGT thing. Here, Lee, hold on. Let me get you the mic there.
Yep. An amazing feat, 100 starts in Trans Am. And how do you do that, Adam? That's been a long time.
You know, Lee, I've been very blessed to just be surrounded by wonderful people in this Trans Am series. Thank you to the series for having such a great series and keeping this thing strong for all these years. Since 1966, this thing's been going strong, and I'm honored to be one of the 21 drivers to hit this milestone of 100 starts. But you obviously don't do any of this stuff alone, right? And first and foremost, my wife Tabitha, without the support that you have at home, without that, you don't get one of these starts. And I've got the best support system you could ever ask for at home. My family. I even had a cousin show up that I haven't seen. I don't get to see that often, Trevor, and he showed up, and so I got a lot of great support. But these teams too that have kept me employed in this series. ECC Motorsports brought me into this great series. I've also driven for CD Racing, and congratulations to CD Racing on another 1-2. Absolutely the class of this Trans Am field all weekend long. Awesome job. And but that's another group I've driven for. John Cloud, whose last weekend racing is this weekend, and he's given me a bunch of starts. And obviously Burton Racing, Showtime Motorsports with Ken Twaits. I can't thank these people enough, because without them, I wouldn't be standing here with you, Lee, and getting ready to accept this wonderful trophy you built for me.
Well, 100 starts is an amazing accomplishment. We're so happy that you're able to do that with us. Congratulations. Enjoy that. It's great having you here.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Sorry, Adam. Come on now, get loud. Adam Andretti, 100 starts with our CEO, Lee Giannone, out here. Unbelievable here. The Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli will be back for the Cube 3 TA2 Series tomorrow. I'm going to send it back to you in the booth, Ralph.
All right, Ben. Yeah, you'll be able to see the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race tomorrow live right here on Speed Sport 1 at 1 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. And then later today, we have an encore of the SVRA action from Indianapolis last weekend at 3 p.m. Eastern, and an encore of today's Trans Am race airing tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. So a lot of great action still coming your way here today on Speed Sport 1. But we're not done here in Mid-Ohio yet. Stay with us. We'll be right back for a little bit more after this.
In racing, every second counts. Communication isn't just important, it's everything. Established in 1996 in Daytona Beach, Florida, Speedcom Communications was born from a passion for racing and a vision to revolutionize motorsports communication. Trusted by competitors across the world.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speed.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Back here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, you can see the cars are leaving the Jimweed Winner's Circle as we get ready for TA2 qualifying coming up in the TA2 race tomorrow here live on Speed Sport 1. But Andy, let's talk a little bit about this race here today. Chaotic start, but boy, it provided some great storylines throughout the 100 miles.
It did. We saw the rubber banding through the field of Paul Menard, who again, like we said, went from the front row all the way back through the field again, repeated the process after a mistake going big deep on the aggressive side into the carousel, the final corner here, and then rebounded again, got a lucky yellow, but we re-racked him, sent him through the field, and that put his podium charge up, and he got that, and that's going to really extend that points lead in his championship and his focus on that 2025 repeat of a Trans Am championship.
Let's spin it forward a little bit now, because next week, in just a few days, these rigs are all going to be rolling in to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin at Road America. Much different racetrack than what we had here today.
Our next three circuits, Road America, Watkins Glen, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, they are fast, and these are going to really, this is a different level of racetrack here. These top speeds are going to be super high. The racing is going to be amazing. We're getting racing amazing all across the board, from our slowest, tightest tracks to our fastest, but these next few, this is the speed. Next week at Road America, some of the longest straightaways we have, some of the highest top speeds we have. We've got some amazing action in store.
Then we're going to close out the year at VIR, Virginia International Raceway, Barber, and Circuit of the Americas. So tell me a little bit about your thoughts as you take a look at that portion of the calendar.
VIR, super iconic. The S's is the best built S's on the planet.
Yes.
You know, the back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Super challenging, almost fully flat in a Trans Am car. I think they are flat in a TA2 car. Big elevation change. You jump the front end over that second hump there. Really cool. Barber Motorsports Park, we haven't been there in Trans Am, and that tight, twisty circuit, very wide, built really for motorcycle racing.
Yeah.
Great for touring car racing. We'll see how our big high horsepower Trans Am cars do before we then go to Circuit of Americas that hosts every kind of racing on the planet.
Yeah, it's going to be a wild run to the end of the season, but as you look at it with 6 more events to go, we still got a lot of racing yet to do, and as aggressive as these guys have been, anything's a possibility.
we are just 6 races into the season, so halfway point in the season. We've got a whole nother back half of the season to go. We've seen so much of an up and down in our points, both in the TA and TA2, SGT, GT, XGT, everything across the board has been all over the place, and it'll be really interesting to see what the second half of the season has in store for us.
Yeah, absolutely. You got a reservation set for Seepkins?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Let's go.
That's the go-to spot at Road America. If you haven't been there before, we highly recommend it. I'm sure you'll see Handy and I in there a couple of times this next weekend. Well, for now, things are closing out here at Mid-Ohio after a chaotic and exciting Trans Am Series by Pirelli race, where we saw Matt Brabham leading every lap, a tremendous battle for second behind him. I don't think anybody's cars are really tore up too bad today, Andy. I think most of the guys will be able to fix these cars fairly easily and get ready for Road America.
I think they all got a scare, but I think when we really do break it down, I think Adam probably has the most work to do. Claudio Burton and those guys probably have a lot to look into when it comes to making sure that engine is right. Maybe Paul Menard's crew too. That engine saw a lot of heat. That engine saw a lot of dust in a big battle there. So these guys will be taking preventative measures to getting this right. But I'm sure they're going to unload at Road America with everything in line, ready to go.
Yeah, and they're going to need a tremendous amount of power next week at Road America for sure. So don't forget, a lot of great stuff coming your way yet here on Speed Sport 1 today. Coming up in just a little bit will be SVRA from Indy, 3 p.m. Eastern. Then the encore of today's race here on Speed Sport 1 at 7 p.m. Eastern. And then tomorrow, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 race live from Mid-Ohio, 1 p.m. Eastern right here on Speed Sport 1. For Ben Sissel, Thomas Nunziata, and Andy Lally, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from Mid-Ohio. Congratulations, Matty Brabs. Welcome to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, getting ready to go with F4 here on this hot and sunny afternoon here in Lexington, Ohio. Ralph Shaheen alongside Nicole Haverda. And Nicole, you've actually run in this race before.
So I raced in Formula Regional Americas. I did do this track last year. It's probably not my favorite track, but up there. But I currently run in the F1 Academy.
Right, so the series did exactly what it's supposed to do, right? Progress you through and then on up to the next step.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the important part, is having that next step, knowing what to do and where to go.
Right. All right, well, here we go, getting ready for F4 US. What do you like about racing here at Mid-Ohio?
Ooh, I mean, everyone says the elevation change. I would say it's definitely a complicated track because, you know, I would say the hardest part of the track is like the last corner, because it kind of messes you up, because you want to go wide on the entry, but you actually have to cut it narrow and just kind of like turn in early and then kind of open up in the middle. But it's definitely a unique track. Like, we just came from Road America, so it's very different.
Yeah, not a lot of similarities between Road America and here, right?
No, just the look of the sidelines, the grass, and the trees.
Here's a look at your starting lineup. Cooper Shipman, Alex Popoff, Kekai Hawanio, Caleb Campbell, Dimitri Nolan, and Clemente Huerta. Short field today. Just 6 cars. Just attrition, I guess, playing havoc at this stage of the season.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult, especially with NOLA. There were more cars, so.
Here we go. Green and racing. Shipman jumping into the lead. And then quickly moving around the 29, Kekai Hawanio. Shipman going to move into second. That's Popoff in the 55. The white and blue car, he's going to slot into third. And then behind him, I believe, is Campbell in the 68. And down this very fast section here, looks like a challenge for the lead taking place. Hawanio going to lose the spot to Shipman, but then Kekai tries to cut back inside, and he's going to take the long way around through there, Nicole, and that's a challenging spot.
That is a very challenging spot.
And your eyes are wide open right now. You saw that happening.
I get stressed watching racing. Oh, gosh.
So Hawanio played the cards perfectly there. Looked a little loose coming off that last corner. Hawanio, Shipman, Popoff, Campbell, top 4.
That was a good start, though, from P3 to first.
It was very good. Got through turn 1 there strong. This is round 7 for the F4 US Championship for 2025. They've raced here 10 rounds, 28 times. Most visited track in the history for both FR Americas and the F4 US Championship.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's the only track. How about this one? The only track that F4 US has competed at every season since its inception as a series.
Because I remember Kyle Kirkwood. He drove here as well.
Oh, yeah.
In that 4 car.
Yeah, former winner.
That was a long time ago.
Shipman inside of Hawanio again. Gets the lead. This time Hawanio not able to get around the outside. And Popoff right there to give fits to Kekai. Kekai finished 11th here in 2023. He's got 2 wins in JFC here and 3 podiums. Shipman, little bit of a gap between him and Howe and Neo now. Popoff, though, has closed up on Kekai, and he's got to be a little more defensive right now than offensive.
This track is really hard with that too, though, because you got the long straightaway out of 1, you got the long straight out of 2. So you're just like always trying to figure out, because like even if you defend, they can still go around you outside and get by. So it's quite difficult.
Shipman's going to do his best. Quick look in the mirrors, see if anybody is close to attack, and they're not. A little puff of smoke out of the back of Keikai's car there.
Yeah, he's been saying some things about the car. I don't know, just trying to figure some things out. But Shipman's definitely pulling away a bit.
26 minutes left to go in this one as you take a look at the top 5. Campbell and Huerta, last 2 cars in line. Through Thunder Valley.
Dimitri has been having a bad day, though. In qualifying, the car, the engine blew up, so he had to start last, which is definitely hard to go from the back to the front.
Yeah, for sure. Down to the Cube 3 architecture. Turn 2, also known as the keyhole. Now you're flat out downhill. Gonna reach max speed just before you jump on the brakes hard. So easy to go wide through there like Campbell did, giving Huerta a shot to close in.
Yeah, that's a difficult corner because you want to take it as a corner, but it isn't. You want to like carry as much speed as possible, and then even if you tighten the second part, it doesn't really matter because you want to just carry as much speed into the first right-hander. I remember last year I kind of had problems with that, just getting the hang of it, because it's like it all combines together here. It's not separate. Like Road America is very separate. Like you got just a 90-degree corner, and you got to like perfect that. But here it like all combines really like nicely too.
Yeah, it's got a lot of flow to it here.
Yes.
Get one section wrong, it takes you a while to gather it back up.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't really mess up here. It's very physical too. You're always doing something. Even though you got the 2 kind of long straightaways, it's quite physical in the back section.
Inside of 24 minutes remaining. It's going to be a hot one for these drivers today. Just sitting in your pit area trying to stay cool is hot.
Yes, yes. This year isn't actually as hot as last year. Last year was really humid and just super hot, so it was like kind of miserable. But this weekend, I mean, it's still hot, but not as hot.
Now we know how much temperature is going to impact the drivers, but how about this F4 U.S. Championship car?
Yes, it definitely can impact. Just the cars like running cold, so it definitely impacts the cars as well as the tires. You don't want the tires to overheat, so they're definitely trying to do tire management too. So just trying to also work around that and not push the car too hard, even though you really want to. I mean, everyone wants to push the car as hard as possible, but racing in the races it's not like qualifying, so you want to really manage the tires because they fall off really quick, especially the new Hankook compound. They tend to fall off pretty quick. They have like that little peak, and then they just kind of lose time. So you just want to like manage that and not push as hard.
Yes, everybody running the Hankook tires in the series. You get 2 sets for the weekend, so trying to figure out what to do with those, how to balance that out.
Yes, that's definitely super, super tricky because you get that one new set, and then you're trying to figure out which day to use the new set.
Right.
I mean, obviously, most of the guys are going to use the new set tomorrow morning since it's going to be cooler, so it's going to be nicer. But yeah, just trying to figure out that kind of stuff.
This is round 7 for the championship. We usually run multiple events per weekend. Great fight here is Campbell and Huerta squaring off in a squabble over 4th.
That's a difficult place to pass.
Difficult to make the pass and then hard to defend as soon as you make the pass because you leave the door open for your challenger to go the other way.
Yeah. You're just trying to send as much speed as possible. I feel like there's going to be an interesting battle between KK and Alex Pau Pau.
Kekai Hawanio holding down 2nd right now. And the points in this series is Kekai who leads it with 104.5, and he's 18.5 points up on Cooper Shipman, who leads with Hawanio right behind him. And then Popoff, who's in 3rd, is 3rd in the championship, 23.5 points back. Then Clemente Huerta and Caleb Campbell. So they're all in the top 5. "20 minutes into this one, tires are at the right spot, or are we starting to feel serious degradation?"
I feel like they're feeling either probably understeer. The F4 cars usually go to understeer. At least that's what I know. I know the F1 Academy is a bit different with tire compound and everything, but definitely goes towards some understeer. They'll probably feel oversteer, honestly, too. Especially they just kind of all around just start falling off.
Tell me a little bit about how F1 Academy is going for you.
It's going pretty good. We are halfway in the season. I just came from Montreal. So we race alongside Formula 1 on the weekends. So we're basically just the support series of them, even though we're ran by Formula 1. Like Susie Wolf, she runs us basically. And just having that, like the brands behind us and these huge European teams is pretty huge. Just like learning on that next kind of stage. But it's been going pretty good. I'm heading to Zandvoort in, I believe, a month. And then we're doing Singapore after, and then Las Vegas will be our final race. But
so getting all the glamour spots in.
It's kind of crazy. Like, you know, racing here last year is really cool because, you know, IndyCar drives here.
Yeah.
And then having that, and then also going to, like, Formula 1 tracks this year is really crazy. And kind of surreal, too, because, like, last weekend in Montreal, it was so busy. Like, the crowd was there, like, to watch us.
Yeah.
And usually support series, how they work is the crowd usually just leaves and goes to the fan zone or goes to grab something to eat before Formula 1. But here they actually, like, were getting into the stands. And I was like, they're here to watch us. Like, that's really cool. Like, especially we have the new, it's like Drive to Survive. It's called F1 The Academy. It's on Netflix now. So it's basically Drive to Survive, but for the Academy. And it's like, everyone's watching it. It's crazy. Like, it's growing a lot, like really quick too. So it's definitely a really, really good spot for a woman right now.
That's fantastic. You see Popoff got a little too far out coming out of Mission Foods turn number 1.
I wonder if he's going to get him. I wonder if he's going to close on KK and make the pass maybe. I don't know.
It'd be great to see. He could use it in the points. You said how O'Neill leads it. Popoff is 3rd in the points, right behind Shipman. There's only 5 points separating Shipman and Popoff right now. So Alex needs to get around KK to keep that close.
Yes, yes. It's interesting this weekend, too. We have only 2 races in this category because usually it's 3.
Right.
And this weekend is 2. It's kind of interesting.
And Alex has had some tough luck. He's been fast all year. Like Road America, he had issues there.
Yes, yeah. That's the problem. It's always like that in racing. So.
What's been the biggest surprise of the F1 Academy?
I would say how big it really is. Like, how many people are watching, but also just the racing is really good. Just like seeing also how many people are like, all the girls are driving every single weekend because the budget is so big there. So no one really is like struggling with money.
Yeah.
So like obviously like me, I'm struggling a bit to go testing because, you know, of budget and all that kind of stuff. So there are those kind of things that you look at and you're like, it's surprising how much they're actually driving. I wonder if Cooper is slowing down a bit.
Looks like he's fallen back a little bit to Juanillo.
Yeah.
A little over 7 seconds was the gap, but it looks a lot tighter than that now.
He's running a tenth slower in lap time, so I don't know. Interesting. I don't know if maybe he just used up his tires. Like, if you use them up and they just like start understeering and pushing, it's not fast. So I'm wondering if that kind of happened there. Because they're definitely punching up a lot.
Yeah, Popoff is closing as well.
Yes. It's going to be actually kind of a nice fight. I'm kind of excited for the last lap.
Yeah, it could be pretty good here with inside of 16 minutes to go. Through the carousel, back onto the front straightaway and past start position.
These are long races without like, usually we have like a safety car where there's like something happening. These are long races without any safety cars. It's like flat out all the time.
Yeah, it's a lot of effort, isn't it?
Yes,
But
definitely.
they've pulled out a big gap over Campbell and Huerta, and Campbell has separated from Huerta.
I wonder what happened there.
I don't know.
They probably had a battle. They definitely spread up a bit back there.
They were having a pretty good tussle for a while.
I wonder what happened to Dimitri Nolan.
Not sure.
Not sure. We've been so focused on the first few that we're just, yeah.
So do the top F1 drivers come by and visit with the gals?
Yeah, it's quite crazy. They'll just like walk in and everyone's so used to it that we kind of all just say hi and like we just talk about normal stuff. Like I remember talking to Susie back in Montreal and we were just talking about her son because he got sick and he was supposed to be racing a go-kart race somewhere in Europe. And we just started talking about like that kind of stuff, just like because we're all normal people, right?
Sure, of course.
Like, yes, they're celebrities, they're huge, they're famous and all that kind of stuff, but still, like, we're all normal, so.
You see Popoff really working that wheel.
Yeah.
That carousel, I mean, you get in there, you really got to keep it moving and keep that thing down to the bottom.
Yes, that's an interesting corner. Like, even driving that on the sim in IndyCar, oh, it's crazy. Like, it's a very unique track. Kind of feels like, in a way, a British track. It's very British in that way.
Shipman, boy, he just has not put a wheel wrong, has he? Pretty smooth. He seems to have stopped the bleeding in the time between him and Kekai. Kekai was really all over him. Now it seems like that gap is at least settled if it hasn't grown.
Yeah, it's cool how Alex and Kekai are running like exact times. Like a 25.1. That's crazy.
Coming close to the final 10 minutes of this, no break. It's been flat out all the way through. The scholarship coming out of here is such a huge carrot dangling out there for these drivers.
Yes, yeah. I mean, when there is a scholarship in general presented, like hundreds of thousands of dollars is so useful for the next level. Because I know, like looking back on it, like I remember there was that scholarship that one of the guys got a full seat in Super Formula, which is huge. And then the next guy got a seat in Indy Next, which, I mean, that's the next step out of Formula Regional. So just having that is, ooh.
Look at that. Popoff having gotten around Juanillo.
Ooh, that must
The Kekai is right there. If I didn't know better, I'd say they were literally hooked together.
Probably going to have a dent in the front of the wing.
And Keikai's had great success here and came into this race with a fair amount of confidence because he dominated here last year set the fastest lap to claim the pole, and then recorded the quickest laps in races 1 and 2. So he was pretty
Ooh.
strong all weekend.
He just had like a big twitch in the car. That was interesting. Just as he like turned in, it just like the car is just not looking happy. Interesting.
Campbell continues to run in 4th. And he really started to find his stride a little bit. That last race at Road America, got his first career podium. Looked like he was going to maybe build up some momentum.
I think that's the biggest thing, is like continuing, like just keep getting better instead of just like plateauing. You just always want to, like, every race just keep improving.
Kekai has definitely lost ground to pop off in a big way.
Yeah, he definitely. I don't know what happened. Just the car started twitching. That was weird. Interesting.
See pop off under brakes and that car dancing around a little bit underneath him. Not surprising with 10.5 minutes left to go on a hot day here, I would think. Looking back, there goes Campbell. That was actually Shipman and Popoff. There's Kekai. Campbell was after that.
Yeah, Kekai definitely lost a lot of time there. Don't
Yeah,
know.
he's got to be careful because whoa, look at Popoff sliding it around. Keikai's got to be careful because Campbell's not that far behind him. And if he's not careful, he could lose more ground.
Yeah.
And then there goes Nolan and Huerta by us here in our broadcast position. So they're still out there running.
Oh, we didn't see the pass for Dimitri on Huerta.
On Huerta, no. Popoff is giving it everything he's got. Alex is working hard.
He's definitely closing in, though.
Yeah. You got to wonder how much he's going to have left. He gets there, he's going to have enough tire. Remember, Howinio leads the points. He's now 3rd in the race. Shipman 2nd in the race, was 18.5 points behind him. So if he can hang on for the win, he's definitely going to make up some ground. And Popoff was another 5 points back in 3rd, so he's going to gain a lot of ground as well. So it's going to tighten up here on Kekai for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of makes the year fun, though, because then you go to the final race and it's like really close, like last year.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's more
line.
fun.
Let's see what Popoff can do here. He's been pushing really hard, getting everything he can out of that number 55. His dad was a very successful sports car racer. Alex trying to follow in his footsteps.
I think that's kind of cool to have a dad that was in racing, because you can just kind of like relate and they understand. Like, I know my dad, who wasn't in racing, but we still like talk about it a bunch. But it's definitely a lot different when they were in racing and went through that kind of path, even though it's not the same.
Yeah.
But it's like still like that career in motorsports is pretty cool.
Well, that was one of the things we were talking about at Road America with Alex, that he had the mechanical issues there, and obviously his dad's experienced that same type of thing after having a dominant performance. Wow, look at Kekai get off in the dirt. And look how close Campbell's gotten to him, which I'm sure has tightened up even more after that excursion.
Yeah, that always loses time. Wonder how close they'll be.
Best tip one of the Formula One drivers has given you so far this year?
Enjoy the moment, I would say.
Who's that?
Lewis Hamilton. And then for driving, staying consistent.
And who gave you that one?
Lewis again.
It's pretty good for tips.
Yeah, I mean, he's also made it in his career so far, right? So, like, hearing it from him it's quite, you know, just like trying to follow that kind of stuff.
It's the right voice to hear it.
Exactly, because, yeah. I wonder what's happening. Keikai's like a second off on
He
lap
might have
times.
just used up the car.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because they were
like
battling
losing.
pretty hard.
He's losing a lot of time. Not sure what's happening.
And he's definitely falling into the clutches of Campbell here, and he cannot afford to do that.
No. I wonder what happened to our timing.
So from here, the series is moving on to New Jersey.
Yes, my least favorite track. I didn't like that one last year.
It's challenging.
Yes.
Fast straightaways. Some tight bits. Popoff looked like he was a little off his pace there that time by. Not as close to Shipman anymore.
Whoa, Keikai's losing a lot.
Keikai's got his hands full.
Not sure what's going on there.
I don't see anything hanging off the car. I don't see any damage or anything to it, but the only thing I can assume is that the mechanical grip has gone away.
Yeah, or
on the
something
car.
internal. It could be something internal.
He's looking. He knows Campbell's right there on the outside. That's a hard place to pass.
Yeah, but
Q3
he might,
architecture
he might get
keyhole.
the run on the straightaway, though.
Yeah. Well, and you're making him nervous, too, right? Just letting him know. Just keeping that pressure on. Keeping it on.
Yep. Yep.
And now you're in a spot where it's so easy to go in too deep into the corner.
Yeah.
Campbell looking outside. Coming right up alongside, which will be indoors at the next one. No.
No.
Well, he's got 4.5 minutes to size him up again.
Interesting. Keikai was running the same times as the top guys, so I don't know.
Well, he was right on pace with him.
Yeah, he was quick.
He was right on pace with him.
I don't know. Maybe the tires did go or something internal. I don't know.
And again, Keikai leading the points. Shipman second. Popoff third. So very important for Keikai to be on the podium at least here today. Campbell, who's pressuring him, is all the way back fifth in the points, 40.5 out of the lead.
Yeah, but he definitely wants the podium as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's got his eyes set on it.
Yeah,
And
especially
as we
when you're
talked
that
about,
close.
he had gotten his first career podium at the last round at Road America. So he's figuring, I belong there now. That's just the way you got to think.
Yeah, he's just trying to get around.
All right, here he comes. He's got a great run here. Looking inside, looking back outside. Now he tucks in behind him.
That's very difficult because it's like Keikai can't really do much. You're just trying to defend.
Looks like Keikai moved over a little bit. Pushes Campbell pretty wide. Make it hard to make the pass on the outside here.
He tried
Again,
this once. It doesn't work twice.
and it's just a really hard approach on the outside of that corner.
Yeah, that's difficult. I'm guessing we're going to have 2 laps left.
I would think it's going to be awful close to that, yes.
It's going to be interesting. Whoa, Cooper has a big lead, though.
Cooper is long gone. 4
Yeah.
seconds up on Popoff. There you see the gap. Alex was right there, was very fast, was really pressuring him. Then all of a sudden, anchor went out and he went backwards.
Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe he was just trying to hold back and manage tires and then kind of fell back a bit and then just kind of going for it now because he knows there's 3 more minutes left. Well, 2 minutes now.
You see Keikai sliding through the keyhole a little bit there.
Yeah, but he's definitely pulling away, which is good. Last time Campbell was right on his butt.
Yeah, he gained some time, didn't he?
Yes. Maybe he's Oh, maybe.
2 minutes left.
Should be last lap, I'm guessing.
Thinking we'll see white flag next time by.
I'm sure KK is going to be excited to see white flag.
But look how quickly Campbell closes back up here through the tight stuff.
Yeah, definitely carrying more speed. Maybe he just has more tires.
That's what I'm thinking. It has to be mechanical.
Yeah. Because KK went from, you know, third to first and really pushed the car on the first few laps. So now it's just like tires are going away. He definitely pushed. Ooh.
He hangs it off there every lap.
Yes, he's definitely going flat out.
I'm wondering if also that's a bit of a defensive move too, to just.
It's also distracting.
It's very distracting to the person behind you.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Well, it's last lap, so we'll see. We'll see if Campbell gets past.
Here we go. White flag is out. Shipman is long gone. Popoff trying to hang on to a podium spot. Shouldn't be a problem. Battle is for third in the final position on the podium here today in Mid-Ohio.
I mean, I think KK is going to do everything to defend that position. He just wants to be on the podium. He knows that's for points, so.
Has to be there if he wants to keep the championship in his back pocket.
Yes.
Keikai Hawanio in the 29, fighting off Campbell in the 68. Final lap here at Mid-Ohio.
He's not going to make it on the long straight, so.
Doesn't look like he's going to extend a pass attempt here.
I don't think Campbell's going to make
Not
it
close
pass.
enough.
Especially the other section's so hard to pass in too, so this was his only kind of opportunity unless he makes it somewhere else.
So he always closes up through here.
Ooh,
Could
like
he
a
do
lot.
something on the entrance to the carousel?
I don't think so, unless he goes around the, ooh.
Looking outside, I mean, he is so much quicker through here.
Yeah, he's really quick through there.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh, he's
KK
really
tends to dip a
pushing.
wheel here. Doesn't this time.
kept it
Here comes your race winner. Shipman off the final corner to the checkered flag and taking the win in F4 US here today. Alex Popoff comes out of the carousel to take second. Keikai Hawanio will take third. And the points leader will be on the podium as Campbell crosses the line in fourth.
Ooh, he held that just the last minute.
Sure did. Nolan goes across the line in fifth. And Huerta will be credited with sixth as he comes out of the carousel. There's a look at it. Cooper Shipman with the win. And that's going to help him out in the points as the points leader, Keikai Hawanio, finishes third.
6-second lead. Wow. That's a lot.
That's big.
Yes.
Especially when it was about a second at one point.
Yeah, they were really close. Then just pulled away.
So this one wraps up, and they get ready for New Jersey now. So spin it forward for me a little bit based on what you saw here today. What do you think?
Some good racing. I'd say really good racing and just some good battles, especially with Keikai and Caleb Kimball.
Yeah, just 4/10 between the two of them.
Yeah, I thought in a minute, I thought Caleb was going to get by. But Keikai held on to it, which was good racing. I mean, it keeps it entertaining for the fans and stuff.
So since Lewis is the big producer now too on the new F1 movie, did he give you any tickets?
Well, we were actually supposed to watch it in Montreal.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment.
So they're making their way to the Victory Circle area. Ben Sissel will be there to talk to our winner and our top three. Ashley, who does PR for the series, getting the picture clean, get that water bottle out of the way. She's getting ready to do her social media. There you go. That's the shot she's looking for. Cooper Shipman. He's the winner And Ben Sissel's right there with the microphone, ready to talk to him. Take it away, Ben.
Well, thank you very much. I'm down here at Cooper Shipman. Now, so far, he's had 4 second places this season, but now, provisionally, you are on the top step, Cooper. That has got to feel good.
Yeah, you know, we knew we had the pace coming into the race. Not the best start for us. Made it to back to P2, but you know, just stayed calm, got back to the lead, and then managed the pace from there, and we were able to come away with the win.
Nice. Well, anybody you want to thank for this win?
Yeah, I'd like to thank both my parents, everybody at Kiwi Motorsport for making this possible. They put a really good car underneath me today, and I couldn't have done it without them.
Nice. Well, Cooper Shipman here on the top step at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Back to you guys in the booth.
Good job, buddy.
Okay, Kai. Yeah.
All right, so the podium celebration is underway. And Shipman will start to celebrate, and the rest of the drivers will start thinking about New Jersey. And you, Nicole, have to start thinking about the Dutch Grand Prix.
Yep, just continuing to work out. I think that's what we're all doing, just working out and sitting on the simulator for most of the day.
Well, we will all keep an eye out on you. We'll be watching the F1 Academy on Netflix. Keep an eye on you that way. Don't forget all your friends back here in the States when you're over there having great things happening for you around the globe. So Nicole Haverto here with us today. Keep an eye on her in the F1 Academy. And we will be back here to Mid-Ohio with SVRA, Sports Car Vintage Racing Association, up next. But for now, congratulations to Cooper Shipman. Coming up first here should be groups 6, 8, and 12 for SVRA. This is a bunch of Corvettes, Mustangs, Datsun Zs, Alfa Romeos, Porsches, of course, and even a Ford Capri. And there's no way we could do this without Ben Sissel, who has fortunately made the trek over from the Winner's Circle area and joins us here now. Hey, Ben. Pick a headset, any headset. There you go. You're on.
Well, I'm glad to be here. Glad to be in an air-conditioned booth. This has been a crazy weather weekend, but I like that when the weather clears up and gets really nice for race day. But this is a huge group. We've got 27 cars out here. Group 6, 8, and 12. This is our first sprint race of the weekend. You can see they're kind of running through the grid here. You know, Ralph, I usually go to all the drivers' meetings every weekend. But I didn't go to the SVRA drivers meetings because they were the same time as some of the others. But usually when we're here, unlike what we saw in Trans Am, we take the start-finish here right in front of us in the tower. So I'm thinking that's the case. A couple years ago, SVRA took the start-finish down there before 4 on the back straight, or the start,
yeah,
and they finish here. But we
you
should
know,
be taking
Ben,
it here.
it doesn't surprise me that you make every drivers meeting. It doesn't surprise me that you do anything here at Trans Am because you, at SpeedTour I should say, because you do literally everything.
I try, but my son is here this weekend selling SVRA, Trans Am, FRF4, JFC merchandise. So I'm not doing that this weekend.
That's the only thing you're not doing.
But look at how pretty it is here.
And
in
next
Mid-Ohio.
weekend is an even busier weekend for you because you're
Yeah.
buying ice cream. All right,
Yep.
looks like we're getting ready to go green. Coming down through the carousel, Paul Stuber watching that big yellow Camaro. He dips a wheel as we head to Mission Foods turn number 1. Stuber is almost unbeatable in that 19 rent-a-ride.
Yeah, but Rick Mooney there starting in 4th also dipped a wheel. But DeGainer, Stubber, Oreger, and Mooney coming into Cube 3 architecture keyhole.
Look at that big Camaro dancing around. I cannot tell you how much I love these late 60s era Corvettes.
Yeah.
They look so good as a race car.
Yeah, so there's the 969 of Michael Oreger. There's the 696 that looks just like it of Bob Gee, who should be coming into the frame. There he is, behind Kurt Vogt, Phil Lasco.
We got coupes and roadsters. And
now, Ralph, you should be excited. My friend John DeGainer is up there giving Paul Stubber. This is the most competition Stubber's seen all season.
Stubber has taken the green, taken the lead, and just disappeared everywhere we've been with him. The driver out of Perth, Australia.
And now Michael Oreger in 3rd right there, and Rick Mooney are with Stuart Black. And they race together all the time. They love Mid-Ohio, but they're also very, very fast, as is Bob Gee in the frame. So is Kurt Vogt. A lot of our fast drivers here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course here in our Group 6, 8, and 12. Basically, Group 6 is before 1973 big bore production cars, and Group 12 is after 1973 big bore production cars. Group 8 is kind of medium bore from 1973 or newer, and then 12B is like a modern version of a Group 8 car. Look at this. What a diverse group of cars, huh?
It is such a great field here today.
Full course yellow, though, unfortunately.
Yep, full course yellow just coming out.
Tom Shelton out there in that beautiful Shelby GT350 with the white and blue, but we also have a white and gold Shelby GT350 out there. Now, you know I love my British cars, and that lead car there, that Devon, has an MGA rear frame, so it's got a little bit of some British heritage in it. So I'm showing a flashing green, but then I'm showing a double yellow at the starter stand. So I'm sure that's confusing the drivers as well.
See the Alfa Romeo out there. We've actually got a couple. We have an Alfa Romeo GTV We also have an Alfa Romeo GT Veloce. That's the 571 of Lee Poseidon. The GTV is the 81 of Colin Marcus.
Well, Ralph, while we're under this caution, you mind if I run through the grid
Please,
here real
have
quick?
at it.
So this may not be in the correct order because we may have had some passes here in this lap and a half. But John DeGainer in first place. Paul Stubber, second place. And we haven't said that all season. Michael Origer, third. Rick Mooney in the blue 42, my football car, one of my favorite cars out there, in a 6 BP, B production car. Tom Weglars in that Chevrolet Corvette, that little red Corvette. Phil Lasco, that's that beautiful number 9 Corvette too. Phil Lasco in that more modern Ford Mustang GT Group 12. Tim Bowder in a Group 12 Ford Mustang. Then Kurt Vogt in that Group 6 Trans Am specific TAS Ford Boss 302. That may be my favorite car out there. And I know you're a Chevy guy, but that grabber blue Ford Boss 302, just a beautiful car.
It's stunning.
It is. It really is. Then Bob Gee, the Cookie King of Chicago, is out there in the 696 Chevrolet Corvette. Kyle August in a 6 Ford Mustang, Group 6 Ford Mustang. Tom Shelton always brings the nicest cars. He's in a Group 6 Trans Am Shelby GT 350. Anthony Della Vecchia in a very historic Chevrolet Camaro. David Huber in that Datsun 280ZX. Tyler Brooks in a Datsun 240ZX. Tyler Brooks starting 14th. Tom Litton in a Formula Ford and a Porsche IROC RSR, the Donahue Tribute. John Wiley in the Datsun 280Z is 16th. Don Henry Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Colin Mokas in an Alfa Romeo GTV. Colin Mokas, is that Rob Mokas' son? Somebody's got to tell me something here. That's exciting to see. Richard Payne in a Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Richard Payne. Am I being punked here? Dick Payne in the Chevrolet Corvette Roadster. Wayne Baker in a Porsche 911S. Bill Skillman of Skillman Auto Group out of Central Indiana, and we owe them a big favor to the Skillman Auto Group, so thank you very much for being here. Bill in a Porsche 911 starting 21st. Robert Brooks in a Datsun 510 starting 22nd. Norm Murdoch 23rd in that beautiful Ford Capri. Jim Lenahan in a Porsche 9146. Rick Ortman in that Group 12 red Chevrolet Corvette. Roy Crowninshield in a Jannetta G4. Man, Roy has some of the coolest cars. And Lee Poseidon's 27th in an Alfa Romeo GT Veloce, the big flying bricks. I love those cars. What a you know, if you think modern racing, all the cars look the same and spec racing is boring, well, ladies and gentlemen, have we got a show for you. We've got some front engine, rear wheel drive horsepower cars. We've got some rear engine air cooled cars out there. We've got a little bit of everything here and all running pretty similar lap times, having a lot of fun. So Ralph, it's a tough one, but I'm going to have to say that grabber blue Ford Boss 302 of John Cloud being driven by Kurt Vogt. I just love that car.
There is absolutely a fantastic pick. Absolutely.
Now, Kurt
Except
Vogt, you like the Camaro.
It's not a Corvette.
Yeah, or you like the Chevrolet. So tell us in the comments section, are you Ford, Chevrolet, Mopar, Porsche, Datsun? Who are you rooting for here?
But I'll tell you what, if I had your money and I could go play, if I was to buy a Mustang, that would probably be the one I would want.
Yeah, if you can't get one of those historic Trans Am Mustangs,
right,
that would be the way to go. And Cobra Automotive prepares that car. Kurt Vogt, good friend of mine, the president of the Shelby Club, also a very big collector of model locomotives. It's always fun talking to these drivers because they are all just so interesting. Look at this Bob Sharp Datsun right here.
Such a cool-looking car.
Now, the Capri, the Team Blitz Racing Capri, love that. In 1971, Ford Motor Company seized all official factory involvement in North American racing. However, Jochen Niersbach, head of Ford Racing in Germany, conspired to let 2 Cologne factory racing Capris defect to the USA with Horst Queck, driver-owner of racing, and Lee Dykstra. How cool is that? Horst Queck.
Yeah, Jochen Niersbach is legendary over there in Germany. Did so much with Porsche and Audi and all the different significant brands.
There it is. There's that Capri.
That's the same one we had at Road America, isn't it?
I believe so, yep. We've had a few Capris. There's some really neat ones.
If I'm not mistaken, the gentleman that owns that Capri also owns the C5R that was there that weekend.
Maybe. So it's the Team Blitz car. We're going to go green this time by, Ralph. I do like those orange 9146s. We have a few of those. And not just because I'm from Tennessee. There goes Richard Payne and his Corvette. So the pace car will be coming in here soon. And John DeGainer, who did so well in the Trans Am race earlier in his GT1 Ron Fellows car, is leading the field.
Your homework between now and Road America is to get our buddy the Cookie King to bring cookies to Elkhart Lake next week. Here we go. Stubber trying to get inside at 1. That might be all she wrote now. Once he gets out front, that big yellow bird starts eating.
Yeah, but watch out. That Devon of John DeGainer, it's very nimble. So it's got a 327 Corvette engine, but it's a more nimble car than some of these Corvettes and Camaros.
The only thing about Stubber's car, though, is that it gets very wide to get around because he ends up sliding it everywhere.
Yeah, and John DeGainer is a very smart driver. He'll see that and say, well, if I can just stay behind him, the tire deg might go out here on Stubber's car. Because Stubber, he does, like Matt Brabham said at Winter Circle, he likes to lay the 11s down, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah.
So here he comes into turn 4, setting up for madness. One of my favorite places. There's that Alfa Romeo GT Veloce. And then Michael Origer. Michael Origer and John DeGainer, they have a little rivalry going back to last year. And look at that. There's Lee getting over. Sorry, that's not Lee. That is. Trying to find who's in that Alfa Romeo. I don't see the numbers there. But here we are. Stubber, DeGainer, Origer.
That's starting to be a pretty good fight for second there, Ben. Origer's starting to close in a little bit.
Rick Mooney, Phil Lasco. There's Bob Gee, Kurt Vogt. Ooh, look at how deep he's going there. Stubber just pushes the car to the limit all the time. I love watching that. As they come through our summit section into the Mission Foods turn 1, and Stubber, he's gapping John DeGainer just a little bit. There's that number 9 Corvette that I like so much.
It's a pretty car. There is nobody getting more out of their car than Paul Stubber. There's not much left when he's done with it at the end of a race. And again, as we've said throughout the year, big tip of the helmet to the guys at Concierge.
Yeah.
Getting that car ready every time he runs it. It is beautifully prepared.
Yeah, they were just with us at Indy last weekend.
Yep.
And you know, these old vintage Group 6 cars with these big motors, it does take a lot of maintenance between the events. They're checking everything.
Look at that thing.
That's Weglar's Group 6 GT Chevrolet Corvette. Beautiful car. The reason he's back there, ladies and gentlemen, he did come into the pit for something, because he would be right up front with these cars. It looks like Rick Mooney's given Origer a run for his money, and so the B production Corvettes have a smaller engine. They have the small block Chevy engines, and at Mid-Ohio, the small block adds a little bit more balance to the car, so that might help. You know, Road America next weekend, Origer, if he was running, would have a big advantage. But Stubber, man, just unbelievable.
I'm hoping Stubber comes to Road America.
Yeah,
because watching him slide that big yellow Camaro through the kink at full speed is going to be something to see. Oh yeah, up on the curbing. Look at it sliding coming out of Mission Foods turn number 1. I mean, it's a thrill on the inside and the outside.
You can see Weglars is staying with him because he would be right there with him. He was starting 5th, so Stubber's wondering how he probably ended up there, but he's having a hard time getting around him. Long back straightaway, but it is a right input on the steering wheel back straightaway. It's not a true straightaway. And that little bit of a right can knock the car off balance when you're going at full speed. Here's Bob Gee, the Cookie King of Chicago.
Would you go white and gold or white and blue on your striping here on your Mustang?
I have to go the traditional white and blue, the American Grand Prix colors. But
Would you go blue and white or white and blue?
I like the white with blue stripes.
That looks good. Blue and white's pretty sharp too. Let's get 2 of them. We'll get 1 each and we'll be fine.
And then we'll see.
We'll know whose is which.
There's Richard Payne. Richard Payne won a race with us at Watkins Glen a few years ago. Always loved that car. There's the Donahue car. I love that thing. And didn't he tell you at Laguna Seca or Sonoma that he owned the original, right? And then sold it and then he made a tribute?
Yes.
He's from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Uh-oh, look at this, Oerger. Watch out for that keyhole. Oerger and DeGainer, these two race very closely here, especially here at the keyhole.
I have seen the original championship winning IROC 911 that Mark Donahue drove.
Wow.
It appeared at a Concours d'Elegance I put on once back home in Charlotte, Mooresville area. The car is owned by Penske, and Tim Cindric, being the good buddy that he is, brought the car out.
So
put it on display.
That's the red Group 6 Chevrolet Corvette. I'm trying to find the number on that Corvette. Yeah, we should have a local yellow through madness because of that Corvette being picked up, and they're going to try to bring it behind the wall so we don't have to go full course yellow. There's Richard Payne. And John Wiley in that Datsun 280Z. And Bill Skillman in that Porsche. Look at that. Uh-oh, Oerger trying to set up in the Mission Foods turn 1 or the keyhole, trying to take the faster route around through the carousel. See if he can get John DeGainer. So what is a big block Corvette? Is that a 427?
It'd be a 427.
It's crazy being a British car guy to hear a 350, a Chevy 350 is a small block. So look at this. DeGainer seems to be catching up to Stubber. Okay, good. That Alfa Romeo's getting out of the way.
You might be able to put one of your little British cars inside the engine bay of one of those big Corvettes.
Yeah. So DeGainer now closing the gap on Stubber. Stubber had to ease off a little bit. Not sure where that lap traffic of that Alfa Romeo was going. And they're coming up on Mocas in that Group 8 Alfa Romeo. And now look, Oerger's closing up on him too. Yeah, that's got to be Mocas, Rob Mocas' son or brother or something, because that's Rob's car. That's such a cool view from the drone because you can see where they're out braking each other, where the gaps are closing.
You can see the line choice is way better.
Uh-oh. DeGainer might have chose the wrong way around the carousel.
He might have. So you stick that Corvette in there. Get him. Got him right there.
That's the old pick and roll.
Well played.
Michael Oerger now into second. You can see by John DeGainer's body language that he was pretty upset by that. And that was 50-50, DeGainer.
It totally
Don't give yourself a hard time.
Totally was. And the next time he comes in that position, he might go the other way. It still might not work out.
Yeah, that was a toss of the coin.
Yep. I don't blame him for going that way at all.
Look at those beautiful Alfa Romeo B sedans. I love those things.
How's our Mustang doing back here?
Good. Yeah, Kurt Vogt, Bob Gee, they're going at it.
Running in 7th, is he?
That should be Jim Lenahan. Yep, in that Group 8 CP Porsche 9146. It's basically a Porsche 914 with a 911 engine. So look at how nimble that car is through madness. And then the Corvettes will just, you know, destroy it on the straights.
If you're going to have a 914, the 6 is the one to have.
Yeah.
Highly collectible. Well, fans in our truck.
Something's wrong at the bottom of the number 9 Corvette. There's something hanging, a suspension piece hanging. So hopefully somebody in the pits front suspension piece is hanging on the right front of this number 9 on the ground. See that?
Oh, yeah.
I hope that's not a suspension piece. Doesn't look like it, but that could be a sway bar. What is that? See that? That's not
good.
Kind
of S-shaped, isn't it?
So I'm going to call race control real quick.
Like I said, Ben does everything. Calling the race, calling race control.
Okay.
You got it all going.
Bob Gee running that camera. I'm going to want to see that camera angle there. Kurt Vogt right behind him. Love to know what's under that.
Could it be a hose of some sort?
I don't know. I hope it's not. But a hose might be safer than a suspension
brake
piece.
line?
That's bigger than a brake line.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like it's slowing them down, and it doesn't seem like the car's out of balance except
No.
under braking there.
And nothing seems to be draining out of it like a hose would have.
That's the trivia question for the day, isn't it? What's hanging on the bottom of that number 9? He did come into pit lane earlier, so I'm not sure if they saw something, and then they realize it's nothing, and maybe I'm worried for nothing. I do like the look of this Gulf liveried Porsche. Wayne Baker there in a Porsche 911S. Wayne Baker's got some really nice Porsches. Bob Gee, Kurt Vogt. All right, the white flag is out. There goes the checker flag. Checker flag on Stubber.
Well, it took him a little longer than usual, but once Paul Stubber got out front, there was no catching the Concierge Motorsports
And
prepared 19A.
Michael Origer passed him right after the checker. Had the checker flag been down another maybe 100 yards, I think Origer would have won that race.
Yep. Origer's going to have to settle for second, so it's bow ties, top 2 spots on the podium.
I don't know.
Those beautiful GT350s.
I like that gold stripe. Here, he's coming in.
He went to pit lane.
I'd like to thank Permco. Oh, here we go. Here's a replay, Ralph. You see Stubber. No, Origer's way back there, but and I don't know if Origer didn't see the checker. That's what happened. Origer didn't see the checkered flag, and then he did right there. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense because he was, he was in the
He
middle
was
of
charging,
traffic.
yeah. Coming up from behind to somebody.
Tell you what, though, Origer played some lap traffic really well today.
Oh, boy, did he ever.
So Stuart Black and his crew, all 3 of his cars finished really well. So Paul Stubber up front, Michael Origer, Jonathan DeGainer 3rd, Rick Mooney 4th, Phil Lasco 5th, Robert Gee, Bob Gee, or they call him Ricky Bob Gee, in the 696 6th, Kurt Vogt 7th, 8th is Tim Bowder, 9th is Kyle August, and 10th is Tom Shelton. Whew. That just rattled our whole booth in there.
Yeah, it did.
That big block Corvette going by.
Wake up the neighborhood.
That's your favorite
Class?
SVRA group, isn't
Yes.
it? Group 6.
Going away.
That is by far, the SVRA fan favorite, unless you talk about historic Trans Am.
Yes. Historic Trans Am wins out over everything.
Mm-hmm.
But, and I got to say, this was today's field or this weekend's field, is probably the best field in this grouping that we've had all year, and some of the best racing we've had all year.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Because throughout the rest of the year, Stubbard has just run away and hidden from everybody when he's shown up.
So we're seeing some replays here. Ray Skillman, Auto Group. This is the full course caution. But I want to talk about the camera operator at the carousel.
All right.
The cojones on that camera operator when Paul Menard's coming into the wall that he's
straight at you
to keep the camera right there. I don't know his name, but that was very impressive. Josh is his name. Thank you, producer. And there's Paul Stubbard going deep into the carousel now. John DeGainer running the more traditional line, and Michael Orger following suit through that summit section. There is Weglars with something hanging. I got to go ask them because it's just bothering me. And then there's Stubbard taking that win. We have 3 drivers here with us this weekend from Perth, Australia. You can't get further away than Perth, Australia.
No, it is literally got to be about as far as you can go from here. Well, they're headed over to the winner's circle area, so we're going to head to break, take care of some business, and we got more SVRA racing coming your way from here in Mid-Ohio, so stay locked in right here.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Are we? And we are back here in Mid-Ohio. Ralph Shaheen and Ben Sissel, Mr. Do-It-All, is here with us as well. So now you get to do qualifying for TA2, Ben.
Yeah.
Cube 3 Architecture, TA2.
I love this, and we just had our big American muscle cars from the 60s and 70s out there. Now these are our big American muscle cars from 2024 and 25, basically. And also some Toyota Camrys out there. And I've got to say, this is going to sound weird coming from me, but there's a Toyota Camry out there with that 70s, 80s off-road Toyota. What was the guy's name?
Ivan Stewart,
yes.
the Iron Man.
The livery, that's my favorite car in the field right now, Julian DaCosta's car.
It's a good-looking car, and yeah, that's a paint scheme that harkens back to those eras, and also the Gurney Celicas, if you remember those.
Yeah. Willie T. Ribbs raced one of those.
Sure did.
So
Wally Dallenbach raced one.
Some of the best. I'm excited that you're in the booth for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series, because I would say some of the best TA2 races in years past happen right here at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. This is just a very good equalizing track. It's a rhythm track, very technical. You don't get a lot of time to rest, and we've had some unbelievable outcomes here.
In talking about the rhythm here, this place radically different than where we go next week at Road America. Not just because of the length of the straightaways and how much more open Road America is, but as we talked about when we were there earlier this year, at Road America, the corners are really all separated by a straightaway, significant straightaway, so that if you mess up somewhere, it's easy to get your rhythm back before you get to the next corner. Whereas here, if you make a mistake, for example, going into 5, you can be a mess all the way through Thunder Valley before you gather back up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can't really it can knock your whole lap out. But I think I just saw Noah Harmon lock up his left front there going into turn 4 real bad. So he might have kind of flat spotted, and you don't want to do that in qualifying. Gian Buffalmonte, he has finished 2nd and 6th. I believe he's 8th in the points right now as a TA2 rookie. That is very impressive. Here's the silver hair cars.
Speaking of silver hair, former winners here include Thomas Merrill and Rafa Matos in a silver hair racing Chevrolet.
Yeah, Thomas is very good here, as is Rafa. There's Eric Cateman. We saw Skillman out there, and then he's running the Ray Skillman Ford Mustang. Eric Caton. Wait. There's Noah. Noah Harmon with Street Side Classics. Going real deep into 4. That's a beautiful car.
Always fun to go kicking tires through the showroom at Street Side Classics.
I've never been.
Oh,
but
we
I've
can
heard
fix that.
Great things about it.
They're scattered around the country, about 6 to 8 different locations, like Charlotte, Atlanta, Dallas, Tampa. I believe there's one in Phoenix.
Tristan McKee on the top of the board here. Now, with the new pavement in Mid-Ohio, they may go a few more laps than normal. Usually they only want to put 5 laps on these Pirelli P0s because they have to race on these. But now with the new pavement, the tire degradation isn't as bad. But Tristan McKee has been on the top this whole weekend. On the top or in 2nd place going back and forth. And I know Team SLR likes to test here, but all the SLR cars are fast here.
When I was 14, Ben, I was thinking about, do I want some new Road Rider wheels on my Santa Cruz skateboard? Tristan McKee is 14 years old, and he's worrying about lap times in Mid-Ohio in a TA2 car with over 500 horsepower in it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
My, how times have changed, as they say. Because there were no 14-year-olds doing that even back then.
So the Gainbridge, HendrickCars.com, Franklin Road Apparel, M1 Team SLR, Tristan McKee laying it down. But then Corey Day now at the top of the board with a 123.775.
Woo. Get it back on. There you go, Tristan. I was talking with Corey yesterday. Known Corey for a long time, known his dad forever, Ronnie Day. And Corey tried, I said to him, I walked up, I said, boy, you really tried to bang yourself pretty good at Eagle in the sprint car. He goes, oh, yeah.
Really?
Because I took a wild one there. He goes, but I'm all right. He goes, just a little beat up and bruised up, but good to go.
Tristan McKee was on his flyer, went through deep into turn one, and I think he's going to cool it off a little bit, come in and try it again.
That's the real challenge with these young drivers like a Corey Day or even Tristan McKee, who's talking with him. He's running Cars Tour. He's doing a variety of different things as well. You know, you get these drivers doing all these different things. Kaylee Bryson is another one, running so many different forms of racing throughout the course of the year that you elevate the chances of a problem happening, A, because you're racing so much, for one, percentages get higher, but B, you start driving all these wilder variations of cars, things can get a little hairy, like a 410 wing sprint car for Corey Day.
Yeah. We saw that with Dyson, had a wreck in some kind of sprint car a couple years ago.
That was, I was there that night. I was standing on his trailer with his dad. It was a USAC Silver Crown car on the mile at Indianapolis at the fairgrounds there, the dirt track.
So there's Thomas Merrill, currently in 6th. Look at this, our 2 veterans, Rafa Matos and Merrill, 2 champions, are 5th and 6th. And Adrian Lostowski, I was talking to Billy today, like I'm really proud of Adrian Lostowski. He has really stepped it up this season. And we will see you, Adrian, on the podium at some time this season. He's not going to make a liar out of me.
No, he's definitely been a lot quicker. He's been very competitive, and we're on board with Adrian Vostovsky here as he runs down this.
He's cooling down a little bit.
This back section here.
He's on a cool down lap. I don't know if this is his final lap, but he would be going at a faster pace than that on a flyer. That's the CMI car. It's a pretty car.
It's a great looking car in person. I like the metallic red on there.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing about Adrian is now he's got a crew chief and crew that he really, because he does everything. You know, he runs his auto shop out of basically Manhattan. I think it's in Brooklyn, so not Manhattan, but Brooklyn, one of the boroughs right there in the city. And he runs his business, he repairs cars, but his crew chief talking to him today is like, it took him a while for Adrian to trust me, but now that we have that trust, now Adrian can think about being a race car driver. And we've seen it, like this season. Something has clicked in him, and he's putting in the work, and now he's up there always fighting for top 5.
Corey having a good run here.
He's a very good driver, isn't he? You're a lot more familiar with him than I am.
Yeah, West Coast kid. His dad was a very well-known flat track motorcycle racer and 410 winged sprint car racer. So spent a lot of time with Ronnie all around racing this, that, and everything.
Sam Corey in the top 5. Very impressed with Sam Corey. He's the
There's
black
Merrill.
70. Yeah, Merrill is very good here. Merrill is very good at all the technical tracks.
Well, and as we said, a former winner here, taking the checker in 2022 and 2020.
Mia Lovell, she didn't join us at Lime Rock. She was graduating.
Yep.
But she was here the weekend after Lime Rock with Sam Corey and some of the Nitro crew, and she loves Mid-Ohio, she said.
Yeah, she's ready to go. She's in 12th right now. Talked with her crew. They were feeling pretty confident that they were dialing the car in and headed in the right direction.
She's one of my favorite people in the paddock to talk to because she's a professional skateboarder, and I love skateboarding, but she is always game face. She always seems to be thinking 3-4 moves ahead, and she's loving this TA2 racing now, and it's one of those things like she's gotten really big into professional skateboarding, but that's very tough on your body. So it's funny, she's had some pretty nasty shunts this year, but, you know, she's kind of used to it being a professional skateboarder, but I think she's kind of feeling her groove as a professional race car driver now.
Yep. She's getting there, the 18-year-old out of Phoenix, Arizona.
She's about to go to college in your area.
She's going to go to Davidson College, just north of downtown Charlotte, which, of course, Davidson Wildcats is where Steph Curry became first well-known as they made it
They were
way
like
up the run
Cinderella
in March Madness.
Story that year.
Yeah.
So that's the Nitro Motorsports. Mia Lovell, Toyota Camry.
And she's been a part of the Toyota development series, ran GR Cup, did all of that.
So that's a straightaway here. You see this right where we're looking at right now? That's what we call a straightaway.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny? Will Robinson, the Ivy Asset Group, with Mike Cope Race Cars. And Ben Mayer. So Ben Mayer has raced with us the last 2 seasons. This is his first TA2 race with us this season. I know that he's trying to work out a truck for the Lime Rock race next weekend, but if he can't quite work that out, he's going to be with us at Road America, and I don't know how I want to pull on that one. You know, I want him to do, what he wants to do and run, and I think he
progress.
Honestly, I think he might dominate the Lime Rock truck race if he's in a good machine, but I'd like to see him at Road America. But
there's your car.
Look at that thing. And I hate to give Nick Tucker any kind of compliments, but that is a good-looking car.
It's just a simple livery, but it really looks sharp.
Yeah, and so if it didn't have that history, like we were talking about, would that be? It's very power 70s, the different shades like that. But I always wonder that, are cars beautiful because of sometimes they're winning, or is it because there's just certain liveries that just really stand out?
And every car looks good in Victory Lane, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ivan was certainly an easy guy to cheer for. What a great individual he is. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to meet him, Ben, but he's a special character in his 80s and still just as built as ever. He looks like he'd go run the 1,000 all by himself once again and win.
That's crazy. Well, Corey Day at the top with the 124.1. Tristan McKee right behind him, 124. So obviously Team M1 SLR has figured something out, because they've had 1-2, and then Barry Bowes has been at the top all weekend, but I'm not seeing him in the top 15 right now.
No, and Mia down there in 14th, just in front of Borisset Jr.
Looks like we've got 19 seconds left.
Bufamonte in 9th. Merrill's sticking right around there in 8th. Rafa in 6th.
And then Harmon right next to him. So we've got 2 teammates in 6th and 7th. And Mia might be trying to do one last flyer. She's got
she's
one
hard
chance.
on the brakes at the keyhole.
I see that big Speed Sport 1 sticker on the front of that car.
Gotta
Looks
love
good.
that, right?
Yeah.
We'll have this race on Speed Sport 1 live tomorrow. 1 o'clock Eastern, I believe, is when we go green.
The Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series live on Speed Sport, getting a little, her rear end came out just a little bit there at 5 at the top of Madness, so where the car gets very light. It normally does that, but just a little bit too much rotation, so that might take her out of her flyer lap. She's starting right now 14th, but she's going to be coming in soon, and I believe that's it. There we go, Ralph.
Here's a look at it. Day, McKee, Annunziata, Vostovsky, and Sam Corey taking the top 5 spots. Matos, Harmon, Merrill, Bufamonte, and Mayer will finish off the top 10. Costa, Robinson, Caden, Lovell, and Borisset Jr. complete the top 15. Well, with that happening, we will go ahead and make our way out of here for a minute. We're coming back, Ben. We got more racing to go here at Mid-Ohio. The day's not done yet.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
And back here at Mid-Ohio.
Well, this makes sense now, Ralph, and I'm so sorry I didn't have the schedule in front of me, but this is Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series Pro-Am, and that's why I was asking where did Barry Bowes go, because I thought he fell back because he's been doing so well this weekend, but that's because he's running in the Pro-Am Championship, and I tell you what, this Pro-Am Championship is heating up with these four right here, Jared Odrick, Keith Prochuk, Barry Bowes, and Tom Sheehan. So now it's all making sense. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I just, maybe my medicine is wearing out or I'm not paying attention, but now we're figuring it out. There's Bob Accardo Jr. with the Make-A-Wish car. We've got Gio here with Make-A-Wish this weekend, and all these great fans up there on the hill. Here comes Barry Bowes. So this is qualifying for the Pro-Am with that Osseo Data Chevrolet Camaro M1 SLR car out of Chattanooga, Tennessee, followed by Jared Odrick. Keith Prochuk with HP Tuners. Now, Keith Prochuk is very good at Mid-Ohio.
Here we go. Underway.
Usually takes them about a lap and a half before they want to start setting down their flyers, but with only a handful of cars in the Pro-Am, I don't know why they're not more spread out. So here comes Jared Odrick in the 0-0 car. And Keith Prochuk in the HP Tuners car. Tom Sheehan, Vixen Cycle Company. Doug Winston. Love having Doug Winston out here. And there's Bob Accardo Jr. on board with Jared Odrick. Look at his body language. He looks comfortable in the car. I like that he's wearing the yellow gloves. Just a little tap of the brake there. Make sure it's there. Watching his hands, he had a little bit of a right-left, but he looks smooth going through probably the most difficult section of the circuit. Now he's got a blind right-hander with a little bit of a crest of a hill down in the Thunder Valley. Mid-Ohio is a really tough track to be good at. It is like you were saying, some tracks you're setting yourself up for the next corner. In Mid-Ohio, you're setting yourself up for the next 3 corners. Here's Jim Gallagher in the regulator. Jim Gallagher, the reason he's running that white nose is he hit the big sand barrel coming into pit in practice this morning. So the Coke team was able to get him back out there. So look at that. There's Barry Bowes in the top 10 already. And then Gallagher, Prochuk, Odrick, Winston, Sheehan, and Phillips.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to speak with Jared Odrick on Friday here. And we were talking about his football career. And I said, obviously, you're a very talented athlete. So athletically adjusting to racing was probably, somewhat easy for you that way. I said, but what transferred from your position that you played, which was on the defensive line, from your position to the car that you didn't think would be the case when you were first getting involved? And he said, it's interesting. In football, the play is only about 7 seconds, right? In 10 seconds, it's all over, and you're headed back to the sidelines. And he said, then you get to the sidelines, coach is all up in your face, good, bad, or indifferent about what happened on the play, and somebody's sliding the surface they use in the NFL, I guess. It's not the iPad. I think they use the surface. Yeah. You slide the surface underneath you, and you watch the play over and see what you did and did wrong. He said, so then you have to quickly digest all of that information, what the coach was telling you, and then what you're seeing in the video, get it in your head, make a decision, and go right back out for the next play after. He said racing is similar in the fact that although the race is longer than the play is, he said as soon as you come in from a session, you're sitting down and looking at your video.
And he is definitely a student of the sport. I've known Jared now for about 2 years, and the amount of work that he has put into this. Also, his girlfriend, Crystal. Jared calls me sometimes and says, hey, has Trans Am ever thought about this? He's always thinking. You can tell he's got a marketing mind behind him. Very smart. Went to Penn State, did really well there, obviously. #1 draft pick for the Miami Dolphins. But once you're a competitor like Jared Odrick, I just don't think, maybe later in his life, golf or fishing might suit him.
Not now.
No, he wants to be
got too much
super
going
competitive.
on.
Yeah. And I love having him in the sport, and I'm surprised,
fantastic,
honestly, that we don't have more athletes from different things like that. Bruce Jenner racing the Trans Am Series, as did Walter Payton. So I'm surprised that we're not seeing more of that. There's Cale Phillips, who was on the podium with us at Lime Rock with the Mincy's Graphics Ford Mustang, that number 99.
Mike Kofer, who played for the 49ers, raced ASA for quite a while.
Oh, I didn't know that.
There's been a few.
So here's Barry Bowes coming down. Now we're following Cale Phillips with that fire coming out through Madness. And behind him is Bowes, who is, look at that, he is in the top 4. So 3 of the 4 cars are Team SLR M1 with Scott Lagasse. That is impressive. They have figured out a setup for Mid-Ohio.
They sure have. Scott runs a pretty tight ship over there. Good organization.
Yeah, and I have to, he might not like me telling this publicly, but he was setting up the other day, and there he is running. And he came over and just kind of gave me a high five as he's jogging, but he's like, I gotta stay in shape, man. And he's always kind of teetering if he's going to get back in the race car with us, and maybe, yeah. So I like seeing that. And always the competitor, Scott Lagasse Jr.
Yeah, you just got to find another way to let that competitiveness out, right? Sometimes it becomes ownership.
Doug Winston with Adrian Rostowski's team, Fast Auto. Barry Bowes, 1, 2, 3, M1. Look at that. I don't know if that's ever happened. And then to have a Pro-Am in the top 3. Barry Bowes, last year's not only Pro-Am champion, but the best acceptance speech I've ever heard in my life.
Really?
Oh my gosh, it was hilarious. I have to give it up for him. He said something about he wanted to thank his first wife for making his home life so miserable it was easy to go racing every weekend. And he attributes her to his success or something like that. And I just thought that was awesome.
That's
is one of the funniest things. I mean, the whole crowd was just roaring because it was also kind of out of character for Barry Bowes.
Yeah.
Bob Accardo Jr. with Make-A-Wish coming into turn 4. Currently 22nd. Jim Gallagher up to 20th, and Audric would be second in Pro-Am, followed by Pro Chuck, and those are the top 3 in points, I believe, right now in the Pro-Am.
Yeah, Bob Accardo's gonna, as he always does, extends a hand out to the Make-A-Wish community to bring out a youngster to be a part of the weekend with him. And he's got a young man by the name of Gio coming out here with us tomorrow. Really looking forward to seeing Gio and welcoming him and his family into the Trans Am paddock with our TA2 series. And hopefully they have a fantastic time and can forget about every day for a while and just enjoy some good racing and a lot of noise.
I think it may be one of the best things we do at these events. I love it, and I'm very proud of our drivers and our crew and everybody in our
Everybody
paddock
embraces
for welcoming.
it. And how can you not? Because when you meet these youngsters that are dealing with what they're dealing with, you find out, you think you've got it tough. Not even close to what these kids are putting up with, and they get through it like champs every day.
Yeah, we were talking about what a fighter some of these drivers are. These Make-A-Wish kids, they are really fighters.
Yep. Fighting the biggest battle of all.
That's a beautiful car, too. That's a Jim Guthrie car. So Jim raced the Western Championship with us, as is Bob Accardo Jr. But so I keep wanting to say the Jim Guthrie car, but that is Bob Accardo out there in that beautiful Make-A-Wish Foundation car. Gray in the number 64. He and his dad are both here, so that's Matt Gray in that number 64 with the Ryan car. But his father, Tim Gray, was in today's race in SGT, did really well. They're all with Troy in TRB. There's smoke coming out of the back there. Is that brakes? I think that's brakes. It's mechanical.
Podrick hanging around there in 16th, Pro Chuck behind him. That was Sheehan in the Vixen car. And he ran in Indy with us and had a bit of a frustrating weekend there.
Well, he did really well in race 1, and then turn 1 of race 2, it all went wrong.
Yeah.
Jared Audric running the cool box system, the iceless cooling system. Last year we had a heat index well over 100, so I went and talked to him because who would know more about physical conditioning than Jared Audric? And you know, he said it is tough. So now he's running the cool box system, and I think that's going to help him out quite a bit.
Doing anything in Miami any time of the year can be tough. I don't know how those guys train for an NFL season down there in the summertime.
And then, like, when they have to go play, like, the Broncos or Buffalo.
Well, it killed them in the playoffs a couple of years ago because they had to go play Kansas City in the snow, remember?
Yeah.
They're just not a team built for that. Here's Jared.
Look at how upright he is in the car. Right on the wheel, looking at his mirrors. That's such a neat part of Mid-Ohio, that fence, the Armco on the driver's right there, giving you no room. Boris once told me, you know you're running the right line if you can just scrape the mirror on that.
Yeah. Just got to skim it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mid-Ohio stripe, kind of like a Darlington stripe, if you will.
What is this speaker-looking thing in his car? I wonder what that is. See that?
Yeah. Kind of leaf-shaped.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure. He's got 2 of them.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not the cool box system, I don't think. Maybe he's listening to some tunes.
I mean, hey, why not? Whatever pushes you forward, right?
It'd have to be really loud speakers.
Yeah.
And then notice his windshield wiper there. It's off. Usually the windshield wiper's in the center. Not
Yeah,
sure
he's
what's
just worried
happening.
about his side of the car.
Yeah, but a lot of the drivers will put it upright, in more of an upright position, just for aero. And with, you know, these things being decided by thousandths of a second, every little
Can
bit
make
counts.
a difference. Oh, yeah. Over to the Mid-Ohio version of the carousel. And with that, Ben is gone. Off to take control of something else. He's got a grid walk coming up, he says. Okay. Odrick still working his way around, trying to get another quick lap in there, see if he can move up from his 16th starting spot right now. And the checkered flag is out, ending that session. Here's your overall qualifying results for the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, which will race tomorrow live here on Speed Sport 1 at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Corey Day getting his first pole of the year. Ben Mayer will be 11th. Julian DaCosta, that cool Toyota livery, number 30, will be 12th. Bob Ricardo, 23rd. Tom Sheehan, 22nd. And with that, we will wrap up Cube 3 Architecture TA2, and we will get ready for the Ligier JFC Championship, which is up next. Stay with us.
Yes. Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Back
Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street-legal. Find a Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Well, welcome everybody. This is the Ligier Junior Formula Championship, and I tell you what, you can probably hear the excitement in my voice because this has been some of the best racing we have seen all season long. Starting with our points leader, obviously some new tires here with these new hand-cooked tires in the Junior Formula Championship, but all the way from Uruguay is Gaston Irasu here, and he has really just been putting on a clinic, had some great races with us at Road America at the first round at NOLA. It's so cool to have him here with running the Aliyah group and ANCAP, but just been really fun to watch. So Uruguay, where the first World Cup ever was. I love having the South American drivers. But then From Akron, just down the road, is Cash Felburn. It was funny, just before we started, you can see the duck umbrella. I love that. Our friend Kathy puts out all these umbrellas for us. But I was asking him, I'll come here around. I was talking to him, like, is this your home track? And he's like, well, yes, kind of. It's the closest track, but because of his age, he hasn't gotten to race here very much. But Cash, you've got your twin brother out here with us. Your dad, Josh, is over your shoulder, but you're here right behind Gaston, who's leading in the points. And let me see here. You were 5th in the points, so you're still in the hunt. You're here at your home track. What's the strategy for you?
Just be smart. It's difficult around here. Racing's difficult around here. Yeah, difficult to pass, so we'll see how it goes.
It is difficult to pass, that's for sure. But I need to mention the Phantom Fireworks Town Hall. That's a sports bar just in Akron, Ohio, so Cleveland, Ohio. So just down the road here from us. And Josh, so you've got 2 identical twins out here in the same race. You're just going for it here, aren't you?
Oh yeah, they both have fun, and they're within a tenth of each other all the time. So it makes it pretty interesting. And when one's in the front and one's in the back, but they work together and push each other.
What's the ride home like after these days?
They just review the videos and help each other out and and then razz each other as well.
Max, I love it. The brother thing, yeah. So you've got the Felber Motorsports, the Bio Longevity Labs, which is what, Josh?
Bio Longevity Labs is one of the top health and wellness peptide companies. So we provide longevity products and everything to anyone. We're like the Amazon of health and wellness.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Well, thank you very much for coming out. So we've got Uruguay, South America. Then we have Akron just down the road. And then we've got South Africa right here in our top 3. How cool is that? Aubrey's over here taking pictures with us. But Zach here with Kiwi Motorsport all the way from South Africa. So I'm guessing this is not his home track. But Zach, how in the world do you describe this JFC championship to your friends in South Africa?
Yeah, basically one of the biggest stepping stones to get into Formula One or IndyCar in the USA. Yeah, that's how I would describe it to my friends back home.
Nice. Yeah, it is, just like he said, it is a ladder system. So you start in the Ligier Junior Formula Championship, hopefully work your way up to the Formula 4 United States Championship, then to Formula Regional United States Championship, and then you don't know, you might be Indy next, there might be IndyCar. We've seen a lot of our drivers come through that ladder system. Also, we've seen them go into Formula 2, we've seen them go into IMSA, but then Ava Hansen running basically the American and German. She does speak German. Next weekend, I'm actually going to be in your backyard of Road America. But do you have any laps here at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, Ava?
So last year I was in FRP for the F1600, so we have some experience here, not in the big cars like this, but yeah, just a little bit of experience.
Nice. Now, let me speak to your dad, because I was watching her today going out, and this car, we were commenting on it, how pretty it is at NOLA, but I haven't seen you have to do any kind of body work or repair. She's been keeping it clean all season, it seems like.
Don't jinx us now. That's what we've been talking about all year. Let's keep this car this clean, and it's yeah, luckily, knock on wood, it's been working out. So our best starting position in this feature race right now, so we're hoping we can capitalize on it. So
nice. Yeah.
Yep.
Nice job, Ava. We're cheering for you. I love it. I just love the livery of this car. So keep it looking sharp, like your dad said. Don't fall into that commentator's curse. Sorry about that. We're coming up here to the number 10. Now, we heard him in the announcer booth earlier. I just need to brag on Daniel, because it's Daniel, his dad, and his best friend. That's the whole crew. They're putting this thing together. He's doing very well in the points. He's 3rd in the points. I know that I need to mention the Tenuta Fopa and Ambrosi, right? And is that wine? What is that?
We are a winery. Yes, we own a winery in Napa.
You guys own a winery in Napa. Okay, nice. Okay, so yeah, hopefully I'm making the sponsors happy then, right?
Absolutely, you're making the sponsors very happy.
And how do we get some of this?
Not easy, as a matter of fact, not easy at all, but we can make an arrangement very quickly.
Well, Daniel doing really well. Also, one of my favorite commentators. So Daniel, thank you so much for coming through. I'm hearing engine start, but I want to go through the grid here. But look at this from Brazil. So we've got Uruguay and Brazil here representing South America. We love that. You can see the blower coming out, giving it to his dad. Then Roman Felber. We were speaking of cash with Town Hall, a sports bar in Cleveland, Phantom Fireworks, DWT Wealth. Rebel Mind Body. He's got everything on here, and both of the Felbers are very well known in the iRacing community, very well ranked. Then we've got Luca Day here, all the way from Canada, with the driven car and the Zimperium. Luca Day, great to have the Canadians here. We have a lot of Canadians running with us. Then now, Harbier Das with Berg Racing. I tell you what, Berg Racing has 2 cars. Drew Such in 2nd place in the points, and then Harbier is 4th place, doing really well. North Coast Medical Group, and look at that. So you've got the Das Psych there, but the Berg Racing. So Alex Berg did really well in this series when this was our F4. Then Josh Griffith here, running with Crosslink Kiwi. Very good driver. I love these orange cars with Crosslink Kiwi. And then you can see Landon Matriano Lim, one of our alumni, is talking to him right there. So what better advice than to get somebody who's been in this car at this track the last few seasons. Fatuda, Michael Fatuta's got a new helmet on him. I like that. Fatuda, now he's got a new sponsor too. I haven't been able to speak to him yet, but Bushi here. But I love, I used to be a former professional musician. He is a professional trumpet player out of New York City with Sticker Tires. Got Kelsey Pinkowski, but it's getting loud, so I'm going to send it back up in the booth.
All right, Ben, thank you. The field has rolled away. The Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Ralph Shaheen with you, joined in the booth by Cooper Shipman, who has just made his way off the top step of the podium after a big win in the F4 United States Championship. Congratulations, Cooper. You and the Kiwi Motorsports guys had a fantastic outing.
We had a good race there in F4. Also in FR, our guys came away with a win and multiple guys inside the top 5. So hopefully Zach Forey and JFC can keep the Kiwi momentum going and come away with a solid result.
Well, it has definitely tightened up the points there, and we got a pretty good points battle going on here.
Yeah, these races now we're getting into the middle part of the season. It's important to really start making your bid for the championship and start racking up those points.
Gaston Arazu leads the championship with 113 points. Drew Such is behind him in second, 26 points down. Daniel Cara, who was with us in the booth earlier today, is third, 35.5 points back. Then Harbier Das and Cash Felber rounding out the top 5. So Drew needs to have a pretty good run here and hope that Gaston helps him out a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like Drew's starting pretty far down there in the 14th position. He'll want to make sure he can try and do a pretty good job at damage limitation this race and try and lose as little points as possible with his championship rival starting on the pole.
And to make things worse, looks like Gaston's up on the pole.
Yeah, that's
doesn't help any.
No, that's gonna be really difficult, especially obviously for Gaston. That's a huge advantage knowing that your main rival in the championship starting towards the back of the field. So look for him to try and make a good early break there and maximize this good opportunity.
Well, this will be a rolling start. Everybody running on the hand-cooked tires. The Honda Civic Type R 2.0 liter engine. It's a non-turbo engine producing about 160 horsepower. And without the driver, these Ligier Junior Formula Championship machines weigh in at 1,235 pounds. So a pretty quick race car.
Yeah, it's a great junior Formula car to really get these young drivers ready and getting set on their way in their Formula car racing career. Yeah, it's a lot of great drivers have been through the series and driven these cars, so we're likely seeing some of the stars of tomorrow in this race right here.
No, I guess this is a standing start, isn't it? I forgot.
Yep. So
my bad.
No, the JFCs and the Formula Regionals both do standing start. Our F4 cars are actually the only ones that do rolling. So just an extra challenge for these drivers.
I had a 50-50 shot at it, Cooper, and I took the wrong line.
It's all good. There's a lot of series on this weekend, so it can get confusing sometimes. The one thing to watch out here for, we only have one lap to get these tires up, so whoever's warmed their tires is probably going to have a good advantage going off the line.
Here are the lights. Keep your eyes on them. When they go out, we go racing. Underway! Oh, one car stalling at the very tail end of the grid. Now he's rolling. And looks like one of the Felbers is going to move up. That's going to be Felber in the 11.
Looks like Cash Felber in the 11 taking the lead here, and Gaston just settling into that second position. So it's important for him to just stay calm and try and work his way past as soon as possible.
Cash Felber running in the 11, and more problems here on pit road for the 73.
Here we go. We see the 10 car of Daniel Carr looking. Oh, we have an off.
They went right off. Oh, and another one spinning, the 34 Griffith.
Oh.
Tires are cold.
Tires cold. First lap, everybody's all together.
First big
Lots
braking
of caution.
zone.
Looks like that 15 car that, or not 15, sorry, that crosslink car that went off may be beached in the dirt, and they have a caution for that.
Yeah, Griffith is just stuck in the kitty litter there. And another one off here, the 9. Day.
It's all kicking off here.
Luca Day. And that rear wheel just spinning.
Yeah, he's going to need some help to get out of there. Looks like Cash was able to maintain the lead. Gaston just falling back to second, but he's still in a pretty good position. I'm interested to see where Drew's made his way up to by the end of that chaotic first lap.
Throttle must be stuck on this car.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it looks like maybe he thinks he can get out, but yeah, that looks like the throttle may be stuck down there. See how the markers handle that.
Here's the first incident going into 4. Everybody hard on those brakes.
Yeah, looks like both of those cars trying to go in really deep and go around the outside of the 10 car Daniel Carr, and fortunately both of them on the cold tires were going too wide, and then we see the 34 spin on the exit.
Yep, Griffith just spins out.
Yeah, that's a tough thing with just the one warm-up lap is, as you see, there's some work being done to this car here.
Messing with the electronics.
Yeah, but as I was saying, the difficult part about these races where you have only the one warm-up lap and then the standing start is it's really difficult to get those tires up to temperature.
That's Roman Felber right there, Cooper.
Yep, it looks like, unfortunately, they're working real hard on that wiring as we see the 9 car still
the day
there.
car.
Looks like the tires decided to spin.
You know, that first incident when they went off at turn 4, it looked to me like the second car, you know, when you get right behind somebody like that, you literally just go where they go because you're so focused on them that he might have not realized he had missed the braking point because the other car didn't turn in.
Yeah, when you're all close together like that at the start of the race, it's really hard to spot your braking mark. So a lot of the time, some of the drivers will just follow the car that's in front of them and hope that they're braking at the right place. Unfortunately, that car was unable to get stopped in time, so he took the car behind with it.
Finally, he got that rear wheel to stop spinning. I don't know if he just kept his foot in it that long. I'm sure the team won't be too thrilled about that if he did. Let's go find out what's going on in pit lane with Ben.
Yeah, I'm with Victor Rubin here with Champagne Racing, and we can see Roman Felber in here, and I could just see from his body language, very disappointed. I can see they're back there where that solenoid is. Is it a gear issue? What's happening there, Victor?
So we found the harness for the gearbox was pinched for some reason after the qualifying, and we replaced it. And it seems like it might be something on the new wiring harness. So we tested it. It worked in the tent, but for some reason now the gearbox is not shifting.
Okay.
So during the outlap, he couldn't shift. So we asked him to come in, and we're putting another one.
Okay, well, Roman Felber here in that number 73 Bio Longevity. Now, I was speaking to Drew Such up there at Tech, and he was showing me right where they are that there's a solenoid that he can press back there. And he's talking about the wiring harness, but it's also air fed. There's air pressure that comes through. You can actually shift gears from in the car or out here by touching a solenoid, but it looks like they're really struggling. You can just see by his body language that Roman wants to get out there, and he knows he's going 2 laps down. So it's going to be an uphill battle, but it looks like they're putting the body cover back on. And Ralph, I think Roman's going to be able to get back out there in his Ligier Junior Formula Championship car. I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Okay, Ben, thank you. So tough brakes mechanically for some drivers, tough brakes driver-wise, decision-wise here in the early going of this Ligier Junior Formula Championship event here in Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see those drivers that had issues on that opening lap, if they can settle down and regroup and try and go forward after this restart. They get a little bit of chance to build some heat in their tires and go at it again. Looks like that car with the wiring issue is able to come back out of the pits. We'll see if we can rejoin and have a strong finish to this race.
So while we're down here a little bit, tell me about your racing and what's up next for you. New Jersey Motorsports Park will be the next stop on the tour for you.
Yep. One more race tomorrow here in Mid-Ohio, and then after that we got a couple weeks off, and then we will be racing in New Jersey, like you said. Not a track that I have a whole lot of experience with, but it's a pretty interesting course to have up there. So I'm excited to go up there and continue chipping away at this championship.
Yeah, first you need another good day tomorrow, right?
Yep. Hopefully we can. We had a good race today, winning race 1. So hopefully we can replicate that tomorrow, have a good start, and win another one.
Let's take a look at the points here in the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Arazu with a Champagne Racing entry leads them. Drew Such, Berg Racing, Daniel Cara, a 3-person team including him. Beer Doss, another one of the Berg Racing cars, and Cash Felber, another one of the Champagne cars in the top 5.
It looks like Arazu has a pretty sizable lead there at the top of the championship. So obviously that's going to be helped with how the qualifying shaked out earlier today. So we'll see if Such or Cara could potentially close that gap here today, with Arazu falling back to the 2nd position after that start.
The way this track is going today, they repaved it just recently, but the series has been here since the repave, but it's really hot today, hottest race we've had so far this year. How are the cars handling on the racetrack today?
Yeah, the higher conditions along with the repave have really caused us, a lot of the teams I know, at least in the F4, we've had a lot of issues with tire wear kind of across the field. So it's just that much more important to pace yourself throughout the race and make sure you're not overheating your tires too early, trying to break away from the field, and making sure you leave yourself with a car that's good enough to compete at the very end, especially in a class like this where we maybe have multiple cautions during the race. If you use up all of your tires in the beginning of the race and then you have a caution midway or 2/3 of the way through, you're going to be really vulnerable to the cars behind that have maybe saved tires and now have more grip to use the last couple laps.
Making a guest appearance in the booth just for a second, Ben Sissel. You gonna stick around, or you gonna? All right.
Looks like lights could be out on the pace car here, so it looks like we're ready to get back going again. We'll see who's prepped their tires the best and can get. a good run here off this restart.
Just getting word the safety car is set to pull in on this lap. Janetta. Cash Felber up front. Arazu right behind him. Green flag is out, and we're racing once again as they head towards Mission Foods, turn number 1.
Looks like Felber's able to maintain the lead there off the restart. Got a good launch. We'll see if Arazu can make an attack up to first 2 or if Felber's got enough of a gap.
You saw Such get around Hansen. That's from 5th to 4th for Drew. So he's headed in the right direction here, Cooper.
Yeah, it looks like he's even up. He's made up another spot. He may be even into the 3rd position now. So we'll see if he can close up on Arazu, the championship leader, and try and bring that gap down.
Yeah, that's Kara in that white, black, and yellow car who's holding down 3rd right now. Such right behind him. That's Kara. Top 2, Felber, I should say, and Arazu.
Felber did a good job there getting the launch from the start. He's able to maintain the lead down the back straightaway. It'll be really hard for Arazu to make a move at the end of this lap, but if he can stick with him, he may be able to capitalize.
Arazu seems to really have the pace to run with Cash as hard as he wants to go. He's not losing any ground to him.
No, he's sticking with him here, and that's important because once he gets to the start of the next lap, we'll have those 2 massive straightaways where he can use the draft to his advantage and potentially make a move.
These Ligier Junior Formula Championship cars also utilizing hand-cooked tires. Do they run the same compound that you?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't think so. I think we potentially use a slightly different compound, but the characteristics of all 3 of the tires that are running in the Formula Regionals, Formula 4 Series are fairly similar.
This track can be hard on tire degradation, so, whoa, one car getting pretty far out.
A little bit
it
hot.
Looks like Fatuda back there in the 12. How many laps did you go before you started to feel the degradation starting to kick in?
For me, it took only about 10 laps for me to really start feeling the tires falling off. So maybe tomorrow I can do a little bit better job of managing them. But yeah, it's pretty drastic here.
These tires might be good for another lap or 2 before these drivers really start to feel anything. Such getting pressured. He's going to lose the spot to Benitez.
Looks like he's able to get that move done, and Carr is actually able to close up to the front 2, so we have a 3-pack breakaway here at the front. See Felber still maintaining that lead that he got on the restart.
Carr got a win at Road America. It's literally a 3-man operation. Daniel, his dad, and his best friend.
It's pretty impressive what they're able to do here and run out front, given their pretty small outfit compared to some of the bigger teams we have out here.
Oh yeah, like your team, Kiwi.
Yeah.
How many cars do they have here this weekend?
I want to say we've got 7 or 8 cars here. We've got a pretty full house under the Kiwi tent, but yeah, it's still good to see all these guys that are able to come out here and compete, even if they don't have the biggest team here. As still 3-pack out front. Nobody's really made a move yet, but we'll see down the spec straightaway if anybody pokes their nose out.
Daniel right on the backside of Arazu.
Looks like he's just struggling to close that last car length or 2 and really get on the gearbox. So we'll see if the draft helps him here, but it's very difficult to make some overtakes here just on the tight and twisty nature of this track.
Really, the only place you can catch your breath is right through here.
Yep, you 2 long straightaways at the start of the lap, and then the rest of it, you're up on the wheel the whole time, not really getting a chance to breathe. So it's a pretty physical track here, one of the more physical tracks on the calendar, so really tests the driver's endurance and mental strength to be able to concentrate for the whole 30-minute race.
Once Cash got out front here, he's pretty much dominated the front of this grid.
Yeah, he's been able to maintain the pace really nicely and keep the 42 of Arazu behind him. He hasn't really seen much pressure. That's a credit to Felber, as he's been able to maintain his pace and make sure Arazu doesn't get too close. But as I say that, it looks like he's going to make a move here to the outside, see if he can't get him here.
Looking at, one around the 20 car, and that's in a spot that could bring out a full course caution. Pinkowski.
Staying green for now. We'll see how long they go before they decide to wave the caution flag here. Arazu can get the move done before. Maybe too late though.
Looking outside again. Trying to pull up alongside. He's there. He'll have the inside of the left-hander, which can be helpful. Tips a wheel. Still side by side. Felber by a nose, and he's going to reclaim the position as Kara tried to steal second.
Really good job from both those drivers staying clean there, as you see Arazu took his nose in there again, but
got all five bunched together.
Yeah,
again,
now
didn't
that's really allowed the rest of the top five to close up to him. But yeah, really good, respectful racing there between the two, and good job from the defense by Felber there, making sure he defended strong but not dirty. Looks like we're staying green.
Yeah, it sure does. Such trying to make a move on Benitez. Through Mission Foods turn one. Clears him.
Arazu is all over the rear of Felber here. We'll see if he is able to get by, or if Felber can maintain this defense.
Here's Such pushing Kara pretty hard. Top two starting to pull away from third. Such on the outside of Kara going into four, hasn't passed. Benitez starting to look on Kara too. Daniel moves over to take the line away.
Looks like Such was able to hang on to that position. We'll see if he can now break away and start going towards the top two there in his championship leader, Arazu. Looks like Arazu will have the pace to pull away if he can get around Felber, but as long as Felber can stay in front of him, Such may have a chance to go and catch him before the end of this race.
We are inside 13 minutes to go as Roman Felber continues to have problems. Comes Gaston Arazu looking inside. Going into the keyhole. We're going to have a change here for the lead.
Yeah, Arazu finally able to get by him. We'll see if Felber can use a slipstream down this back straightaway to attack back, but if not, I think Arazu may have this one done.
That makes things tougher for Such in the championship.
Yeah, Such has really got to see if he can close up on Felber here and at least salvage the P2 so that this points gap doesn't grow even more than it already will.
Yeah, Such is third in the championship.
Already a really good recovery drive from the back row of the grid, though, to be up in P3 already. So he's
actually second, I should say. He's second in the championship behind Arazu.
Yep. If he can close this last little bit, P2 would be really good from where he was on the grid. Right about now is where we may start to see some tire fall off from some of these guys. We'll see who's protected their stuff the most and has enough grip for the ending portion of this race now.
Here's Benitez in the 44. Still trying to get back around Drew Such.
Yeah, it looks like Such may have used up all his tires in the beginning, trying to get around all of the field. It looks like he doesn't really have much more to give in this closing stage of the race, but still a really solid job from the last row of the grid.
He's got 10.5 minutes still to fight, so he's got to figure something out. That's a lot of racing left to go.
Yeah, it did look like he was a bit faster than Felber on this last lap, but with this extra pressure from behind, it's going to be really hard for him to keep gaining that time on him.
Inside of 10 minutes now.
Yeah, getting into the closing stages of this race. Looks like Such is still hanging on to that P3, and yeah, Arazu's starting to really check out at the front of this group. You can tell he was just biding his time, waiting for the right moment, and yeah, he's obviously saved enough to keep his pace up at the end of this race.
Such definitely head down, doing everything he can. It's just how much has the car got left to give him.
He's keeping the two behind him at bay for now. We'll see. Looks like they're all second through fifth is all running pretty similar times. We'll see see who can differentiate themselves towards the end.
Cash Felber looking at a best finish of his career here in Mid-Ohio. Coming into today, last year he finished 9th. So he's looking at a spot on the podium today.
Yeah, really good job from him. I mean, he's had a pretty solid race so far. Got the good launch off the start, was able to take the lead, and held on for as long as he can. Looks like he's just lacking a little bit of speed compared to the leader right now, but nonetheless, really good job from Felber.
Cash and Roman Felber are Buckeye natives from nearby Akron, Ohio. And then Harbeer Doss comes from Cleveland. Drew Such's best finish here is a 5th. Daniel Carr's best finish a 4th.
Yeah, it looks like all of these guys have really stepped their game up this weekend and obviously have improved on their previous visits here. And that just goes to show the more time you get on the tracks, the more seasons you do, the more times you go to all these places, you really are able to learn the uniqueness and the characteristics of each of these, and really able to refine your craft. And as we've seen all these drivers do here, they've improved their finishes and they're all running solidly inside the top 5 or 6. Arazu's pace is really good right now. He's the only driver currently that's able to get down into the 127s. We'll see if anybody behind can, actually I say that, Beckham Desir also ran a 27.9 on that last lap. We'll see if maybe he can find his way past these two in front of him and go after P2.
How hard is it this late in the race to dig down deep like that and find that extra bit of pace that you need?
It's really challenging because at this point, nobody's cars are doing what you want them to do. You're really wrestling it all the way around the track, so you just gotta remember to take it a little bit easy. You can't push as hard as you can at the beginning of the race, and whoever's able to bring it back that 5 to 7% and drive to the limits of their car is going to be who's the quickest right now.
How much does that crew chief or team mechanic make a difference then in your headset?
They really can make a big difference. They can help you remember, just take it easy. They can give you a target lap time to maybe shoot for. And yeah, also they can see a lot more than you can from the driver's seat, so they can feed you a lot of information to kind of help you manage that pace.
Are you good on the radio? Friendly with your guys?
Yeah, I would say I've been pretty chill so far. I haven't yet had to yell at anybody yet because they're doing such a great job. We see Jasir a little bit wide there into turn 4. He's able to gather it back up, not lose too much time. But yeah, I haven't had any reason to get nasty on the radio. Everybody's been pretty good for me so far. But I'm not normally one to talk that much on the radio. So if I was mad, I'm more likely to just be quiet. Yeah.
Well, being in the thick of the points chase like you are, you don't have time to be mad and yelling on the radio.
Yep, no, you really just got
You
to.
got too much on your hands.
You got to put your head down and kind of forget
Just
what's
go.
happened if someone's mad at you or if you're mad at someone else.
That's what these guys have to do because they've only got 5 minutes of racing left to go here in our Ligier Junior Formula Championship.
We saw Jasir trying to go around the outside there of the 44 car, and he's just got it a little bit too deep on the brakes and has dropped the tire off the outside of that exit curb. We'll see if he can recover and chase him back down.
Every time you come here and you see cars racing through turn 4, always remember Simon Pagenaud's hellacious crash there. Ran out of brakes.
Yeah.
Flipped that thing all the way to the tire wall.
Yeah, that's one of the scary incidents I've seen. And yeah,
Couldn't forget it when it happened.
Whoa!
And I can't believe that just
Oh,
happened.
almost saved it.
As Razu loops it, that is going to completely shake up the championship.
Yeah, that's really good for Such.
He's losing even more spots.
Yeah,
Look
he's
at
all
this.
the way. Such and Kara just got to get out of jail free car there. He was in the lead. He was doing so well, and you know, maybe just pushing that little bit too hard there at the end. And yeah, I thought he was going to be able to save it there for a little bit, but it just got away from him there at the end. So yeah, that blows the championship wide open.
That helps Drew Such a bunch. What he couldn't get done on his own, Arazu just helped him with. Jasir, Nitas, everybody moves up one.
Yep, and that puts Cash Felber back in the lead of the race. We'll
Sure
see if
does.
he can take his first win here.
Take a look at it again.
Yep, just a little bit hot in the brakes. It looks like Felber had already gotten past him there. Wonder if he was starting to have issues with the car, but he had a lot of pressure there from Such, and that may have forced him into a mistake there, just going a little bit too deep on those brakes.
Yeah. Jasir's still working. Benitez pretty good.
Yeah, he's caught back up to the back of him after that mistake he had earlier. Looks like he may be close enough for a move down here into China Beach. We'll see what he can do.
Well, and now that's a battle for a spot on the podium.
Exactly.
Diving inside, back to the outside. A little bit of blocking going on there, a little too much.
It's hard to see from here. I mean, you're allowed to make that one move at the bottom. We'll have to see the replays to see if he made another move. But
Looked like there might have been more than one in there.
yeah, it looked a little bit reactionary.
They weren't huge, but
it's hard to see with Jasir. He was trying to sell him a dummy potentially and try and go the other way, but once you've committed to one line on the defense, you're not really allowed to move back up there. So we'll see what the stewards have to say about that. But as long as Jasir can keep the pressure on here through this final sector, he should be able to make a move in these closing minutes.
well, inside of 2.5 minutes to go. So what? Maybe one lap, maybe two.
Yeah, it looks like we'll get at least this lap and one more, as we haven't seen the white yet. But it looks like Drew Such is closed all the way up to the rear of Felber. So this will be a massive points day for Such, considering he started in the 14th position, I believe. So if he can get around Felber here, that will be massive for his championship.
Boy, if Such gets around Felber, it's going to be hang on tomorrow, because Such will be just man on a mission looking for more.
Yeah, as we see, they continue to go side by side here between Benitez and Jasir for third. It looks like Jasir may have his nose ahead, and he's actually going to be able to clear him down this back straightaway.
Such looking on the outside here, coming down to 4. Jasir blocking back there. Felber has to tuck back in. Let's see what happens with the group in third. Fighting for that position. Here they come. Whoa, hang on. Kara trying to get back in this mix too. Kara had fallen back to 6th. He's up to 5th.
Yeah, Such able to get around Felber there. We'll see if Cash has saved anything left in his tires to mount one last attack here, or if Such can do the first challenge here and come away with the victory.
Here's the white flag, waiting in the flagman's hands. For Drew Such, with 1 lap to go, and just inside of a second lead over Cash Felber.
Yeah, it looks like, barring any mistakes, Such has this one pretty locked up, but we still have this battle for fourth between Benitez and Cara. We'll see if Cara can get one more spot here and increase his points gain over the championship leader, Arazi.
Yeah, that would help out Daniel a bunch here today. I know he was hoping to get on the podium, but at least a little bit more help he'll take.
Yeah, we see Arazi trying to make up some of those positions he lost with the
Trying
spin.
to get any spot he can, right?
Yep. And that
Here
looks
comes
like
Cara inside, headed to 4. He's going to go a little deeper on the brakes. Not going to make it. You could see it stalled out on him as he was, I don't know if he lifted early or if he just reached terminal velocity and it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it looked like it was a little interesting move from Benitez to give him the inside there, but obviously he was confident in his move and he was able to hold around the outside and yeah, didn't let Cara outbrake him there.
There's Arazu, deep in the field, getting ready to start his last lap.
Yeah, tough day for him. It was looking so good for so long that he was out in the lead, but I have no doubt he'll be back again here tomorrow.
Checkered flag. Checkered flag waves for Drew Such. Cash Felber will hang on for second. Jasir gets the final spot on the podium. Benitez defends against Cara to round out the top 5 with our Ligier Junior Formula Championship, race number 7 for 2025.
Yeah, great race from these drivers. Kept it clean for the most part other than there at the beginning. But yeah, great race.
Well, as we wait for the rest of the field to come around, tell me a little bit about what you're thinking already for tomorrow.
Yep. Even though we won, there's still a couple things that we can still improve for tomorrow, just to give us a little bit more speed there. But yeah, I think strategy is pretty similar to what we did today. Try and take the lead pretty early and just manage the pace from there. We'll see if my competitors, we'll see how they turn up tomorrow morning, and I'm expecting them to be right there with me, ready to take the fight. So we should have a good race there.
So it's a hot day today, going to be an even hotter day tomorrow. So what do you do tonight?
We're going to make a couple changes just because tomorrow morning we're racing at like 9 in the morning, so it's going to be a little bit cooler than the rest of the day. So we probably won't have the tire deg issues as bad as the rest of the classes out there, but we'll still have to manage a bit and you know, take what we learned today in race 1 and apply the changes to the car and into my drive.
So an early day, early dinner, hydrate, and get to bed, right? There you go. Arazu ends up finishing 11th. Man.
But it's going to be a lot tighter than it was.
It's going to be a lot tighter. Yeah, it is definitely going to be a lot tighter. He's probably not going to have as relaxing an evening as you are.
Yeah, he'll definitely have some things to talk about, but also, you know, mistakes happen. Yeah, mistakes happen here, so he knows he had the pace. He was leading for a lot of that middle portion of the race, so he'll be able to come back and, you know, come back better tomorrow.
You would think, right? We'll see how he does. We'll have that race for you here tomorrow.
You see
it's
that?
Like Roman Felber over there to talk to his brother Cash.
Yep. Good to see even after his tough race, he's still able to go over there and support his brother.
Yeah.
I know that can be difficult sometimes, especially I even know if I have a tough race, it's even hard to go over and congratulate a teammate. So with the brother, maybe it's a little bit easier, maybe it's a little harder, I don't know. But yeah, no, good on him to still be supporting him, and yeah, what a race.
All right, let's go down to Ben.
Well, Drew Such isn't here, but I'm going to talk to second place, Cash Felber. Crazy race. You jumped out there, great start, and then Irasu got around you, then you got around him, and you were fighting up there with Drew. How was it for you out there?
I mean, it was very oversteery, hard to control the car, but I mean, managed to get to the end. Thought I was going to die like 5 times. Yeah, Irasu got past me. He just had more pace. I was sliding all over the place. My rear was cooked. And then at the end, we got to the lead because I don't know what happened to Irasu, but then I just couldn't do anything. Drew had so much more pace than me at the end. My tire fell off. So, but I think it was a good race.
Nice job. Yeah, you can see some tire deg happening here. He was really pushing it, but nice job for Cash Felber out there. And his brother, who had bad luck in that race, came through. But here comes Drew Such coming out, getting the applause from his team. The Berg Racing team. And now we were talking about this, Drew. I hope you can hear me, but this puts you right there in the points behind Irasu. That was quite a race. But I have to say, the move of the race, I don't know how you avoided his left rear going up into 5 because you didn't know where he was going to end up. So unbelievable avoiding that contact and then winning the race.
It was absolutely insane. I mean, we had a fantastic first lap. I think we were 5th at the end of the first lap, and then just nailed the restart. Just everything went right, and I knew that I had the pace to run the guys down. It came a little easier than I would have expected, but I just can't believe it. It's awesome.
Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, this entire Berg Racing crew. I mean, we built the fastest JSF4 car in this series, and we're doing so well. It's awesome.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Well, John Fibben's about to host our winner's circle. I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth to reset for winner's circle here with the Junior Formula Championship.
All right, Ben, thank you very much. Cooper, we will let you head out the door. I know you got to go get ready for tomorrow, make some dinner plans, get out of here. Good luck tomorrow. We'll keep an eye on you then.
Thanks, I appreciate it. It was great coming back. Yeah, what a race to watch as well.
All right, Cooper Shipman, winner earlier today, Formula USA Championship. And he'll be racing again tomorrow. We'll have that one for you as well. But we got more coming your way from here in Mid-Ohio. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
Back here in Mid-Ohio, next race getting ready to go. SVRA competition, Sports Car Vintage Racing Association. Groups 1, 2, 3, 4, 5B, and Ben Sissel as well. And Ben, this is going to be a split start here. We got our first groups, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B. What do we got after that?
That's it. So it's Group 2, the open wheel cars, and then we'll split to the more closed wheel cars because we don't like to put open wheel cars out there with sedans, but because of the schedule, we have to. But man, I've got to talk about David Ballantyne up there in first. This is only really his 5th race weekend in Mid-Ohio, and Kim Madrid right next to him. She's raced here quite a bit as they come to take the green.
She's a very experienced racer. Kim Madrid in that 291, the pink car, and she's got the Mohawk flowing on the top of her helmet there.
Yeah,
She'll move to second.
We saw her win her Sunday race at Indy last weekend, all the way out from Utah. But
what a place to win at, right?
Yeah. And she towed David Ballantyne's car out here, the number 63, and Kim's taking the advantage here.
Here's the next wave.
That's the Bobsy SR7 of Robert Baxter.
Number 1B.
But Ballantyne takes it back from Kim. The draft is so important here on that back straight. Look at that Alfa Romeo Special. It's a beautiful car. So Ballantyne, Madrid, Stubber, Hatley, Todd Strong going through there. Tom Linton. That's Roger Carnot in a Titan MK6.
That's the number 10 red car.
I'm not seeing Sherman Johnston. Make sure I get his last name correct. There he goes.
I recognize a handful of these cars from last week in Indy.
Yeah, you got John Nash right behind that Bobsy. John Nash did very well. It's almost an open wheel car, is that Lotus Super 7.
Liking that Porsche 356C, Gregory Campbell, number 141. That's the silver and black car.
Now Bob Hatley in the green modern Swift there, and Todd Strong. Like I said, they tow out here to go to Indy, and then they also come to Mid-Ohio. So they've run Mid-Ohio at least 4 or 5 times. But man, we saw Paul Quackenbush going side by side with that other Group 5 car of Parker Willis. That 356C is a beautiful car up close. That's Group 3 of Gregory Campbell. That's third in this shot here.
There's that 56C.
Oh no, we have a car off. Driver's right at the carousel. We're going to have a full course caution.
Yep, there it is at the flag stand.
That might be a caution from what we saw at the carousel. Those 2 cars, Paul Quackenbush and that Group 5 car, Robert Baxter, came side by side.
Be a little too side by side.
Was it Robert Baxter? Parker Willis. That's unfortunate because Paul had some bad luck at Indy last weekend.
Glad you made me stand. I've been sitting here all day. I didn't realize how much things weren't moving anymore down below.
So
fire
there's
the legs back up.
Ballantyne, all the way from Studio City, California, Los Angeles area. In his, I think, 5th event, first time at Mid-Ohio. So unbelievable. And you can see Kim Madrid and Bob Hatley coming up to him, like almost like encouraging him, like, hey, man, you're doing great. They introduced me to him at Indy. I hadn't met him before, and he is doing really well. I haven't seen somebody catch on this quick, especially like those front 4 or 5 drivers. They're very competitive Formula 4 drivers, some of our best.
But if he's hanging out with them, he's getting good information.
Yep. And there's Sherm Johnston. And then number 7. He's from Boise, Idaho. Look at that Morgan. Mark Pladsen in the Morgan 4.4.
Such a pretty car. Ben, being the British guy you are, what is the type of wood used in a Morgan?
Ash. Ashwood, the same as a Louisville Sluggers. It's supposed to be. It's like an ash plywood.
Okay.
But really neat cars. But that might be my favorite. I just love the Mini Coopers with the 10-inch wheels.
Who doesn't like one of those?
Yeah, the roundy tail lights. They're so much fun to drive.
If you don't like one of those, you just don't have a good personality, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's when I drive a Mini Cooper around, I get stopped all the time. I've driven some pretty fancy cars, but I get talked to more in a little Mini Cooper that I might have paid $5,000 for.
Well, half of it is just watching you unfold yourself out of that thing. You're
They're
not a
very
little guy.
but they're huge on the inside. They're very comfortable. So when I was in the band, we carried one with us in our tour bus trailer. We actually carried two. We hung one from our light truss, and then we carried one, and all 4 or 5 of us could go out to the movies or in the mall, and we're all about my size. And it wasn't comfortable, but we could do it.
For those of you that didn't know, Ben was in a thrash metal band.
Almost.
What were you guys called? Death Grip or something?
It was a band called Audio Adrenaline.
Audio
Now,
Adrenaline.
look at this MG Midget. I don't want to get canceled for saying that, so we'll say MG Little People. Beautiful car. Early MG Midget is that car.
Really, you went there.
And then
you went there and just made things worse for yourself.
I'm going to get canceled by everybody. The Alfa Romeo Special, that is a beautiful car. That's Tom Raganetti, the Group 4 car, just in front of the MG Midget. And this is a one-of-one that the camera is focused on right here. And look at that. That's why I love the XK120, the XKSS, the C and the D-type Jaguars. It's the form and function. Every little bulb in there, that's where the tires travel and the shocks. And I love when form meets fashion like that.
Jaguars tend to be so beautiful of that era.
Yeah. Yeah, the Jaguars, the Aston Martins, a lot of the European cars did some great designs back then. There's a Bobsy, Lotus 7. I love the 356s. So, Ralph, I'm going to put you on the spot. What would be your pick if you had if any of these drivers said, Ralph, raise your hand if you want to drive my car around Mid-Ohio? Which one would you pick?
Of this group here. That's a good question. I'm thinking, for the pure fun of it, maybe the
we're on
Datsun.
TV.
I think the Datsun would be pretty good.
Yeah, the Datsun 510. Yes, yeah. I don't even know if I could pick because I look at the 356 and I say, oh man, that's great. But then I look at the Mini and I think, I'm pretty good in the Mini. But then that Alfa Romeo, yeah, this is my favorite group. I like my little cars and love the Formula Fords. My son Lincoln is here with me this weekend, and we've been hanging out with Kim Madrid in her camper because she's got 2 dogs in the camper, and then all of a sudden her husband Rudy just pulls out this big turtle. And then we're petting a turtle, a 10-year-old turtle that they've rescued and adopted. Yeah, actually, I didn't know this.
I know you can touch, but I didn't know
you can like feel its shell, and it will kind of react to what we're doing. But then that Miata looks good too.
You guys know, of course.
Miata looks like fun. Now this white car here of Tom Linton.
That's a good-looking race car.
I always brag on that. The fit and finish of that Winkleman WDF1 is like a Concours-winning show car. And then he had this protective, like plastic ceramic over it to keep it in check.
There it is.
And then we saw Todd Strong, our aeronautical engineer, going through in his vintage Titan.
There it is. You see the Datsun right there?
Yeah. Oh, that Datsun, not the B sedan.
No,
okay,
no,
yeah.
it's not a B sedan. So what is
the
it?
Datsun
SRL?
Roadster. That's an SRL 311.
Just looks like a fun car. Open open top. Good little breeze going.
Probably more reliable than the British cars.
Probably going to get more laps in my day.
But look at the smile on that Miata. I like a car with a smile on it.
The only problem I have with the Miata is it's too new. If I'm going to do this, I want to do something older, right?
Yeah, it was a big to-do. We were the first vintage group to allow and fully make a group for Miatas, and man, people raised a fuss, but we're like, hey, it's 1989.
Yeah, it's not that new anymore.
In any category, that would be a vintage car.
Yeah.
But, you know, the Miatas had a reputation for this, but once we told the Miatas they can come in, but, you know, no contact. This is no contact racing. The Miata drivers at first didn't like it, but then they did it a couple times with us, and they loved it because they weren't they knew they weren't going to get punted into the last corner. They could paint their car one time, and then they started finishing their cars to look more like vintage race cars than spec Miata cars. And we've got some beautiful Miatas that race with us.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the Miata at all. It's just I would like to do something. If I'm going to really go vintage racing, I want to do something a little bit more unique with the experience.
Yeah. So Ralph, your daughter joined us at Sonoma. My son
Olivia.
Lincoln is going to join us. He's been coming to these races. But what have I told? What did I tell you Miata stands for, Lincoln? Yep, that's it. Racing. Miata stands for Miata is always the answer. What's the most cost-effective way to go racing? What's the most fun? What's the biggest group of cars? And it's kind of Miata is always the answer. So Lincoln's going to join us as a guest commentator because he knows a lot of these drivers here personally. So Lincoln, you are with the world-famous motorsports legend of Ralph Shaheen, and in the booth,
Whatever.
But look at these guys.
I want to be hanging out with those four.
Yeah. I love coming to these races and seeing the rigs that they make. Look at that. Those guys are living the dream right there. And Lincoln
There's more ingenuity and engineering going on in that thing than there is in half the cars in the paddock here.
Yeah. We were here at 7 in the morning. There were already people camped out on the hill. But hold on, Lincoln. Ralph's going to take us back to the green flag here.
Getting ready to go once again. Coming through the carousel. Here we go. Look at them fan out. So we head for Mission Foods, turn number 1. Valentine.
Todd Strong.
Strong. And here comes Hatley. Hatley's up to 3rd as Kim Madrid slips back to 4th.
Todd Strong, always a very good restarter. You see Hatley try to move outside there. Hatley in that more modern Swift. Let's see what he does coming into turn 2.
Well, he's got a lot of speed. He's going to get 2nd. Tighter line through there.
And Kim Madrid fell back to 5th with Stubber. We've seen the Stubber brothers do pretty well today in their yellow cars.
Yeah.
So Todd Strong of the shake weight fame taking the lead into turn 4 as they come into Madison. Watch how these Formula Fords rotate through this section. And I love that you can see their suspensions being tweaked everywhere. We just saw in view one of Lincoln's favorite drivers, John Nash, in that Lotus Super 7.
Yeah, that was it Road America or was it Lime Rock last year? I had to fish his tire out of the forest.
Yes.
Right before the straight, and I had to go in there, and you know I thought, oh, this is where I get bitten by a snake, and we had to fish around behind that tire wall for a good 15 minutes, just trying to find
the whole
Lotus
wheel
7.
assembly.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
It was a great little adventure.
It was Lime Rock.
Lime Rock? Okay.
Bob Hatley coming around the carousel. So Ralph, what are you seeing here?
I'm seeing Hatley, who hadn't pushed too hard early on. Probably got pretty much a fair amount left in the tank there with his green number 8. I think if Valentine puts a wheel wrong here, Hatley's going to be, or Strong I should say, puts a wheel wrong, Hatley's going to be all over him.
Todd Strong. Todd's going to hate me for saying this, but, you know, we're good friends. He seems to maybe put a wheel wrong if he's fighting for 3rd, 4th, or 5th. But when he's up front, he is game face, and I don't know if I've ever seen him lose the lead.
Well, then he's in good shape here.
Yeah. So Lincoln, pick a favorite car. Which car would you like to drive around this track?
See, I do love Kim Madrid's car, that bright pink car. I think that's really cool, and also that number 2 Mini. I love the yellow of that, and it just, you know, I've grown up around Minis, so they're just awesome.
Yeah, he's ridden in very many Minis, and I used to put him in a booster seat in what would be the driver's seat here, and it would really freak a lot of people out when he was a baby.
You also put me in the back seat where there was no seat, and then drifted around a roundabout, and we would hit each side of the doors each time you...
Allegedly. Don't tell Mom.
Yeah, that's a DTM, but there's that Mini Cooper. Now, this Mini Cooper, when it used to, with its former owner, used to have a wind-up toy thing that they'd put on the back, and I used to love that. Yeah.
Just fantastic. Ben, I know Mini Coopers come in all shapes and sizes today, but if you had to pick one variation of the Mini Cooper.
Oh, it's the Mark I Cooper S 1275.
Mark I Cooper S.
So that would be a Mark I. It's got the tail lights, the roundy kind of tail lights. And that's a Mark I. And then they came in, I think, a 1071 and a 1275.
And the Cooper meaning John Cooper.
Yep, John Cooper. With the Patty Hopkirk pedal.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Okay.
So Kim Madrid and Stubber have gone back and forth. They've swapped positions a few times. Stubber in that yellow car.
So everybody running for a Hemmings right now, trying to see if there's any around.
I tell you, I know you're a muscle car guy, but I always tell my sons, a Mini, a Miata are the most fun cars to drive to not break the law. I used to have a Mustang GT.
I can see that.
And I had to break the law to have fun.
I can see that.
Out in the country where we live, you can have so much fun driving the speed limit in those cars.
40-mile-an-hour corner in a Mini Cooper's pretty interesting, I bet.
Yeah. But look at this, Stubber. Kim Madrid and Stubber and Linton are complementing each other. Kim is stronger in some areas. Stubber is stronger in other areas. I love watching that. She is right up on him, almost underneath him.
She's a pretty fierce racer.
Yes. Fearless, I would say.
Fearless and fierce. Yeah, she's going to get in there and stick the nose up in there and mix it up, and a lot of the time she comes out with it, with the position because of it.
So Todd Strong looking very strong out there, but man, I'm still impressed with David Ballantyne and how quickly he has adapted to this Crossley Formula Ford that he's in. So this is where Kim and Linton want to just suck up right behind Stubber, try to use that draft, and then just jink out, but Stubber kind of taking off. I like those gold wheels.
Yeah, they really look cool, don't they?
The mini lights. That's
bright sunshine, they really pop.
That's such a difficult corner there, that turn 6 at the edge of madness. It's so hard to judge. And if somebody comes inside of you, it just totally ruins your rhythm. Then here the Armco sneaks up on you and is just right next to the track right here. And around the carousel. So Stubber able to do a whole lap with Madrid behind.
She's basically his shadow at this point.
That's true. 30-hour flight from Perth, Australia.
Every bit of that.
Here. Yeah.
Every bit of that. All I know is when I came back from Australia last time, I saw 2 sunrises and 2 sunsets.
That's frustrating, isn't it?
Oh, man.
We got to talk about that number 31 of James Steer.
Kim looking inside. She's got the line here, and she's got a tighter line. She's going to get the position away from Stubber there. It's going to make that 35-hour flight a little longer.
Let's see, he's in the draft.
Here he comes.
He's got a little more power, it seems like.
Boy, he got off the corner really well, didn't he? She had the position briefly. Now she looks inside, but not enough.
What she's doing there is just to see if maybe he'll be in his mirror and make a mistake. She's now just trying to get him to make a mistake. It looks like he's got a little bit more power than she does.
You're right. I love those gold wheels. In the bright sunshine, they really pop, don't they?
So this is the battle to watch. We're here. This is for 5th, 6th, and 7th place here. Now they're coming up on that mini. That's an Austin Cooper of Christopher Chilson.
Kim went in there pretty deep. Boy, she was really putting a lot of weight on that left front.
Now watch this. She's going to see that white flag.
Here we go.
We might see something here from Kim Madrid.
She was really good going back into Cube 3 architecture, turn 2, known as the keyhole. That's where she made the pass last time. See what she does here.
Valentine still.
Stuber blocking it a little bit, protecting that inside better than he did.
But now she's going to have a better exit line out.
And that might be what she really needs. Complete the pass at 4.
Maybe not. She just inside.
Now it's downhill through the gearbox and a little bend to the right here. She's got to get closer, Ben.
Yeah. But look at this, Valentine and Steer right behind Valentine. And like I said, this is his maybe 6th or 7th event ever. Never been to Mid-Ohio, and this is a tough track to know, and he was on pole, which is unbelievable. So you see Todd Strong up there. This is the leaders getting the lap traffic, followed by Bob Hatley, then Valentine, then Steer. This is for the Checkered, Ralph.
Working their way around on the final lap here. Groups 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5B, their first sprint race of the weekend. Here comes Strong through the carousel. Todd Strong in front of Bob Hatley. Out of the carousel to the line, and the checker flag waves. Strong takes the victory. Hatley, Valentine, Steer, and here comes Stubber. Can he hang on?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some lappers in between, and Kim's going to lose another spot there right at the end.
Yeah, do you see how disappointed she was?
Yep, Linton got her right at, or Carnop got her right at the end.
Yeah, you never have to guess what Kim is feeling or thinking.
It's pretty expressive.
And look at that tripoding, the Mini Cooper tripoding around the carousel. But I don't know if you saw it, but the Miata was winking at us as it crossed the start-finish line, so we appreciate that. It's just, like you said, like if you don't like this group or find a car here, then you may not know how to have fun. So Todd Strong up ahead over Hatley. Now Todd Strong did start 8th. So Erica or any of Todd's, if your granddaughter was watching Todd, she told you at Indy to speed up. Well, you listened to her here because from 8th to 1st, nice job.
Here's a look at the results. Strong, Hatley, Valentine, Steer, and Ray Stubber in the top 5. And Linton getting Madrid right off the final corner. Carnot, Johnston, and Baxter.
John Nash, Gregory Campbell, Tom Raganetti, William Greenman in that beautiful midget, Mark Pladson, Michael Tomei, Thomas Phelan, Christopher Chilson, Parker Willis, and Paul Quackenbush, who just had an unfortunate incident there at the carousel, turn 12. Oh, here's the replay at the end.
Here's your Miata.
Yeah, but watch what happens to Kim Madrid here. She gets behind the wrong car, and Linton, whoop. And watch this body language. Can't tell if that was
tucked her head down.
Was that a wave with all fingers, or was that just a few fingers? No, that's a few fingers. Well, FCC, don't come after us. Come after Kim Madrid for that one, right?
Throwing her hands up.
And Tom Linton, I feel like he just set that up. I feel like he knew that that was coming, and that Winkleman, we saw him out there in that Donahue Porsche before. That was just a very good, it's a flip of the coin sometimes behind that lap traffic like we saw in a race earlier today.
Yep. Do I go inside or do I go outside? And either way could be the right call or the wrong one. And you're not necessarily stupid for making the wrong one because you can't really tell what's coming until you're into it.
Yep. But here's the replay. So Ballantyne up at front in the Formula Fords. There's that Bobsy. There's Paul Quackenbush and that Alfa Romeo. Some really beautiful, well-prepared cars in this group. John Nash, I believe, finished first in Group 3.
He's always just fast.
Yeah, very good drive. Here it is, side by side there with that sports racer and Paul Quackenbush, and just had an unfortunate incident. But Todd Strong then comes through, holding strong as Todd Strong. Bob Hatley trying everything, but Todd Strong comes through to take the checkered flag in Formula Ford. But that 356 is absolutely beautiful.
Group 10 is up next in IGT. So we will take a quick break and be right back with that action.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, all for less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
Well, welcome back to the Mid-Ohio Speed Tour. This is International GT Race 2 and our Group 10. I'm Ben Sissel, Ralph Shaheen, the legend here on my left, and then my son Lincoln Sissel on my right.
You throw that word out a little too liberally, but I appreciate it very much.
It's so funny, like walking through the grid, everybody's like, is Ralph here? Or is he like at home doing this? And I'm like, no, he's here. He's
Buddy,
walking around
if I can get to the track, I'm coming.
Yeah.
I love it.
You seem to be at some kind of a motorsport event every weekend.
Yeah. Well, this week I got to go to one in between. I've got a midget race at IRP on Thursday night, on the way to Road America. So I'll see you at Road America after the midget race.
Well, 2 Mark Martin cars should be in this group.
One a giveaway.
Yeah. And then this python here. He gave me a sheet that we'll read here in a little bit with Vidovic, all the way from Australia also.
And that Kreider racing car at the tail end, the GTU car, really cool.
Is a Datsun Nissan 240.
Yeah, and it has done somewhere in the neighborhood, they were telling me, of 14 Rolex 24 hours at Daytona.
Oh my gosh.
14 of those. Think about all the laps that is.
Yeah. So George Michael Merritt out front, and our points leader, I think. Mark Sandridge from Medina, Ohio. Keith Grant from Memphis, Tennessee, and watch out for him. Even though he's in a Cayman, he's in a Cayman 4-liter, but he's a TA driver. He's a Formula Atlantics champion. He's a very good driver. And Brian Hicks, Mustafa Bakir, Jordan Sandridge, Mark's son, Jason Golan, Kurt Kropp, Bob Gee, and Thomas Kirk is the top 10 in International GT. Then we've got Richard Grant is the last International GT. Then Kurt Vogt in the Mark Martin car. Jeff Rocco and a Rusty Wallace, Mike Slutz and an A.J. Foyt, but also Butch Miller car, and Butch Miller was here this weekend. They reunited.
Yep.
Victor Corder, Carlos Gann, Greg Sarf, Brian Gehring, George Vidovic, and Michael Origer.
Saw Mustafa Bakir and his family at breakfast this morning.
Oh, nice.
Hanging out in our hotel. They're at the same place we are.
Well, here they come in to take the green.
Here we go. Green flag, and we are racing once again here at Mid-Ohio. Group 10, sprint race number 1 and IGT race number 2.
Michael Merritt's wheels and side wrap look amazing.
Yeah, and I was going to say, brand new livery on the Merritt car. I almost didn't recognize him. The 899 coming right at you. And the big, powerful Group 10 cars are underway. All the NASCAR thunder. There's the Mark Martin car and Rusty Wallace right behind him. Sounds about right.
How awesome is that with the A.J. Foyt car following in?
And that's the car that was actually a Butch Miller Xfinity car. And the owner of that car now is a big fan of AJ, so he did the AJ tribute throwback.
Yeah.
The 42, you saw the Texaco Hadlin car go by. That's actually a Juan Pablo Montoya car.
Oh, wow.
It's a 42 Chip Ganassi car.
So Michael Merritt up front, but look at Keith Grant in that Cayman 4-liter.
There it is.
Keeping up with him.
The JPM car.
And whose car was that?
Juan Pablo Montoya.
Now,
pretty good racer.
I don't know enough about stock cars, but is this a road race car or is that a
Well, let's see if we can get a look. I think that's an intermediate car. Let's see if we can get a look at the front. Again, as I was telling you once before, you can tell usually by the size of the grill openings at the front. The bigger the grills, it's a short track car. Intermediate car would be somewhere in the middle. Road race car would have bigger openings. Then a super speedway car, everything is closed down.
Yeah. Now, I was giving Jim Barfield a hard time because this Michael Slutz car there, that Copenhagen car, is absolutely beautiful. It's painted black, not a wrap. And I was like, man, you know how hard it is to keep a black car looking good as a race car? That's so much work. Now, this is funny. This is Kurt Vogt. And then somebody that works at Kurt Vogt's shop, Jeff Rocco, right behind him in that Rusty Wallace car.
Yeah, see, that looks like more like an intermediate car right there, the JPM car.
Now, Carlos Gann back here in this Motorcraft car, I didn't get to go talk to him. He's always driving different cars. Would that be a Bill Elliott or is that the Ricky Rudd?
That would be more of a Ricky Rudd era number 15.
Yeah, I saw it on the side. So that's the Ricky Rudd. That's my era of stock car racing, when the cars still look like the cars they were based on. I love that car.
Yeah, and sad to hear this week we lost Travis Carter, who was a long-time team owner in NASCAR. Travis passed away.
Now, was it Ricky Rudd that you told me the crazy story?
Taped his eyes open? Yeah, that was Ricky.
I'm looking over at my son, so yeah, I guess he had like a concussion.
He had a huge crash at Daytona during Speed Weeks one year in the 125-mile qualifier races back then. And in order to race on Sunday, his eyes were swollen shut. He literally taped them open, tape on the top and tape on the bottom to keep them open, crawled in the car and went racing.
So I don't
He's an old motocross racer, so no surprise he'd be a little bit beyond normal in his thinking.
I mean, how'd he do?
I'd have to look it up to see where he finished, but he did the day.
That's just crazy. I'm trying to get information on that 0-2 because the 0-2 thought Carlos Gann was giving it to him, and then he wasn't, and he had to go into the grass. That's Edward Wheatley. But here comes that Michael Slutz car that was reunited with Butch Miller. And if you could look at this car up close, it's absolutely beautiful. We went to his shop.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I took my son to his shop on our way back from Lime Rock one time. It's really neat.
Yeah, that was a cool shop.
And that's an Oldsmobile, right?
Yep.
Don't get to say that much anymore.
And then I heard that this was a Carl Edwards car behind him.
Yeah,
the car.
White and blue one. Yes.
But that car there, that Copenhagen AJ Foyt car, such a pretty car. And then Mike Slutz told me that Butch Miller drove it, and I said, well, he's here. And he said, do you think he'd come down and look? So I took a golf cart, picked up Butch. We came down, and Butch comes up to it and goes, that's not my car, that's not my car. And then Mike showed him a picture of it in the Butch Miller livery. He goes, that's my car. And then he was all excited. So I love stuff like that. And look at this, Michael Merritt, Mark Sanders. Now this would be, I think Mark Sanders would agree with that this is his home track. He's from Medina, Ohio. He's probably got more laps here anywhere. So Michael Merritt, I believe our current points leader in International GT, but he's from South Florida, and Mark Sanders is just down the road about 35, 40 minutes. Grandma's Salads, that's Sandridge Foods. Huge, huge company. I don't know what it is about International GT and food processors and food manufacturers, but you know, we've got Tommy Ballister has a food company, Juan Gonzalez obviously with Mission Foods, Mark Sandridge, Jordan Sandridge with Sandridge Foods. I don't know what is so appealing about International GT to food manufacturers, but we love it. And then there's Keith Grant keeping them in sight with these new Cayman 4-liters. Unbelievable cars. Mark Sandridge taking a different line, trying to hit a different apex on the exit there to maybe set himself up for Mission Foods turn 1 or possibly the keyhole. Look, he's getting in his mirrors. Merritt moves over just a little bit and say, no, you don't. Now let's see if Sandridge can keep it onto the gas. Looks like both of them got a good exit. Very equally yoked cars here. And now they're coming up behind Steve Beck in that other Mark Martin car, I believe. And you got to tell the audience the funny story about that Mark Martin car there.
Yep, it is a true Mark Martin car, and Valvoline, who had been sponsoring Mark for years, had a deal set. That's going to get tight, and that Mark Martin car might be visiting the dirt there on the exit. Anyway, they had a promotion set up where you could enter to win a sweepstakes. That particular car as it rolled off the track after its last race. So that car rolled in, Mark got out of the car, and the winner who was drawn had the car shipped to him. Problem was, young guy, he didn't have his own house, living at home, only had a one-car garage, and Mom wanted to park her car in the garage. So he only got to keep it for a few days before he put it up for sale on eBay, and there it went. But the guys at Roush Racing had to give up everything that was pretty much inside the car, too, because it went as is right up the track to them. Did you see Jack Roush by a chance today?
I did see him today. And he had his hat on, so just instantly recognizable. How cool is it to have Jack Roush here with us?
It's great. That was because of Wally Dallenbach having his last race.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I was wondering about that. But that's our friend Steve Beck, who's been with us Laguna Seca, Sonoma.
Yep.
He was with us at Road America, Indy, and now here running for the championship. But in front of him is that orange Python of Vidovic. And looks like it's a Cobra with a big motor. And yeah, I've got a lot of great things to say about that. But this race is really heating up here. There it is. There's that orange Cobra. So that Python Vehicles was established in 1980 in Melbourne, Australia by George, with over 35 years experience in designing and building world-class Cobra replicas, and is recognized as a leader in the field in Australia. Are pythons, are they famous snakes in Australia?
I don't know if they're in Australia. I don't know if they're definitely famous snakes. Florida has a lot of pythons.
Florida does have a lot of pythons, but I know Australia just has a lot of the most deadliest venomous snakes.
They got the most deadly venomous everything, don't they?
Spiders. They really do.
Even the kangaroos, you get those big reds down there, and they're pretty tough.
Those are almost all the things stopping me from going there. I'm way too afraid of spiders.
No. Yep, the Fastenal car there, that's a old Carl Edwards car. Probably was backflipped off of at some point in time. That would be an Xfinity car, I believe.
Yep. Now, there's rumors that Carl Edwards might join us in Trans Am here coming up soon. I think I would love that.
That would be great. Carl's a good guy.
From my home state of Missouri. Here is the 30 in the Stuttgart Cup. The Stuttgart Cup has is the Caymans. That's the yellow windshield banner. That's Richard Grant, Keith Grant's dad from Memphis, Tennessee. Former TA driver, has been racing over 50 years. We saw his brother Milton on the podium with us, and his nephew, I believe, Kerry Grant, on the podium with us in SGT today in Trans Am. And now father and son are out there in IGT in these new 4-liter Caymans. There's that Ricky Rudd car. I love that car, Carlos Gann. But our leaders are coming through. And look at this. We've got Jeff Rocco making a pass on that Mark Martin car. Rusty Wallace overtakes Mark Martin into the keyhole. That's kind of neat to say.
It is. Those two battled for many, many years through ASA, through
We have a new
NASCAR.
leader, Ralph. Mark Sandrich ahead of Michael Merritt here, coming into the carousel. I do think it was only a matter of time. Mark Sandrich, very patient driver, and just knows this track maybe better than anybody else on the track currently. We're going to see him tomorrow in the early morning IGT Enduro with Owen Trinkler as his co-driver. So we've got Porsche Cup cars, we've got NASCAR Cup cars out there.
I just love the look of that bright orange GT car. That's just awesome.
Well, it's because you're from Tennessee.
Yeah,
Tennessee
absolutely.
orange. And actually, we were talking to him, giving him a hard time, but it's the exact Pantone of Tennessee orange.
Up, off goes the Mark Martin Valvoline Ford. Still such a shame that he didn't win the championship that one year. And you talk about Dan Marino being the greatest quarterback not to win a Super Bowl. Mark, probably the greatest Cup driver not to win the title, and just overcooking it into the corner here. Not going to get the grip in the carousel, and around it goes.
My son Lincoln joined me last year at the SpeedTour All-Star race. Mark Martin was there running IROC when we had a driver's meeting. And I stood next to him without realizing it was him, and then I look over and I'm like, whoa, that's Mark Martin. And I kind of got jittery, you know. And I realized he's probably paying more attention than any other driver the drivers are. And I'm like, well, maybe that's what makes you a good driver. He wants to know anything he can get, you know.
He was also the fittest driver by a long shot.
Because he raced well into his 50s, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
At the highest level.
At the highest level.
So there's Mike Slutz.
Started extremely young, too.
Yeah. So Mike Slutz, I need to brag on him. He has this thing, and I worked with him. He has this equipment that he builds that covers landfills. It's a law that you have to cover landfills at night if it's open, and he has this tarp deployment system that he puts on the back of these bulldozers that rolls out these weighted tarps that are fire resistant over landfills, and they sell them all over the globe. And he manufactures those.
Seeing them in person, they are huge.
Oh, I bet.
So Michael Merritt now. Mark Sandrich taking it easy, not knowing where that Carl Edwards car was going to go, and that put Michael Merritt right up behind Sandrich in IGT. Michael Merritt with Evan Slater. He ran out with us out on the West Coast. Did well with us out there. Mark Sandrich, one of the long time, what I call OGs of International GT. He was with us in International GT when we were hoping to get 6 to 12 cars on track. And then he got to watch it grow to sometimes over 60 cars on track with IGT. So it's great to have him out here with us.
Keep waiting for Ken to walk through the door.
Yeah. But I like this new wrap on Michael Michael Merritt with the wheels matching.
Yeah. This year there seems to be more bronzish copper-colored cars than I've ever seen. I mean, it's a new trend. Everybody's kind of looking for something different.
So these are the overall leaders, but also the leaders in International GT. Merritt running for a championship in International GT. So he may be happy just to sit back there in second, not take any huge chances. I'm sure he'll take the win if Sandridge falls off or makes a mistake. But right now, I think he's pretty comfortable because he is running for a championship this year.
I think he's only missed, what, one race this year? One race weekend?
So, yeah. We want to thank Permco with their pumps and motors. This is the Permco Vintage Grand Prix and also the Mid-Ohio Speed Tour. They've been a title sponsor of this event. I think this is their second year. The 899, there's Michael Merritt coming up. Mark Sandridge around Mark Martin coming up behind AJ Foyt. Don't get to say that very often. But look at this gap now that Sandridge has. And we've seen this a couple times this weekend, Ralph, already. Just the lap traffic, just that little bit of hesitation on such a technical track can really throw you back.
Yeah, it sure can.
Lincoln, you like these drone shots?
Yeah, it's really cool. I keep trying to speak, but I'm getting mesmerized by this footage right here. I mean, it's just such a clean race, and I'm a Porsche nut. I love them.
Here comes Rusty Wallace, Jeff Rocco, and Kurt Vogt still up behind him.
That's a Rusty Pontiac.
I have heard rumors, and you know, I only read headlines, I don't read articles, but I keep seeing things that Pontiac might be making a comeback.
Yeah, that one's out there pretty good these days.
They made some just, I don't know who was running Pontiac in the day, but they're just like, put a bigger engine in it. You know, just make the craziest cars you could. And like some of those GTOs, the Trans Ams, the Firebirds, I kind of like that approach.
Would love to see them come back.
I thought that was a Decepticons logo on that red Porsche there. So that's 6'8", Mustafa Bakir. Beautiful car.
Yeah. Mustafa's got his whole family here.
I like the wrap on that car.
I was about to say, I don't know if it's a wrap or a paint job, but it just looks like, I love how it just keeps fading.
Yeah. It changes colors in the sunlight.
I forget, is that chromatic? I forget the term for it.
I'm not sure, but that's the first time we've seen that Visine Craft car.
Yeah, the Visine one. I'm thinking that is that an old Matt Kenseth car?
I need Visine for my eyes to be able to see it. Carlos Gann, one of my favorite people in the paddock. Always a lot of fun, and I believe Carlos, I'm sorry if I got this wrong, but he's a very world-renowned propeller airplane mechanic. And I think he does even radial engines, and that's how he and Bill Elliott became such good friends, because they live in the same area, and you know Bill Elliott loves flying his planes.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this group of cars coming here.
So diverse.
Yeah, cars you don't normally see on track together. So we've had our fourth driver from Australia coming here, and Bakir on the inside.
Oh.
Now, had he been racing in IMSA, I think he would have taken that one. But with IGT, you just want to make sure that the car, it's your responsibility as the overtaking car to make a safe pass, and I don't think he was 100% sure that that driver saw him in his mirrors coming into four.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that. I'm hearing white flag next time by on the leaders. car seems to be handling the turns a little bit better. And Thomas Kirk in that Porsche Cayman Club Sport 4-liter. With Zotz Racing. I don't know if Ken Fankler put out like an APB that all IGT cars have to be the brightest wraps on them or the coolest liveries, but man, we've got some really cool wraps and liveries on these cars.
Yeah.
Bakir looking inside here, Ralph.
Yep. Oh,
Ooh.
right there, a little bit of contact there. They try hard to avoid it. They ran out of room.
Yeah, but I hate to make calls like this, but I thought that the 22A was kind of signaling to him, I'm giving you the corner, and then he just shut the door on him. So I'm not sure what happened there. But you see a little bit of damage there right in front of his rear left tire.
I think it knocked a side plane or two off of the front of that one, right?
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Two cool cars.
And that's the Kreider Racing machine right there, that Nissan, the bright yellow one that has done 14 Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona in the GTU category. 14! I mean, when you start adding up how many laps that probably ran just at Daytona, let alone everywhere else over the years.
Python, all the way from Melbourne, Australia. Oh, but I believe we might see it, the leaders coming through in the 4 here, side by side. That is a beautiful car, Kreider Racing. David Pateric's crew, I love seeing that car. There goes checkered flag on Mark Sandridge. Mark Sandridge wins here at his home track of Mid-Ohio. Michael Merritt right behind him. So Grandma's Salads wins here at their home track of Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
AJ to the line. There's the Carrera back 911. I was talking to those guys earlier this weekend. It is the Carrera slot car company that sponsored the car, but that was how it raced in Europe. They didn't have that sponsorship put together. They just loved the livery and left it as it was. The car came from Austria, and prior to it coming over here, it had had a second seat put in and was used as a ring taxi, not at the Nürburgring, but at the Salzburg Ring.
Oh, wow.
Which is really interesting. Not often that you find a race car transitioning into ring taxi and then back to race car. Cool
crazy.
story.
Yeah,
great looking car,
he's
too.
raced with us a few times, and I never knew that. I just thought it was a Porsche Carrera.
Yeah. Well, it is.
Yeah. But, yeah, that's neat. I'm more of a scale electric slot car guy.
Yeah.
But I like the Carrera stuff, too.
And he showed me there is actually a slot car for that individual car. He was showing it to me.
Yeah, years ago they came out and measured all the historic Trans Am cars, and they made scale version slot cars of all the historic Trans Am cars. That was really neat.
You a diecast guy?
I do like diecast.
Yeah, I'm all about that.
So Michael Merritt into winner's circle.
Taking a look at the results here. Here you go. Sandridge, George Michael Merritt, Keith Grant, Brian Hicks, Jordan Sandridge. That's how they crossed in the top 5. Vogt, Golan, Kropp, Guy, and Rocco. Rounds out the field. Mustafa Bakir comes across in 10th. Orager back there in 16th. Reed Kreider, 2 laps down in 22nd. Steve Beck rounds out the field. With that, we will take a short break here at Mid-Ohio, and we've got more open wheel racing when we come right back. And then I believe we have one more SVRA category after that, maybe? I'm not sure. I know we have a lot of racing today, so this is it, just FR, and that's the end of the day. All right. So one more for you. Don't go away. We're not done just yet. Thanks, Lincoln.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today.
So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom. And I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
And get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance Brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means you're hitting the autocross, drag strip, road course, trail, dirt, or open road with confidence. Because built with Summit means you're using parts from the top names in performance. Priced to make your project affordable. And it's all backed by trusted tech expertise and blazing fast shipping. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, here we go. Last race of the day, and it's going to be Formula Regional Americas back out on course, getting ready for their final event of the day. There's Kevin Jansen going around. And joining me in the booth for the call on this one, Kelsey Pinkowski, who just got done running the Ligier Junior Formula Championship. Kelsey, how did that one go for you?
I think it went pretty well. You know, the times are improving. We're improving our lines, so it's just kind of really keeping that consistency and keep working on it. And hopefully we will make good progress for tomorrow. So
you were the last open wheel category out on the track.
Yep.
Prior to this. So tell me how, for an open wheel car, yours doesn't have quite the horsepower of this one, but comparatively, how's the track for an open wheel car right now?
Conditions are pretty good. Obviously, track is very hot. It's very hot outside, so the grip should be very good for everyone out here.
But we are getting late in the day. I mean, it's what,
Yeah.
6 after 6 o'clock here.
I know.
10 after 6 as we're getting ready to line this one up and go. So temperature's got to be getting a little bit better, I would think.
Right. Yep. Yeah. No, it's definitely gonna go down just a little bit, but still enough to cause some sweat. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. Bruno Ribeiro there in the 0-1. Boy, race number 1 went great for him, didn't it?
Yeah.
As he got the win there, and everybody was chasing him to the line. And it will be a standing start here. Everybody rolling into position. See, just a couple of cars on stickers. They only get 2 sets for the weekend, Kelsey.
Yep.
So you got to figure out when you want to roll those stickers on, huh?
Yep. Got to use them wisely.
Doesn't look like anybody in the first 3 or 4 rows went. I said at least the first 3 rows didn't go with stickers.
Mhm.
Waiting, watching for the lights to go out. Here we go. Good start for Nicholas Ambiato in the 55, trying to cut across Ribeiro's nose, and he's going to get it done as they come out of Mission Foods turn number 1. Ambiato was great in the earlier race today, just not as good as Ribeiro. Ribeiro fighting on the outside is going to Cube 3 Architecture turn number 2, also known as the Keyhole here in Mid-Ohio. Headed down to turn number 4. One car stuck right here at the start. Didn't light when the lights went out. Full course caution. Well, that's a bummer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate what that happens. I mean, you just lose so much time in the race also. So.
Yeah, you lose your adrenaline. You lose all the build-up hype. coming into this race, taking a look at the championship points, here we go. Ambiato was the points leader, Titus Sherlock, and then Ribeiro. And Ribeiro got the win. Ambiato had chased him to the line. Sherlock scored some points today. So it got tighter for sure after that first race this morning. So Ribeiro, if he could put another good one together here tonight, and then tomorrow could really turn this thing upside down.
Yes, for sure.
See the rest of the field rolling through. Golan, Bowling, Ambiato, Sherlock, Ribeiro, Stoddy, Gard, Benovitz. So those hand-cooked tires hadn't really gotten up to full temp yet.
Nope, definitely not. So they will definitely need to heat them up.
You see everybody moving back and forth like the 15 there. Stoddy. Hopefully we'll be ready to go here soon. Waiting for a safety car in this lap just coming across. So we should be going back to green here. Here we go.
They're off.
Rolling restart. There's Jet Bowling back there in the 22. Fending off Stoddy. Those two have raced a lot this weekend. And the 88 of Lawley coming through. Ribeiro looking for a way, but he's got to protect from Sherlock right on the backside and tucked right up under there. And there's a lot of dirty air off of these cars, right?
There sure is. A lot of dirty air.
Ribeiro trying to break the draft a little bit from Sherlock. Got to take a peek in the mirrors just before you get to 4, right? See if anybody's trying to make a move on you.
Yes. Yep. No, that corner is especially hard to look for other drivers, so that's definitely a very cautious corner.
Ambiato trying to take all the momentum away from Ribeiro. Let's see how he does here on his lap time. .122.019 to a 122.5, 5.4 and a 5.8 behind that. How do you feel about that lap time?
Pretty good. Definitely very fast cars, so.
Looking at the 46 coming through of Roberts. Running in 6th. Oh, one car just off a hair there. Was that Roberts? I believe it was. And most of these guys at the front running on the same tires they ran with earlier today. So might not have a whole lot left.
Maybe not. Might need to go to their second pair, but again, they got to be very strategic with that. So.
Yeah. Beato on the podium after race 1 today. Looking to take the top step here in race 2. This is round 10 for the 2025 championship, Formula Regional Americas. They will race again tomorrow in the middle of the day, noon Eastern.
Might be
that
better
should be
for
nice
them.
and hot.
Yeah, yeah. Might be better for them, though, because it would be earlier in the day instead of late at night. At least the track would be have better conditions.
Yeah. They had lost a race last weekend at Indianapolis due to weather, so they're getting 3 races here this weekend.
Nice, nice.
Get them back on track. Coming into the weekend, Ambiato and Bowling were 2 drivers in the field who had both finished on the podium here previous races. Ambiato with a 2nd to Bowling's 3rd. Bowling right now sitting back in 4th. Winner at Indianapolis. There he is in the blue 22 with the orange stripes. Halfway through the season here this weekend, Jet Bowling, Nicholas Ambiato, Titus Sherlock, and Bruno Ribeiro have all visited Victory Lane this year. And Ribeiro comes into this race here now as the highest ranking rookie in the series. 7 races, he's been inside the top 3. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Bowling moved up to 4th in the championship after a strong weekend at Indy. So here he sits 4th right now with another race to go here tomorrow. So he'd love to get himself up on the podium here. There's Stoddy, who's always fast, but just comes up a hair short. Just doesn't seem to be able to have that last little bit. Stoddy trying to close up on Bowling there. Stoddy, the blue car with the yellow trim. And Bowling blue with the orange. Stoddy was on the podium at Indianapolis, which was his first career podium. So he has a little bit of momentum coming into the weekend here. Just inside of 18 and a half minutes yet to go here. Yeah, that's Bowling and Stoddy right there, and they're right behind Sherlock, who holds the final spot on the podium. So that's a wide open position still on the podium. Stoddy looks a little quicker through the tight stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely catching up to him.
Should be Brady Colin right there. In the 80. Nice Stoddy really hounding him as he come out of the carousel. Stoddy looks like he's on full attack mode.
Oh yeah, he's definitely on him.
Could come down to who has the better tires at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
This is where Stoddy seems to be really good through the very technical portion here in Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, no, definitely closing the gap up around 4 and 5, down through 6.
So head off into Thunder Valley. The Bowling slided a little bit there, it looked like to you?
Looked like it, just a little bit though.
Don't want to be doing too much of that. Got to save whatever tire you have left.
Yeah.
Ribeiro, meanwhile, still a half a second behind Ambiato and hasn't been able to close that gap up at all. 15 and a half minutes left. Stoddy closes up again through all this.
I wonder if he'll overtake.
I haven't really seen him put himself in a position in the traditional passing zones where he looks like he has a shot at Bowling.
Right.
Going into 4, for example, or into the keyhole.
Definitely closes that gap though really quick around there.
Sherlock right there in the 31 holding on to 3rd. Bowling in the bullhorn backed car. Stoddy running for Kiwi Motorsports. Getting close to the final 10 minutes here, Kelsey.
Yep.
Sherlock and that Rain Nutrition, Ronald McDonald House, Charities, Crosslink, Ligier, everybody running the Ligier JSF3. You're a member on the Crosslink crew.
I am.
What's the best thing about racing at Crosslink? We see Crosslink and Kiwi and tend to bring the top teams in each and every week.
I think honestly it's all the crew and the team members and all the racers. They really put the team together. I mean, they help out one another. It's so lively there, and everyone really just looks out for each other. They're all big motivators, so I think that's really what makes us strong and really keeps us going. So.
And a new driver back with you this weekend who's gone for a little bit, Jake Pollock.
Yes.
Jake right now running in 9th. Sat out Road America and Indy. Kelsey, tell me about the SAE stuff that you're doing. You're going to MIS here soon?
RIT, Rochester Institute of Technology.
Don't you guys do some racing?
Kind of. So the Formula SAT, or SAE, sorry.
Right.
It's basically a college team,
yep.
And we have the entire year to build a race car, and they test for endurance, they test for tilt. Oh gosh, they test for a lot of things as well. But they're out there this week, out in Michigan, so good luck to them.
That's great.
Yeah, I've heard good things over there so far. So
you're at Rochester Institute of Technology.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken, that is the same place that Erin Evernham went to. Another very well-known female racer. Maybe you can be the next one to follow in the RIT.
That's the plan.
Banner. Ribeiro on the attack, looking on the outside here in the 0-1.
Oh, that was close.
Well, that is hard to do down at the keyhole.
It was very hard. Very, very hard.
But he seems to get back into the throttle pretty good, get a good drive out of there. Might make a run at 4 as well. Looks to the outside, cuts right back in behind. Too far back. He's got 10 minutes left. Figure it out.
Yeah, it's hard to pass on these corners, so I don't blame him. Got to be really strategic with it.
They've got a healthy lead back to Sherlock. These top two do. It's pretty impressive that after all this racing, these guys could continue to run in the 120s here, the low 120s.
Yeah, we got some 119s out there too, which is crazy fast for these guys.
Yeah, and about a 5-second gap back to Sherlock. We ran a 119. And Bowling even quicker with a 119.3. Bowling might have had, no, Stoddy was even quicker.
Close on the overtake.
Yeah, Ribeiro was thinking about it again, wasn't he, at 4?
Unable to do it.
Well, this is a time in the race where the long day starts to catch up with you when you've been here all day long. You've been in the car. You've already had 1 minute race. You had to sit around throughout the heat of the afternoon waiting to race again. So if you make a little mistake, like maybe a little contact here possibly,
looks like
I would say so.
Yeah.
Ribeiro must have given it back, but it settled a little bit.
Yep.
Because as sideways as Ambiato was, you would have thought Ribeiro could have gotten by. A lot of times you do that, though, it'll keep you from getting a penalty after.
Yes. Yeah. You do not want a penalty after.
Yeah, and
sure.
Ribeiro, being as tight as he is in the championship fight, figured, you know what? Give it back. We'll get him on our own. Or at least get second place points. There's the gap from first and second to third and fourth. Ambiato, Ribeiro, Sherlock and Bowling, and then Stoddy, who has lost touch with Bowling. There's third, fourth, Stoddy behind that. Six and a half minutes left. Well, at this point, Kelsey, you got what you got.
Yep.
Not really anything you can do from inside the cockpit to make it any better.
Nope. Yeah, no, you're too far into the race, so you got to keep pushing.
Even with all this pressure, Nicholas Ambiato's done a pretty good job of staying clean.
Yep, 100%.
Through the carousel, some of the racing equipment portion of the racetrack. Across the line, and we are down to just about 5 minutes to go here. It's probably 3 more laps.
3 to 4.
Bowling pushing hard on Sherlock. That could be a pretty good fight to the finish.
Yeah, especially in the last 5 minutes, that might be a good show.
Squabbling over the final position on the podium.
Clean line though for Ambiato.
Not really giving any options, is he?
I don't think so.
Not really opening the door up anywhere.
Pulling that door shut.
Across the line, 4 minutes to go. Gap at half a second. 19.8 to a 19.6. Ribeiro still pushing hard. Shadow's getting very long down the back straightaway here now. We approach 6:30 in the evening. hard to get yourself up to go racing when you've been sitting there all day like that and you're racing so late in the day?
Yeah, and it cuts in the dinner.
Can't have that.
Mm-mm.
Oh, it looks like a little bit of a slip there from Ambiato. The entrance into the carousel.
Quick recovery.
About 2.5 minutes left to go. Probably white flag next time by.
I'd say so.
Bowling looking outside, going to the keyhole, and he got him.
Got him.
Jet Bowling looking to get back up onto the podium here today at Mid-Ohio and pulls away quickly from Sherlock. Boy, that was a big move in the points. If he can put another good one together tomorrow, he's going to find himself going from 4th in the points to 3rd in the points. There's quite a bit of racing yet to go this year. After these open wheel divisions leave Mid-Ohio, it's New Jersey Motorsports Park for you next, right?
It is New Jersey.
How do you like racing there?
I've never raced there, so that's going to be a first.
Probably be a warm one like here. See if we get the white flag this time as they come out. Yep, there it is. White flag is waving. One more to go. What can Ribeiro do? What can Sherlock do? They're going to catch Jansen here. Ambiato has done everything right all the way to this point. He's got half a lap to go. Don't make any mistakes. Get it to the line. Oh boy.
Ooh. That was close.
That's the type of thing, you can't make that mistake. He's closed the door back up on him now. Ribeiro putting a lot of pressure on here. Small mental error could cost you the whole thing here.
100%. Every turn counts.
Ribeiro not slowing down at all. Coming to the carousel for the final time. Nicholas Ambiato.
Checkered flag is out.
To the finish line, checkered flag, and the win here. Formula Regional Americas. Bruno Ribeiro will finish in second, and Jet Bowling goes back onto the podium over Titus Sherlock and Nicholas Stoddy. Well, Ambiato had really put together a great race, and on the last lap I thought he was going to toss it all the way there.
I know. Almost lost it, but held his composure.
Devastating after all that work.
Oh, I know. That's the toughest, too, especially when the pressure's on at the last lap.
Well, Kelsey, you're back racing with us tomorrow. What can we expect tomorrow?
Hopefully a good, clean race from everyone. And hopefully tomorrow, no spin outs. So keep it on the track, more improvements, just keep pushing.
What will you do tonight to get yourself ready mentally and physically for tomorrow?
So we learned this trick with the stopwatch and just going through each lap with the stopwatch and just seeing what you can do. Just run it through your head. And then once you finish the lap, you stop it. And then whatever time you get, go, okay? I know what to do. Restart it, then do it again until you improve your time. So that's what I've been doing. Also
like
a good
that.
dinner and a good sleep.
Where did that come from? Where did you learn that trick?
Scott Goodyear taught us that yesterday. So,
well, if it comes from Scott Goodyear, I'd say it's well worth doing.
100%. Oh, yeah.
Of course, Scott, the race director for all three of the open wheel divisions that we run.
Yep, I was able to shave off 3 seconds today.
Really?
Just from doing that. Yep.
Just from that?
Yep.
Note to self. I like it. I like it. Well, they're making their way to the podium, and Ben will be there to talk to our winner. This is where Ambiato almost tossed it all away. Man, that got awful tight there. I'm sure his blood pressure rose up pretty fast right through there.
Oh, yeah. Mine would have, too.
Oh, yeah, mine did just watching. Well, winners are about to crawl out of the car. Nicholas Ambiato hangs on for the win. Now he can just get out of the car. There he is, celebration ready to go. Let's go down to Ben Sissel.
Well, thank you very much, Ralph. We're down here for the celebrations, holding up that Chilean flag and our new #1 as they come in here to put it out. Nicholas Ambiato, man, you've been on the top step here a couple of times with us. Nice job, nice racing with Kiwi Motorsport. Unbelievable performance, and that was a little bit crazy. Got a little bit crazy downhill into 4. Did you get tapped from the rear there? I don't know what happened, but take off your Hans device. I'm going to let you get out. Take some of this water if you need it. Ashley's got a hat here for you. And then, you know, act like you just won a race. Tell us about the race out there.
Yeah, that's a very hard race. I had the pressure with Bruno. I had a very great start in the start and the restart with later with the safety car. And yeah, that's neat thing for the team, my family, all my friends. Thank you.
Now, there were a lot of comments. Vamos, Nicholas. So say something to all of our Spanish friends as well in Espanol.
Bueno, agradecer a todos los que me han estado apoyando en YouTube, en SpeedTour. La verdad que sin su apoyo yo no podría hacer esto, así que agradecer a todos los chilenos que me están siguiendo.
Now, I know that you're in very tip-top physical shape, but you look exhausted. I know this is your second race, but that looked like a lot of hard work out there.
Yeah, the first race very hard. The sun is a little more hot in the morning, but yeah, that's so easy. Yeah. If you are a driver, do you need physically, mentally, very hard? Yeah, that's a training.
Nice job. Well, nice job. Nicholas Ambiato back on the top step here, all the way from Santiago, Chile. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the booth.
All right, Ben, thank you. Congratulations to Santiago. Or Nicholas, I should say, from Santiago. It's been a long day. And we will have a podium celebration coming up shortly with everybody on the podium that earned a spot up there. John Frippen making his way in. Well, you got a big day tomorrow, Kelsey. Thank you very much for coming by and joining us.
Yes, thank you so much for having me.
Good luck tomorrow. We'll be keeping an eye on you in that Ligier Junior Formula Championship.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, Kelsey Pinkowski, thank you. And we're getting ready to go back down to the podium here shortly. This championship is definitely going to tighten up here. Another race to go tomorrow. And let's go down to the podium. Here's John.
Just the inside line's quite dirty, so I got some wheel spin after that and tied a shroud around the outside. Lap times are really good, just following a car, and I don't know if he just misshifted or missed a gear, but yeah, I guess snuck by him there.
You and Nicholas had a good battle for the first half of this race.
Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah, I didn't make any mistakes. Tried to fill my mirrors, didn't really work, so that's nice.
Anybody to thank?
Yeah, just everybody at the Kiwi team. Steven, we've worked really hard to find the setup, and I think we found it these last 2 races. The pace shows. My teammates, some good racing, and Alex, my mechanic, of course.
Congratulations. 3rd place finish for Jet Bowling from Kiwi Motorsport. That's his 4th podium on the season to go along with a win. Let's bring up our 2nd place finisher, Bruno Ribeiro, ladies and gentlemen. Bruno, you got your first victory earlier today, and now you've got another podium to add to the list. You and Nico, man, you were just locked together all race long.
Yeah, I mean, it was obvious there was a good pace out there from my side, and yeah, it was quite a fun race from my side. I didn't have the best of starts, and racing with Nico was pretty fun out there, and yeah, we'll see what we can do tomorrow, but for now, I'm just thankful for the result and happy to give the guys what they deserve again, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you guys came into this race tied for the top spot in the season points, so now he's got a 3-point lead on you. See if you can repay the favor tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a super close championship. Everyone's super close. We're always in the same tent. When you see a car a bit far ahead in terms of pace is really rare. But yeah, super happy with the result, super happy with the team. And let's see what we can do tomorrow.
Sounds great. Anybody to thank?
I would like to thank Tina, Gary, everyone at Kiwi, Stephen, Thomas, my mechanic, for doing such an amazing job this weekend, and my family watching me from Brazil. E é isso, obrigado, gente do Brasil. Tamo junto.
Well done. Bruno Ribeiro, 2nd place finish. And now let's make it a Kiwi sweep of the podium with our top finisher, Nico Ambiato, ladies and gentlemen. Nico, congratulations. You got the win.
Yeah, that's very difficult, the weekend. Yeah, I need to thank them for the Kiwi, the great setup. And yeah, that's very close with Bruno and me all the weekend with practice and qualifying race win. And yeah, that's my turn. It's my turn. Bruno have the pole and race win. And yeah, I had the race due. Very difficult, but I take it.
So tomorrow will be the what they call the rubber match. You'll be able to decide which of you is going to win the weekend.
yeah. Tomorrow is a great day. But yeah, the weekend is awesome. Just for tomorrow, take a podium for points. For me, is good. The victory is better. But yes, just see the championship, not the race. And yeah, just thanks for the team, all my family and friends. Thank you.
Congratulations, Nico Ambiato, ladies and gentlemen. Top step on the podium once again, his 3rd win on the season to go along with 4 other podiums. As we say, it's all Kiwi all the time on the podium here. As we've got Hankook hats on all of our drivers for a round of photographs. And we'll go to the Ligier hats for this beautiful Ligier JS F3 for the Formula Regional Americas Championship since its inception in 2018. The 2nd generation F3 cars on the drawing board. And we understand we'll see it in another year or maybe 2. One more round of hats to Mountoon, the engine provider for this and our Ligier Junior Formula Championship, and we just got the announcement earlier that Mountoon's going to take over the maintenance and care and feeding of the Ligier Storm V4 as well. So thanks to Mountoon for all the great work they do to keep the power plants in these cars. All right, it's been a long day. 11 hours of racing from 8 this morning until 7 this evening. Let's hear it for Jet Bowling, Bruno Ribeiro, and Nico Ambiato, all from Kiwi Motorsport. Thanks for being with us. We're going to kick it off at 8 o'clock again tomorrow morning with the SVRA Enduro, and each of our formula classes will have one more race to go tomorrow for the final day of the Permco Grand Prix of Mid-Ohio. I'm John Phippen. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you in the morning.
Well, it's been a full day here at Mid-Ohio, but we are not done this weekend. We'll be back tomorrow to do it all over again. More SVRA action, more open wheel action, and we will have Cube 3 Architecture TA2 presented by Pirelli tomorrow as well. You can catch that race tomorrow live on Speed Sport 1 at 1 o'clock. Eastern. And then tonight, starting right now on Speed Sport 1, is the replay, the encore coverage of today's Trans Am race presented by Pirelli from right here at Mid-Ohio. So go ahead and switch on over to Speed Sport 1. Watch that free on Speed Sport 1 today. For our entire crew and all the guests that we had stopping by, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow from Mid-Ohio. So long, everybody.